But I choose to walk in the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible, it's still talking about the Bible. What is the benefit? Everything about your counterfeit, there ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher. In real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this. I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity, presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law. Don't get involved and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool to threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole world become obsolete. A black man who believes in Jesus got my own team taking shots at me. You trespassing on property that you don't fully understand properly. All the back and forth, that's not for me, that's for ROC and the War Machine. If we ride together, then we ride together. If we can't do it, I'd rather leave. I still stand on the word of God till the day I die and no longer breathe. We trapped inside the diaspora, nightmares of the massacre. Cold sweat, I'm below deck in the middle passage, just a passenger. Revolutionary hardcore, liberation, that's a hard job. You ain't ready, you a oddball. Keep your mouth closed like lockjaw. I learned trying to bring people together on the same page, make them separate. All the talk about reconciliation, when the time comes, you hesitate. If Jesus was able to sit at the table with a bunch of sinners, you very fake. Your steps ordered by the Lord, and how it was yesterday, a big mistake. We the city sitting on the hill. Guess it all depends on how you live. Guess it all depends on how you feel, and we both know that ain't God's will. I stood on what I felt was right. I don't never question if God's real. Trapped inside this matrix, I'm about to pop the red and the blue pill.
Bless them which persecute you. Bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, said the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:14-21.
You're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not Manny. I am Peyton Manning level, I'm on GOAT status. I think I'm the baddest mother lover ever walk on this planet. Damn it, you could never see me, you could never beat me, you could never be me, disrespect me, and I'm eating all of your pizza. I know I'm not right, I know I'm not white, I know I'm gon' call the popo on you if you hit me. I don't fight, I'm a rapper, I don't write. Rio, you got all that hype, that's the stuff that I don't like. Why you laughing at my height? I wish I could slap your face. You just think you're so amazing, you just think that you're the greatest. Why you bucking Tom Brady? I am Peyton Manning, end of conversation. You just hating, I am Peyton Manning, say it. I am Peyton Manning, say it. No, Dibble God plan, that's a Drake line. Beat a midget up, that's a hate crime. A-Town's on 3 game time. Got the trunk knocking from the baseline. I'm all about the money, baby, Crocker cake time. Chopsticks on deck, no Shanghai. 4-5, you come to my waistline. Keep the 4-5 tip by my waistline. You soft in the middle like fruit pie. I know it hard for you to walk a straight line. You wouldn't throw trays in the food fight. Know what I heard through the grapevine. I know you don't mind wasting your time. I would just prefer you didn't waste mine. You gon' get what coming to you in due time. Little pussycat running from the K9. You're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating category mandatory for me to tell you that you were very boring. And the moral of the story, I wish I could just ignore you, but I gotta burn your body, put you in the crematorium. And I'm the only audio inside the auditorium. And when I'm finished with you, you will not have no memorial. You wanna be Luigi, but you're not ready for Mario. And no scenario, running circles around your cardio. And that's a body blow, it's not a secret. Everybody know that you ain't coming close. I leave you comatose, and you become a ghost. I overdose, I gotta overload. That's when the windows of heaven open up for me with the overflow. And I can feel the power moving within every last chromosome. Battle right around the corner, you already know it's on. Understand me, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny. Woo!
Peace, peace, peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Swinnell, aka the Orthodox Moor, aka the Seven Pillar Saracen, aka Brother Moore. Wishing you all peace and blessings. Hoping you have a nice day, good day so far. Real quick, I wanted to address a topic that kind of came up in the last couple of weeks. It's been addressed here a few different times. It's been addressed on Garfield's channel with me and my homies, etc. It's been addressed on Clubhouse, on Facebook, in the comment section of my videos, etc. And that's this bit about Ngozi and DNA and a big conversation on like Jed Match and the East African slave trade and limbed DNA and all kind of stuff, right? And a lot of people have a lot of different positions. And a lot of positions get muddied up and lumped together and whatnot. And I'm going to try to clear up a couple positions here, if I can. I recently replayed a video from about a year ago when I was on the Dagger Squad channel talking with Ngozi and Garfield about DNA and getting their position on stuff and whatnot. And Ngozi kind of let me know in the comment section he felt some kind of way. And so we kind of had a little convo in the comment section of the video. So I'll show that here in a second. And then I'll play what he said. And then we'll discuss what he said. We'll discuss, I'll play what Abu said on the matter. We'll discuss that. And we'll get into my position on the matter and really flesh that out. And I think what we're going to do afterwards is play another conversation that my homie, the good brother Anonymous Hebrew had with Ngozi and Garfield on the Dagger Squad channel again. And there's going to be a point to that conversation. The point to that conversation is to kind of like bring this conversation back down to earth a little bit, right? Because nobody is infallible in this conversation, and we all need to understand nobody's infallible. The only thing that's infallible is the truth in this whole thing. Yeah, we can all be wrong. We can all 100% be wrong. So, for the sake of respect and clarity, and for the people watching, being able to get edified by the information, I'm going to attempt to try to slow this thing down and whatnot. Because one, I have a lot of respect for Ngozi. Ngozi earned my respect in a very, very big way on Clubhouse. I was watching him actually go at Ashkenazi Jews and other people, etc., on DNA and whatnot, and exposing racism based upon DNA. It was really interesting conversations, a bunch of interesting conversations to watch. I was watching people like him and Yeshu team up. We were all in panels together and whatnot, talking about this kind of stuff, right? Breaking down sciences on haplogroup E, talking about the two fiends, etc. Going at people who had this concept of J was absolutely the haplogroup of Abraham and Jacob, etc. And Ngozi was given great information as to why E would be the basal population and haplogroup of the Middle East, etc. And given arguments against J, etc. Now, I'm not saying that Ngozi was saying, oh yeah, Abraham was obviously E, blah 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 blah. No. He was on there giving scholastic arguments as to why people couldn't just automatically say J was the native haplogroup to the team. And so he gained my respect in a very big way in having those conversations. He's also come offline or come on to YouTube or whatnot onto the Source Debate League and on Genesis 49ers talking to Yeshua, having the same conversations and whatnot. And so I think he took issue to a video I made, thinking I was trying to take a shot at him or whatnot. And in no way, shape, or form was I trying to take a shot at him. I don't when I take a scholastic shot, I make sure the name's on the bullet and people know what time it is. You'll see what time it is. I'll start playing intro clips and all kind of stuff to where, like, you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? There's just a whole different production value involved when there's a scholastic bullet being shot. Otherwise, I'm just giving information, right? And so one thing I bring to the table and I focus on recently in the past couple of years, particularly in having conversed with Cohen Hamadisha, the Lemba tribesmen and whatnot, he broke down on this channel and others that he firmly believed that there were Lemba on slave ships that made it to the Americas, which then prompted me to go study the East African aspect of the slave trade, because I knew nothing about it. And then I stumbled upon the fact that there were 542,000 slaves taken from the slave ports of Mozambique and Madagascar. And then we find out certain things, like there's slaves like Billy Simons and whatnot who come from Madagascar and speak Arabic and Hebrew and whatnot. And it kind of confirms this aspect of the slave trade. I also found out that there were slaves taken directly from those ports to the eastern ports of the United States. I found out there were a large number of slaves taken from those ports to Haiti, etc. And that there were slaves taken from Haiti to the Americas after that. In my initial conversation with Ngozi and my conversation I'm having now, I'm talking to him about this East African concept, and why is it that some of us are coming up with East African DNA, not just like Southeastern Bantu, but also DNA from the Horn of Africa, etc., like Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, etc. I myself come up in certain DNA tests with at least 1.5 or under or in between 1.5 to 2%, you know what I'm saying, or just under 2%, less than 2% of DNA from Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia. Sister Sharia and I, who's been on here, she's about, what, I think 3% DNA from Somalia. The good homie Yahukanat, same thing from Somalia, fam. Like, though that's not traced DNA, that's a significant enough amount to where no, somebody in recent memory was involved with that slave trade. And so Ngozi acknowledges the slave trade or whatnot, and slaves coming from East Africa. But what he stipulates is that they were not from the Horn, in the sense of if they were, they would have been like it's the Bantu DNA amongst the people in the Horn that I'm connecting to. And so I think that this conversation is getting specifically interesting in the sense to where now we have someone's DNA like Dante Fortune's, right? Again, when it came out, when I found out that his DNA was E-L29, when I was watching his 23andMe video and whatnot, I got in contact with him, let him know, like, hey man, your DNA is E1B1B, not E1B1A. Not only that, it's a subclade of EM34 and a subclade of the Natufian DNA. And not only that, it's a subclade of EM84, which is you know what I'm saying, it's found heavy in Yemen and whatnot. And so he let me look at his GED match, etc. His GED match shows like an East African Yemenite connection, etc. And there's a legit possibility that you have a genetic connection to East Africa with that, right? In terms of showing the slave trade. When I was on there with Garfield, Garfield and I agreed that if people are going to claim that sort of a lineage or whatnot, they need to be able to prove it with their DNA, Y DNA or mitochondrial, not the autosomal, right? Like if you're going to claim direct descent, right, paternal or maternal, right? And so Dante might be a fantastic example of somebody whose paternal descent, his father's 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 father, is somebody who was on a slave ship from East Africa. But not just that, E-L29 is not something that you see amongst the Bantu peoples. It's something that you're going to see amongst the, and this is something that Ngozi does that I think also needs to get pointed out here. I have respect for him in a lot of areas, but this is one area where I think he needs to get corrected on. He'll go from talking about DNA to language groups out of nowhere in a drop of a hat, right? And so he'll talk about people from the Horn of Africa. Then they'll start talking about, like, yeah, Bantu and Nilotic speakers or whatever, you know what I'm saying? he'll start switching languages and whatnot, right? And so basically he's saying that he doesn't believe Semitic speakers came from East Africa on slave ships. So this is why I talk, like I point out the whole Billy Simons concept, because like, okay, we have a direct point of reference for somebody coming from Madagascar speaking Arabic and Hebrew. Right. So we already have somebody who's a Semitic speaker coming from the East African slave trade, that slave route, coming to the Americas and claiming such. So I'll show you. Well, you'll see it here, but I'm gonna get. I asked the brother a couple of questions about. He gives me his answers or whatnot in the video and on the comment section. So let me get into that right quick. Let me get into the conversation we just had. Let me share my screen. Oh, I hadn't even titled the joint yet. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Yes, sir. So again, where I re-aired a video where I was talking to Garfield and to Ngozi, and Ngozi kind of took issue with my title because I said something about like helping Garfield and Ngozi understand the East African slave trade, etc. Right? And so Ngozi replies, Ngozi don't need help, fam, but I'm gonna let you get famous. I reply, I honestly meant no disrespect. We have had many cordial dialogues in the past. However, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but wasn't your position in the video clips shown that basically there were people taken from East Africa, just not the Horn, etc.? And he responds, at the Orthodox Moor, a few Southeast, but Somali, Oromos, and Habesha groups was not brought to the Americas. Now, a lot of West Africans in Hornets do share some empty DNA. Depending on the regions, you find clades of L2 and L3 and even L1. They're shared with West and Central Africans, but those Hornets have a consistent gene flow that is distinct from West and Central Africans for the most part. Somali Bantus are a different story. They will be more similar to West and Central Africans. Oh, and your E markers that shares with some Fulani, again, some, not overall, is extremely old, even older than E1B1. Yeah, that's mine. I'm EM33. I know you'll see that going forward. I'll show you what mine is. Haplogroup E. By the way, like so, Amir slash this Amir is Ngozi, and he and I are both Fulani and whatnot, right? And so that's also what he's talking about, the Fulani and the haplogroups and whatnot, because we were talking about being Fulani, and I told him like I'm EM33. He's like, oh snap, that's a really old one, and it goes back like 56,000 years, etc. Like it's super old, right? Again, like you're saying, it's older than E1B1. Haplogroup E at root, as in earliest EM96, is not Semitic or Afro-Asiatic. It predates the language family by far. See, he goes straight to the language right there. He goes from DNA to language right there. That's the only thing he does that I'm not a big fan of, but I can also understand why he does it, right? There's a logical reason to why you do it, and I've even had this discussion with Dana Marnici Reynolds and whatnot, to where I agree with the conversation, like the concept of using linguistics as a cultural fingerprint over time, right? So you in a lot of ways you can corroborate DNA, gene flow, migration, etc. with linguistics. Because linguistics goes through the same kind of a route that the DNA goes, and it has the same kind of a mixing that the DNA has. But in this particular instance, I need to find I'm still trying to figure out why he's saying that no Semitic speakers were taken. Like what's the basis for that? Particularly if there can be at least one supplied. So I reply, okay, so to be clear, I didn't misrepresent that position. I confirmed that was your position by playing video of you saying the same thing about the Somali, Oromo, and Habesha. We differ on that opinion as people like myself, Yehukanan, and Sister Shari and I have all taken DNA tests that pull up Somali from 1.5 to 3.5% DNA. Also, people like Dante are pulling up a subclad of EM84. I want to be clear, subclad of EM84. You're going to see us talking about subclads of E right quick, right? We're going to talk about EM34, EM84, EL29. All these are in a similar lineage. They're in the E1B1B lineage, right? And so he's talking about E1B1, right? So E1B1 splits off, and so we see this E1B1B split that comes with it, right? So we see like the EM215, EM35 concept, and then we see stuff like the EM34 underneath that, and then underneath that we see EM84, etc. And then underneath that we see the EL29 that Dante has. But I want to be clear here. So I mentioned EM84, and you're going to see that Ngozi sticks to EM34. Which is similar, but it's not this. It's not the same. And it goes. He knows too much about DNA to go upstream like that, right? He knows specifically what I'm talking about, right? So, and if he might have thought that now to be fair, he might have thought that I fat fingered that, or that I meant to say EM34 and said 84, but just to be clear, Ngozi, if you thought I said EM34, I'm clearly saying EM84 right now and confirming what I'm saying here. But again, I'm saying that Dante's are pulling up a subclad of EM84. I'm not aware of that in West Africa, but I'm aware of it in Yemen. Also in East Africa, I'm aware of it, right? Just out of curiosity, why are you so confident that out of 542,000 slaves taken from the slave ports of Mozambique and Madagascar, were not Somali, etc.? Or why are you so confident they were not Somali, etc.? And Semitic speakers of that, you know what I'm saying? So in response, he says, I don't think you comprehend at all, and a lot of people want to be something they're not. First off, the Somali term is broad. That component could be called Somali, but some Bantus from Southeast Africa mingled with some Cushitic people, not directly Somalis. Let's get this right. The Somali term on DNA test is just a base population example for Cushitic. Dante could have got that EM34. So again, EM34 from a European. Let's not act like Europeans don't carry that clad of EM34. Just like some blacks have R1B. I'm not stupid. People play games with this DNA to feel good and lie for no reason. Now, again, I completely agree that Europeans have EM34, and that some and just like some blacks have R1B. Again, like so, Yehukanan has R1B, right? Yehukanan, I believe, has R1B. I think he has the V88 variety, right? My paternal grandfather, again, coming from North Africa through Spain to Mexico, right? To New Mexico, etc. Right? My maternal grandfather is EM34, specifically EM34, not a subclad or an upstream, but specifically EM34. I got that confirmed with my uncle, his son, right, his oldest son, and so I completely agree that you can find Europeans with EM34. That's not an issue. That's not even what I'm talking about, right? So I brought up a subclad of EM84, right? Specifically EL29, right? Now, can you find that amongst the Europeans? Yes, you can. You can find it amongst Greek people, etc., right? But you also find it in East Africa. Now, I'm going to read this further, but I'm going to get into this a little bit. Like, so Dante does not have DNA from people in Europe who carry the EL29 mark. Not to my knowledge. Now, he carries DNA from people who carry EM34. Like, he carries like 3% French and German DNA, right? He's 90% roughly sub-Saharan African. He has 3% French and German DNA, right? Based upon 23andMe, right? Now, you have people like he's going to mention here, like Napoleon Bonaparte, who are French and have EM34, 100%. But Dante doesn't have EM34. He has a subclade of it. He has a subclade of a subclade of it. So it's not the same. It's not the same thing as saying he has EM34. I mean, in one sense, is it technically correct? Yeah, but it's not specifically correct. So Amir / Ngozi goes on to say EM34 is in the Mediterranean. You find that in Portugal. You find it in Turkey, some in Greece, Spain, Albania. I mean, let's be real, France too. It's just not in parts of the in parts of the Middle East or parts of the Middle East. So I agree with that 100%. You find it all day in the Mediterranean. I'm not disagreeing with that. Again, my maternal grandfather is Mediterranean by genetics. You're going to see that here in a second, right? I don't disagree with that. However, I'm not talking about Dante being EM34. I'm talking about him being a subclade of EM34. One that do you find it in Greece? Sure, you sure do. Do you find it in East Africa in the Horn? Yes, you do. Do you find it in Yemen? All over the place. All over the place. I think you even find it in Oman, fam. And so, like, again, he goes on to say, you know, your boy Napoleon was EM34, right? Also, you have notice that Somali component is autosomal. Somali men are paternally now watch this. Somali men are paternally mainly EM78, EV32. I agree with that at 70 to 80%. And the Dirk clan is T. They make up 10% of the overall. Kabyle clan. I agree with that. 100%. That's not 100% though. 70 to 80% and 10% is not 100%. It's not 100%. And we're gonna check out Somali DNA, Somalian people themselves doing their own internal DNA tests like this on their families, which is fantastic because right off rip, you already know that they've got huge sample sizes. They've got huge sample sizes. I'm going to get into that part later into the conversation, but real quick, I'm going to play what Ngozi says, or what he has to say about this whole thing, in his own words, when I'm talking to him on the Dagger Squad with Garfield, etc. Let me get that one queued up. Let me get that one queued up. So I'm going to play a couple of their clips right quick, and then I'm going to give this small little presentation. So here we go.
That's fair. The Orthodox Moor, you up? What you got to say, brother?
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions on your position on Israelites in West Africa and then the Limbo overall.
All right, hold on. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Hold on a second. Me and Ngozi, we have a section for you. But right now, we need.
I got a quick question for Ngozi, like, so I can understand what you're saying.
All right, go ahead.
So, just so I understand, for the people who are Israelite America claiming that they're connected to the Limbo, you're saying that's not correct in the sense that when their DNA connects to their Bantu to the Limbo Bantu DNA, not the Semitic DNA, correct?
Yes, partially right. Partially right. Correct. There's more to it than that. Yes.
Okay.
You could tell that you actually understand. I respect that question. I respect that. But we're gonna talk about. He said it earlier. But Ngozi, I gotta slow you down on the video, man. I gotta do a.
For real.
Yeah, because you already said it. You already answered all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hold on. So I got that question in, and then I got to get these questions in as well. So check out this answer by Garfield right quick, and Ngozi.
Orthodox Moor, you had a question that you wanted to ask, and we skipped over you. So go ahead and ask.
Yeah, two quick clarification questions. So one, Brother Ngozi, what is your position on the Jed Match projects that tell the people that say they connect to the Limbo that those particular projects also match them up to Yemenite, Ethiopian, and Moroccan Jews? And the second question to Garfield, was it your position earlier that no East Africans were taken into the transatlantic slave trade into the West?
Yeah, my position is that, I mean, there were people taken from North, but not from the East. There's some few people taken from the North, not necessarily from the East Africa. East Africa people were taken in the during the time when the Muslims were in charge. They did take them to several different places. You know, that's why when people talk about the 400 years, you gotta be careful because there's the people from the East that were taken on ships. So if they want to play that game, and they've been in the land for over 400 years as slaves. So these are things that's going on outside of our world that's happening on that side of the continent. All right, but as far as taking to America, I'm not aware of that. Maybe that's something that I missed in school, but I don't know about that. Ngozi, the next question.
I was going to say again, even those people that you talk about that were stripped from East Africa that the Arabians took, or some of them that possibly came through the Portuguese and traded somewhere in Iberian Peninsula with the British or whatever, they were primarily Bantu speakers. You're not going to find a Habesha slave over here. You're not going to find a Somali slave over here. You're not going to find a Oromo slave over here. You're not going to find a melodic slave over here. You find primarily Bantu speakers that was being taken in those zones. For us, and that came to America, we are really Mendi, Fulani, Yoruba, Alatic Congo speakers, Volta Congo speakers, those type of people. You're not going to find, you might find, like you say, the East Africans, but what type of East Africans are they taking? They're not taking Somalis. They're not taking Oromos. Somalis was embedded with Islam, and they still treat Somali Bantus bad and call them Jegara. That's the term that they use. Jegara. Look it up, or if you're around Somalis, you'll understand. Even with, like my mother being Fulani, and I'm gonna say this, Fulanis are flunkies. They were the ones that caused a lot of jihad in the Sahel. So what I'm saying is that you gotta look at the mindset of what was going on with people in Africa at that time. So even if you're talking about East Africans that was taken, that's not talking about Habesha, Oromo, or Somali. You're talking about Bantu speakers that was taken. Bantu speakers. Even the ones that went into Zanzibar, who Al-Jahiz was a descent of, in Arabia, that went over there in Baghdad or whatever. Those were people that was Bantu speakers. Those were Bantu speakers, the Zaj.
So what was your position on the JEDmatch projects?
Okay, now with JEDmatch, you got to be careful with JEDmatch. You got to be careful because what JEDmatch do is you take a DNA test through 23andMe Ancestry and take your raw data and upload it. And it shows you the population that you have close affinities to. What part of the DNA that's been abstracted or taken away through the raw data when it reads your overall autosomal DNA composition? What connects you to Yemen and certain parts of Ethiopia is talking about the African part. It's not talking about the Middle Eastern part. The brother talked about earlier when brother Gartner was reading from the abstract, you find the sub-Saharan African component over there in the Middle East. We talked about that. Where did it come from? It comes from, a lot of it comes from the slave trade that was when they were importing sub-Saharan African women. And you also have an early L3 branch that went over there. And even with the Ethiopian Jews, the Falasha Jews aren't even really, when they looked at their genetics, they're not even really Semitic. They're not really Eurasian. They're not as much Eurasian as the Habeshan. You get what I'm saying when you look at their genetics? So the Falasha Jews, when you look at that mitochondrial DNA, you find a lot of the mitochondrial DNA in East Africa that you find in West Africa. So the part of the DNA that's similar to Yemenis people is talking about the African component. It's not talking about the Middle Eastern component. Now, and if you use Ethiohelix on JEDmatch, it abstracts the African component. Now, when you go into the European part of JEDmatch, they go back into your Neolithic components through Europe, which links you to the Middle East. So like your British blood, let's say you're 23% British. What makes up a British person? Europeans are phases of three group populations that came together to see the Europeans that we see today. Mesolithic Europeans, Neolithic Europeans that came out of Anatolia, and the Yemenis that came from the Russian steppes who brought the Indo-European language. If you go further into your British DNA, you're going to find ties to the Anatolian area or the near Caucasus. You're also going to find ties with ancient Mesolithic Europeans. So JEDmatch goes further back in time into your DNA as it takes your raw data. It goes further back in time to read the affinities that you have with certain people that exist in ancient times. So you got to be careful and learn how to, understand how to read JEDmatch and what's going on.
It goes back to the limber real fast. Watch this. You know, we talked about this many moons ago, how males from Middle Eastern population migrated in Africa, took themselves African wives. So right there, the limber discount y'all with the original Hebrew thing again.
Yep.
It's again, look at the genetic studies. They show you that these males, right, came from the Middle Eastern population. Came from the Middle Eastern population. Women. This is not confusing. This is clear. And now the genetic studies, you know what I'm saying? They even may dispute that. But anyway, it still does not support that the sub-Saharan Africans, right, are the original nomadic people that you find in the Middle East. Simple, bro. Like, man, y'all, boy, they trying to get sophisticated, folks.
They try. That's why they gotta play. You gotta be careful with E1B. They like to play with E1B, and they don't even understand what's going on. You look, 36% of Greek men is a branch of E1B, E1B1B, and they are a branch of EM78, which is EV113 that developed in the Balkans. Are they us? No. You can look it up. So just because you see E1B anything doesn't mean it's you. It doesn't mean it's you.
I'm gonna blame you, Ngozi. I'm gonna blame you, bro. I'm gonna blame you.
I want to hear.
Didn't give the rest of the class. You know, I didn't get the rest of the class show.
Dread, hold on, Dread. I'm gonna call you in the door. I got Thunder.
They gotta take the class, yo. We ain't giving the class, yo. Thought they had it.
Oh man, Thunder.
They're literally trying to fight conversations we had for the last 10 years, bro. That's what's funny, Garfield. You know how long Hey, hold on. Everybody take a deep breath, right? Is this your beat turn right now, yo? That is so crazy. Like, this is fun. We got all the answers to the test.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? I gotta go to what we used to do the shows on again?
Blog Talk, yo, they all there, bro.
Yeah, like all our stuff there.
Blog Talk.
Man, Ngozi used to go at every Friday. I don't know what day. Listen, man.
Friday and Thursday.
Listen, we used to get so bored, we used to start battling each other over the king. Remember that? Yeah. We used to have fun, yo. Real talk. Yes, sir.
But you know the key though with the whole deathmatch stuff is that you got this dude named Dante Fortson, and you got a couple of people, Sister E, and you know they all on brother Marine's channel. And what happened is they don't understand DNA to the point where, because DNA goes back, if they say they're part of the E family, you saying you're going back like 60 to 80,000 years. They don't understand that part. This ain't about no Israelite at that point. This is about human family. And I think this is what I told the dude that came on this morning. That's, yo, bro, take away your religion and take away your bias, and let's have a straight up conversation on the evidence. He couldn't do it. He couldn't hold it in. He couldn't. You know, but let me get this question from Thunder. I know Thunder got a question. Go ahead, Thunder.
Thunder, funny guy, boy.
So to me, that was a really so I wanted to play the whole clip in its entirety, so I couldn't be accused of leaving something out. You got to hear Ngozi in his own words there. Now I'm going to play Abu's position on the matter, and then I'm going to talk on the whole thing. Shout out to Abu. I see him in the chat. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You know what it is. And for all who don't know, that means I can't ever go to like a place like Saudi Arabia and expect not to get in a fight. From what I just said. But yeah. Cue this up. There we go. I don't think I got the sound on that. One more. Do it right, TJ. Do it right, sir. There we go.
Greetings. Back in August, I made a brief video titled, what did Abu Khamr say about Dante Fortson's Y DNA? And the rhyme wasn't intentional. And as it was, that video was simply a compilation of things which I had said somewhat on the fly while appearing on different live shows. The presentation came out a bit sloppy. So for a while now, I felt like a bit more clarification might be needed, but I was unsure if I should make another video on the topic. Well, as luck would have it, however, the video was brought up last night on Berean's live show, which was a show titled Mormons and Israelites. The show was nearly 4 hours long, but actually it was nearly 5 hours long, if I recall correctly. But I caught it towards the end, roughly in the last half hour or so. Initially, I was offering comments in the live chat, but I wound up getting invited to join the discussion, to take part in the live discussion for a brief few minutes. And during that time, I attempted to clarify my understanding of the subject of Dante's Y chromosomal haplogroup. Unfortunately, however, after the live show went off the air, it quickly received a copyright strike, and it's apparently no longer available, at least not in the United States. But I managed to capture some key portions of the discussion, so I wanted to make this quick video to present a sort of boiled down version of what I said, and then, build upon it by providing a bit more information to support what I had said last night. So we're going to pick up at the point where the discussion turned to Dante's paternal haplogroup. To give some background, a panelist had offered some thoughts contrasting Dante with a person who has a haplogroup E1B1B. Dante responded to that. He was in the live chat, and he responded to that with a super chat, which read, quote, "According to Abu, I'm E1B1B. Check his channel," end quote. Now, when he said check my channel, he was referencing my video from last August. Of course, Dante's comment raises a legitimate question, which is, why should one agree with me? Like, surely he wasn't saying that people should just take my word for it. As I think we all would agree that, perhaps I could be mistaken in this regard. Hence why, for that reason, I thought it would be appropriate to make this video now to sort of provide the reasoning behind what was said. Now, for anyone interested, I'll provide links to my different sources in the video description. So with that, I'm going to play about 3.5 minutes of different clips from Berean's show, and then I'll attempt to elaborate. Here we go.
Read that. You see the screen? Go in Abu, E1B. Abu, jump on here. E1B1B.
Yeah.
Check your channel. Give me that. Put that link in here, Baru.
I would love to address it.
Go ahead. Yeah. Read Abu. Let me say Abu. Read the screen. Second exit. You. I don't know. G-Con driver. Read this screen. Is the Boo talking crazy or not right now on the screen?
It says Dante is closely related paternally to some Natufians. His haplogroup is E-L29, a subclad of E1B1B. That's correct.
Hey,
wait a minute.
West Central Africa.
The 16-second mark. Is it you sure you want the 16-second mark? All right, good. I don't know if he write the 16-second. 16-second. This is it right here, then, Abu. I'm going to hit you a messenger. All right, here. Hold on. Just hold on a second. Come on. Do me a favor. Just explain it right now. Just explain it right now for me. Oh, Dante is in there. Go ahead, Abu.
Forgive me. I won't be on long. I have to jump off very soon.
I'm going to.
But yeah, no, it wasn't. I myself am skeptical of a lot of the appeals to GEDmatch, but this was not based on GEDmatch. It was based on what he showed from 23andMe. And this isn't a general appeal to just like the E haplogroup like some people do. His haplogroup, according to 23andMe, is E-L29, and that's a subclade of E1B1B, and more specifically, it's a subclade of EM34. So, which is a more specific, it's something that was found amongst at least 2 of the Natufian samples. That's all. So it is fair to say that at least Dante, I'm not saying this about everybody, at least Dante is closely related, relatively closely related paternally to
the brown skin people. To the brown skin people.
Well, I don't know what they look like. They might have looked exactly like him, or maybe they look different. But as Second Exodus said, it's not so much an issue of morphology. It's a question of lineage. So I would also say, Dante is closely related perhaps to Albert Einstein, as well. So,
oh, hell.
I'm just saying. I can't stay on long, but I just wanted to clarify that since you gave me the opportunity.
All right. Thank you. All right, no matter of fact, hold on one second.
Because
Is that Hamite DNA, yes or no? Is that Hamite DNA, yes or no? Because
I don't look, I want to say this real clear. I don't accuse anyone of being a Hamite. I have no idea who Ham or Shem, what their haplogroup was. So I don't accuse anyone of being a Hamite. And I don't think you can determine that based on morphology. I mean, there could be Hamites who are quote unquote black, and there could be Hamites today who are quote unquote white in terms of their appearance. I don't accuse anyone of being a Hamite or a Semite or anything. I'm just saying that if we're going by paternal lineage, paternally he is more closely related to the Natufians than a lot of other people who might be in the chat today. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
I'd recommend his stuff. But putting all that aside, this wasn't an argument about E1E in general. It was more specifically Dante's haplogroup. Not everybody. Dante is E1B1B. It's a subclade of E1B1B and a subclade of EM34. So to be fair, if we're fair and honest, according to his 23andMe results, he's relatively closely related paternally to the Natufians. That's to some Natufians. That's all. And forgive me, I got to run. Okay, so now I'd like to elaborate on what I said on the show. To begin, when Berean was attempting to bring up a screen which appeared 16 seconds into my video, that was the timestamp for when Dante's haplogroup was shown. It was actually an excerpt from a video Dante himself had done last November in which he showed his 23andMe results. Now, to provide a bit of context for that, during Berean's show last night, there was some discussion on whether Dante's haplogroup was E1B1A or E1B1B, and whether or not the claim that he's E1B1B might be mistaken, or if it's based on perhaps a misunderstanding of a GEDmatch result or something else. So with that in mind, on your screen is the video which Dante did last November in which he showed his 23andMe results that I just mentioned. I'm going to play a very brief portion from just before the 1 hour mark when he shows his paternal haplogroup.
And then my paternal is going to be E-L29. We're going to talk about that.
Okay, so this is what Dante showed on his screen. This is the result he got from 23andMe. So his paternal haplogroup is E-L29. Now the question becomes, if one claims that that haplogroup is connected to E1B1B, on what grounds do they do so, right? Because as far as I can see, 23andMe didn't explicitly say that this is a subclade of E1B1B. So this is the entry for the Y chromosomal haplogroup EL795 on the website haplogroup.org. And again, I'll share a link in the video description. For now, I'm going to scroll down to the technical details for this haplogroup. Towards the bottom of the page, it lists the defining variants for this haplogroup. And notice that listed among them is EL29. So Dante having haplogroup EL29 entails him having a variant of EL795. Now, that's important because with some sources, when you try to look up EL29, you're going to be directed to EL795, as we'll see in a moment. So with that in mind, I'd like to now turn to the SNP or SNP tracker over at scaledinnovation.com. Now, this is a helpful online tool because it allows you to look at some of the history of different paternal and maternal haplogroups. Now, quick note, when you do a search for a paternal haplogroup, you want to make sure the gender symbol is set to male. If it were set to female, it would look like this, and that's what you would choose when searching for a maternal haplogroup. But in this video, we want to look up Dante's paternal haplogroup, so we set the gender symbol to male. And now I'm going to enter into the search Dante's haplogroup, E-L29. And once that's in, you can click go. And upon doing so, you'll notice that one of the tabs you can choose from reads SNPs or SNPs, which stands for single nucleotide polymorphisms. And when you click on that tab, it will give you the history of descent for the haplogroup you entered into the search, which in this case is 29. Now, when you scroll down, you'll find the relevant haplogroup that you searched for in the bottom row, right? This is giving the history of the haplogroup that you searched for. In this case, as EL29 is a variant of EL795, note that our search for EL29 gives us EL795 on the bottom row. And as I said in the discussion, Dante's haplogroup is a subclade of EM34. However, I should probably add a point of clarification. In the discussion, I said EM34 was found amongst some Natufian samples. But what I should have said is EM34 is itself a descendant or a subclade of EM35. And it was EM35 which has been found among certain Natufian samples. Now, with that in mind, notice that on the right, certain rows have a skull icon. If you see a skull icon on a given row, that means that there are known ancient samples which have that haplogroup. So let's focus on the skull icon for EM35, which again is haplogroup, or put another way, Dante's haplogroup descends from EM35. So let's click the skull icon for that haplogroup to look at some of the ancient samples which bear it. When you do so, you get this pop-up window providing a list of ancient samples. Now notice that the two oldest samples, dating to nearly 13,000 years ago, are from the Levant. These are among the Natufian samples. Now, as we X out of there, we can also note the skull icon for M215. That's the haplogroup E1B1B proper, from which EM35 descends. Now, when we click the skull icon and pull up the list of ancient samples for that haplogroup, note that for this haplogroup too, the oldest known sample is from the Levant. Now, interestingly, on the website haplotree.info, one can pull up a list. And once you have that list, you can compare that to the history of descent for Dante's haplogroup, which we just looked at. This correctly, it seems to be the case that although the oldest samples from Palestine, for which a paternal haplogroup has been proposed, although those samples differ from one another, it's nonetheless the case that every single one is upstream from Dante's haplogroup. Or to put that another way, Dante's haplogroup is a downstream subclade for any particular haplogroup found amongst Natufian samples. And this is apparently true no matter which sample one chooses. I imagine some might find that interesting. So with that, I'll close here with what I think is a quick disclaimer, a disclaimer that might be needed. I just want to state that I do not claim to know who today does or does not descend from Jacob, okay? Or any other biblical figure for that matter, such as Ham or Shem or Japhet. As I've said before, there is at least a decent probability that Dante might descend paternally from Jacob, but I'm not claiming it has been definitively proven that he actually does. But I would say that it cannot be ruled out as far as I can see. So it would be a mistake to say, no, I know for a fact that Dante doesn't descend from Jacob. That seems baseless, or at least if someone's going to say that, they need to provide a good reason for that. Another thing I should probably note is that in this video, I was referring to specifically Dante, not anyone else. So, not anyone outside of his particular haplogroup. Whatever the case, I do think that there's much more to be said. There's a lot more to be said, as this is honestly a complex subject. So with that, I'll close here by welcoming the comments and criticisms of others. Right? I look forward to all your comments. As always, God bless.
So that was Abu's position. And I don't think I got to explain that any more than what Abu already did. He's very meticulous on how he explains things. And when we talked, he specifically, and this was on air, he was saying that when he hears E1B1B, his mind immediately starts to go towards like East Africa. And I'm assuming, he didn't say this part, but I'm assuming he means Northeast and just like East Africa. And so real quick, I see a real interesting conversation popping off in the chat. I do believe that the StreamYard link is pinned in the chat. So Brother Yobetta, if you want to jump on and explain your position, if anyone else wants to jump on and hash that discussion out, like, more than welcome to do so. Boo, if you want to jump on and speak on anything, you're more than welcome to do so, etc. I'm sure you might be busy, etc. So if you are, no worries. Sister Shari and I know you said you got class, so I'm gonna extend the invitation, but at the same point in time, don't get your schooling caught up for YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But the link is pinned in the chat for anyone who wants to jump on. So now I'm gonna get into my position a little bit, right? Because I want to walk this out, and I want to show people's DNA. I want to compare and contrast, and I want to just really talk about this thing, right? Because one thing I like to talk about is the concept, like, and this is one thing I appreciate about with Abu, etc. too, is he talks about even scales and whatnot, right? And for people who are supposed to uphold the Torah and uphold the Bible and whatnot, the concept of even scales and just weights and measures is a very sound principle we have to abide by. And scholastically, I do my best to try to abide by that principle. And this is a situation to where I don't see Ngozi abiding by the same principle, and I'm gonna do my best to explain why. And I'm not taking a shot at Ngozi. Ngozi, hear me, brother. I'm not taking a shot at you, fam. This is to where if I'm scholastically incorrect, I would hope that my brethren inside outside the community let me know. Okay, this is where you're off, right? So this is just as a brother, right? This is not like an Israelite beef, like so. First of all, like we're both Muslims and whatnot, so we come from different sects and whatnot. But like again, this isn't a beef thing, fam. This is a I respect you on a scholastic level, and so I'm having a scholastic conversation with you, right? This is not a beef thing. There's no emotion. This is all information, fam. But I am realistically stipulating that as a brother, I am saying that I do think this is a situation where you may not be using even scales, right? And so I'm humbly suggesting that. I'm not accusing you of anything, right? And I'm also going to suggest a different way of looking, right? Based upon the information that I've looked at. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen yet again. So we already got into what Abu had to say about the situation. You know what? I don't got transitions on this. That's cool. No worries. My apologies to the fam. This helps my eyes out. I do stuff like this because I'm dyslexic and it helps me reset my eyes and whatnot. So I appreciate your patience. Back to the slideshow. That's what I'm talking about, fam. So again, your man Dante's E-L29. And as Abu just broke down very specifically, real thoroughly, the descent of E-L29, right? And so when when Ngozi was talking about E1B1B, you got to see here that this is a subclade of a subclade there, right? So I'm not talking specifically about E1B1B. And if I was, everything Ngozi was saying would be 100% relevant. Please understand that. If I was talking about E1B1B, everything he was saying would be relevant. So he may have thought that when I said EM84, that I meant to say EM34. So just to be clear, I want to give that disclaimer for Ngozi. He might have thought that I said I meant EM34, right? But again, I'm talking about a subclad of EM84, which is EL29. So this is Dante's DNA from 23andMe, right? So again, he's 90% sub-Saharan African, right? 90% sub-Saharan African, right? And he does come up 11.4% Congolese and Southeast African, right? Now you get 10% of that in Angolan Congolese or whatnot. But like I just showed you here earlier today, they're doing updates in terms and based upon ethnicity and saying like, okay, we think you have a high match here, high match there, whatnot. And so for Angola Congolese, they're matching people up with Shona and all that type of stuff, right? And so I mentioned that the Limba, like Cohen Hamidishe, in Zimbabwe speaks Shona, right? That's like they're amongst the Shona as well. You know what I'm saying? So also again, like from Mozambique to Angola is like that's a straight line through Africa. And so the Portuguese used to run all that. So people need to keep that in mind and whatnot. So one thing about 23andMe is that was my phone. Pardon me, family. Should have turned that off. So one thing about 23andMe is that it's real sensitive about North African DNA where it's not so much like that in other DNA tests. And when it comes to East African DNA, it's particularly sensitive. And that it won't give it'll knock your DNA somewhere else versus putting it there. And you'll put the same, you can take the same DNA test or you can upload your same raw data with other people, etc. Right? And you can see to where you'll get a different result. Like, so for instance, I don't Eritrean, Somalian, and Ethiopian in 23andMe. I do come up a small percentage of Egyptian, but I don't come up this other stuff, right? But I see that come up in other DNA tests, etc. Same thing with Sister Shari 9. Same thing with the brother Yukonon. But again, we see here that Dante is 90% sub-Saharan African. Make sure my mic is on. There we go. And so going forward, we see that he is 8.7% European, right? Of that, we see that he is 4.4% British and Irish. They're not rocking with EM34 or a subclade thereof. And then we see the French and German at 3.1%. Now, again, if we were talking about EM34 specifically, this is where Ngozi would have a very fantastic argument. Because, again, even in the 23andMe, when they show you that you're EM34, they'll show you Napoleon Bonaparte. And like, oh, this famous person that you're connected to, etc. You know what I'm saying? So I'm even assuming, I would assume even with Dante's DNA, when they showed him the E-L29, that they showed him the Napoleon Bonaparte. He might not have even seen that. You know what I'm saying? It might not be in his profile because he's a subclade, but I can tell you right now, my uncle who got EM34, they showed it was Napoleon Bonaparte or whatnot, right? But now check this out. So that's 3% DNA, and that's a significant chunk. That's not trace. That's enough DNA to where like Dante's haplogroup could have come from a European if he was EM34. But now this is where I'm talking about the equal scales, because again, I was talking to Ngozi about the fact that between me, Yehukanan, and Shari at night, we have 1.5 to 3.5% DNA from Somalia and from the Horn. So if 3% is enough to be significant to make somebody give somebody a European haplogroup, then it's also got to be the equal amounts. It's got to be just as significant to give somebody an East African haplogroup, right? Now, this is where I keep telling people like Dante and even the Tail twins, I would highly suggest that they take DNA tests with Family Tree DNA, and also with MyHeritage, because Family Tree and MyHeritage are more are better at putting North African DNA in North Africa and East African DNA in East Africa. They're better at differentiating. And particularly with Family Tree DNA, and this is where and I would love to hear Ngozi's take on this, because he's claiming like, okay, if he gets a hit in East Africa, it's the Bantu hit over there. Well, okay, wait. So again, for me, I specifically get the area is Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia. So you're talking about it's just the Bantu people in Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia? Again, it's also starting to look like people aren't familiar with other east to west migrations as well, and if they are, they're kind of downplaying them. And so the migration has got to get talked about as well eventually. And I would love to hash this out with Brother Ngozi in a very scholastic and in calm way. We can talk on Dagger Squad. We can talk on Debate Talk for You. We can bring on whoever you want. You know what I'm saying? We can have Garfield come on. We could have a Boo come on. We get all kind of people come on. You know what I'm saying? We have Israelites come on and have a calm conversation, because I would prefer to have it on Debate Talk for You, because there's no cussing on that channel, right? So we could have it to where like even the kids could hear. You know what I'm saying? I would like to have that conversation with Ngozi and try to understand this, right? Because this is where I don't see equal scales. And if that's making sense to you in the chat, throw me a 1 right quick, because I'm hoping that's making logical sense to more than just me. Yo, the chat. Yo, I love my chat. My chat is having like a dope conversation. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat, 100%. So going forward, this is Dante's Dope Cat African 9 in Jed match, right? So if he was European, or if he was getting this DNA from the European side, right? I would expect to see that showing up in his lower distances, in its population sources or whatnot, right? Like, so we're seeing here that we see a high Bantu connection to start off with the Congo, Bamoun. Then we move on to the Fang in the Kaaba, then the Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, the Brong, the Luya, the Mata, the Bantu Northeast, the Mandinka, right? The Fulani, the Bulala. Now this is where it gets interesting, right? Like, so you start looking at that the Fulani and jumping to the Mazai and whatnot. You see an east. You're seeing the east to west migration right there. Like, you find my DNA with the Fulani even in Sudan, right? So we're seeing like Fulani, Mazai, Morocco, South, Libya, Algeria, Yemen, and Shoza, right? So we're seeing this like when I see like the Fulani, the Mazai, the Morocco South, right? The Libya, Algeria, then the Yemen. I'm seeing this east to west migration that's very well known, that's happened. It's been well documented. And for Ngozi, we really got to talk about this one, fam, because like if you're Muslim, fam, like this migration is well documented in the Islamic sources, right? From Yemen, Ethiopia to North and West Africa, well documented in Islamic sources. From the Tariq al-Fatash and al-Sudan to Ibn Khaldun's work, etc., etc., etc. It was well documented. But we're seeing that as the distance and the numbers gets greater, that it looks like the east to west migration. And things like with the Fulani and whatnot, right? Like the Fulani, like they migrated from North Africa to West Africa, and from East Africa to West Africa. Like, so I'm looking at Dante's DNA, and I'm seeing a migration that looks like, so either he migrated from East to West Africa, or he has a paternal descent from East Africa that got dropped off in the middle of a bunch of West Africans. One of the two. Now, this is significant because when talking to people like Cohen Hamadishe and even Tudor Parfit, we were able to confirm that there were two migrations out of Senna in Yemen going into Africa. At the very least, two migrations, one from a flood and one from a drought. And so we know one went to Southeast Africa, but another one could have went the central trade route, the same way that the Himyarites did when they went to Timbuktu, etc. So we do know that there's E1B1B in West Africa, in places like Timbuktu, etc. But we don't have enough. We don't have a big enough population size in the reference panels to be able to determine if this E-L29 is in West Africa right now. But we do know that it's in East Africa, and I'll show that here in a minute. But again, here's what we don't see. We don't see European popping up here in the Dokat Africa now, right? And again, Dokat was actually made by a European man. This is the World 9. So he actually gets numbers here in Africa that are lower than his Lemba numbers, right? But we see that it has to do with a lot of East African stuff. And even at the base of it, again, going down to more like, again, either a migration pattern or origin over time, right? We see that the farther down we're going, we're seeing, like, again, we're getting Kenya, Somalia, we get the Dominican, Ethiopians, and Ethiopian Jews. So Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopians, Ethiopian Jews. Now, again, his DNA is in these areas, amongst these people. It just is what it is. Specifically, the E-L29, the subclade of EM84, subclade of EM34, subclade of EM215, etc. Right? And again, we're not seeing a whole bunch of European stuff here. Now, he's almost 9% European. Where's that? It's like it's playing hide and go seek right now. So going forward, now this is my DNA, right? 46% sub-Saharan African, right? Now they're showing in my recent video, I just showed that where my Nigerian is showing high matches for Yoruba and for Igbo. Shout out to the Yoruba and Igbo fan. My European, again, Southern European, mostly Spanish and Portuguese, etc. Native American, 14.2%, East Asian and Indigenous American, etc. Western Asian, 0.5%, Egyptian, etc. 0.6% unassigned. This is my map. Now this is me in Delcat World 9, right? Now, I come up closer with Somali, Kenyan, Ethiopian Jews and all kind of things, but you still see the things on there, right? And you see when I get farther down on my joint, I still get I get the Yemen and whatnot, Egypt, all them types of things, right? Now, do I get the Bantu? Yeah, all day. Do I deny it? No. I'm saying I'm looking at all of this though, right? Now, for me in particular, I get Somali again in Kenya and Ethiopian Jews higher than most people do in West African descent, right? But again, that's why we got to look at them things, because I'm not the only one pulling up like this. I'm not the only one. Is everyone? No. Are there people who do? Yes. And for the ones that do, we got to slow it down. Let me go to Africa 9 right quick, right? Now, this is me. You saw that I have, again, 38% European DNA, right? Oh, at least with 23andMe. It's not like that with every other group, right? But now, again, this is me in Africa 9. Now, again, my paternal grandfather, North African by way of Spain, Mexico, New Mexico, etc., right? We claim like North African Jewish, etc. You know what I'm saying? Again, they have a heavy mix of Native American, etc. But this is what their DNA looks like through me, right? This is how my DNA looks different than so. If Dante was EM34, I would expect to see Moroccan Jew. I would expect to see North African Jew, etc. That's not in his African 9. As a matter of fact, he had no Jew in his African 9. I had to go to his World 9, and it pulled up Ethiopian Jew. Now, if it's the European source, there's no way it's not pulling up Moroccan Jew, North African Jew in this thing, man. There's no way. And to further confirm this, right? Here's Abu's Docat African 9, right? Abu broke down that he's Moroccan, he's Filipino, and that his mother's Western European of some sort, right? And so again, his DNA looks very similar to my uncle's DNA and my mother's DNA, which I'm going to show my mother's here in comparison to his in a second, right? But again, with him, North African and European and whatnot, right? Where we're seeing where we would see the EM34. I promise you, if I was to look in his DNA, like his DNA relatives, he's related to people who are EM34. Abu, I promise you he is. But again, we're seeing Moroccan Jew, North African Jew, Yemenite Jew at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? And I told him I bet him if we showed all like the rest of the 5 that Ethiopian Jew pops up, because it does for my mother, my uncle, right? Again, now his DNA even shows like an east to west migration, right? But how is it different than Dante's east to west migration? Well, Dante doesn't show anything in North Africa like that. Well, anything that's significant, like with North African Jews, Moroccan Jews, etc. We're not seeing that. We're only seeing Ethiopian Jews in this thing, and we're seeing Somali whatnot, right? We're not seeing Abu pull up Somali. Now, this is in comparison with the Buddha, my mom, right? Again, my mom, first thing she pulls up is Moroccan Jewish, right? North African Jewish, 4. We're seeing Yemen. We're seeing Jordan. We're seeing the Druze, right? We're seeing the Bedouins. We're seeing the Yemenite Jews, Ethiopian Jews in Ethiopia, right? So my mom's showing the east to west migration. Now, for me, I actually think that I actually get my East African DNA in terms of in terms of the Somali, Eritrean, Ethiopian, I think I get that from my mother's DNA, because my uncle and her both pull up at least 3% Middle Eastern or whatnot, and the DNA test that shows that I'm East African like that shows me being in the Horn at the same percentage I would be if you halved my uncle and my mother's Middle Eastern DNA. And that same DNA test took their Spanish DNA and kicked it all into North Africa for me. So instead of being any type of Iberian, it made me 24% North African. So when I look at that, I'm like, oh yeah, that really strongly looks like I get my East African from my mother, whose people migrated east to west and went to North Africa and whatnot, and went to Spain, etc. Now my grandfather, again, he's EM34. You find that in the Levant, and you find that in Ethiopia, that like in Yemen or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? In two heavy pockets. Now, because you find it there in two heavy pockets, that's exactly why it's very plausible that E-L29 that Dante carries is a subclade of that pocket there. And again, he doesn't have Greek DNA. Like I can find E-L29 amongst the Greeks, and I'm not really I'm not really finding it amongst the French and the German like that. I'm not finding it like that, fam. So this is me in comparison to my uncle, right? So you're seeing I'm 38% European, he's 70.4, 14% East Asian and Indigenous American, he's 22%. Now this is what's interesting. This is why I'm saying that 23andMe is very particular with its North African and Western Asian DNA and East African DNA and whatnot, right? And so long story short, there's a reason why you want to be able to test, like you want your DNA to go to different DNA companies or whatnot, right? Because because different ones specify different things, they focus on different areas. It is good to get a broad scope on what your stuff looks like. So obviously, if my uncle and my mother are 4.8% West Asian, North African, I should be somewhere like 2 point something, right? Being 0.5 doesn't quite look right. Don't quite look right mathematically, right? So that's again, that's why I talk about that. But you can see where we have the same mitochondrial DNA, A2G, which is a Native American one. And you can see we both have E haplogroups, but I'm E-L94, which is a subclade of EM33. And he's specifically EM34, not E-L29. He's specifically EM34. That makes total sense, considering his European DNA. Now he also has in his trace DNA, he actually has East African DNA, my uncle. Along, so he has a total of 1% African DNA in a sub-Saharan African DNA in 23andMe. The 0.8 is it's Ghanaian, Sierra Leonean, and Liberian, and then the other 0.2% is Southeast African, right? Now, if I'm looking at it that way, and I get into also the Middle Eastern, all that kind of stuff, and I add that all together, right? That really looks like it could be an east to west migration. Hold on real quick, family. I got someone knocking on my door right quick. Let me play a quick tune for y'all, and I will be right back.
The ripple effect, when we do not give our temple the proper respect. I'm talking total neglect. It's sufficient fun, but you still wrote them a check. I'm not holding my breath. I'm rapping like I am the only one here. I don't have nowhere to feel. They know I'm a threat.
All right, I'm back, fam. Sorry about that. So again, what we can see here is again, what I'm saying is that, like, so if Dante was EM34, that argument would be 100% correct about, like, yeah, he could very well have gotten that from someone who was European, and he's 3% German and French, which would make that very possible, right? Again, Napoleon Bonaparte being French, having EM34, etc., right? But again, like, so my mother's people show an east to west and North African migration or whatnot, right? Dante's people could have come from East Africa through Central Africa to West Africa and whatnot. To like Timbuktu and all them kind of things. You see the Mandinka, you see the Yoruba, you see all Fulani, you see a lot of stuff in his DNA where you can see that happening with that, right? And then to where like it's possible that they could have married into people who were in West Africa. And you see the DNA just getting outnumbered over time and whatnot, right, in the population. Or it's an East African origin and it's in the slave trade and it winds up in a West African population amongst the slaves and gets there's just a repopulating amongst West Africans amongst the slaves here. One of the two scenarios. Otherwise, you got to show me the people that he's connected to genetically who are European that have the E129. But going forward, again, this is Dante's the E129, right? Again, it's a subclade of EM84, and please understand, you find this all over the place in Yemen. You even find it in Oman, fam, right? So, you find it in the Levant, etc. And yes, you do find it in East Africa. I'm about to show you some anecdotal evidence, but the same. Well, it's not anecdotal, right? Is it 100% empirical? No, right? But it's better than none, right? So this part is anecdotal, right? This is someone who's saying they're E129, but that they're Ethiopian, 98% Ethiopian, and that their maternal haplogroup is L3, right? And so this is from a Reddit post. So the full link is at the top of the page. If you want to type it in, you can go check it out. There is a picture here that shows my man's his actual DNA and what it looks like in 23andMe. So we got that here. It's shown that he is 98.9% sub-Saharan African, of which they're making my man 90% Ethiopian, Eritrean, etc. Again, he's EL29 is what he's saying. EL29 is what he's saying, and L3 at that. Going further, this is linked below. This is Somalian people going through their 23andMe and making up their own charts based upon their family members, fam. This is their own family members, right? And they're doing their best to weed out the non-Somali people, right? And so look at this. This is a fantastic sample size. 117 people. 117 people. And just like my man said, right? EV32. This is what it goes to. He's like, yeah, people from Somalia, mostly EV32. Yeah. 76 out of the 117 are EV32. But check this out. 3 of them are EL29. 3 of them are EL29. So it's there, right? Is it there in a super high population? No. But it's not the biggest population in the world, period, fam. You're not going to find EL29 in a super high density anywhere. Anywhere. It's not going to be like the dominant population anywhere, fam. But is it there? Yes. 100%. Now here's another Somali homie, fam. Like another dude doing the same thing, right? Taking the 23andMe relatives, doing the same thing. Linked them up, doing the same thing. Mass numbers. Again, we're talking huge numbers. This is a great sample size, right? And this person even lists the non-Somali people, right? And check this out. We got a definite Somali person who's EL29. Is the majority of the population EV32? Yes. Are there EL29 there? Yes, there are. Yes, there are. This is that same test, right? And they're showing you here. Like, again, EV32 is 63% of my man's family. 63%, right? 26% of my man's family are T. And then 5% are some other form of E1B1B, which includes the EL29. And non-Somali haplogroups were 4% of my man's family. Now, this is Somalian people testing their family out, right? We got 142 people in this test. 142 people. We got over 250 Somalis in between two of these tests, man. And 4 EL29s, right? Is that the hugest number? No, but it's there, fam. And we're pulling up, again, people who have 3.5% Somali DNA. This is significant. Just as significant as it would, again, that 3.1% French and German DNA that could have made the EM34 potential possible if Dante, in fact, had specifically EM34. But we're seeing he has the subclad of the subclad. The subclad of the subclad. Again, we're also seeing the concept of Billy Simons, right? First recorded Jew of African descent in the United States was Billy Simons in the 1850s, a scholar in both Hebrew and Arabic. Born in Madagascar in 1780 and reportedly from a Jewish African tribe, right? So this right here is pointing towards that East African trade route, slave trade route. Again, because we have 542,000 slaves being taken from the ports of Madagascar and from Mozambique, mostly Mozambique. And again, we have people who are Semitic speakers who are taken as slaves from this slave route, which points to, again, Ngozi talking about there weren't any Semitic speakers taken, right? We already have precedents for that, right? So now, to Garfield's point, we have genetic precedents for this now. Where's this EL29 coming from for Dante? So we got Billy Simons coming from Madagascar, right? Cohen Hamadisha is saying we had Lembo and the slave ships coming to the Americas, right? And these are the Comorians, right? I was just saying that the Teo twins need to go retest their DNA with family tree and with other people to go make sure. Like, so I heard them say that the G2A4. I don't know that the G2A4. I know the G2A, and I know the Comorians carry G2A, right? They could be G2A4. It's very possible. They're 20+% European. But at the same point in time, they also carry East African stuff as well. So it's very possible that they could also represent somebody who came through the East African slave trade like the Comorians and whatnot, which is right there in between Mozambique and Madagascar, the Comoro Islands and whatnot. So we really do need to look at this East African concept. I'm not going to be someone who says is every, like, so again, I've never stipulated that I believe that all African descent people in America are Israelites or Hebrew. I don't make that claim. I've never said that. In fact, I've been on record saying I think at max you're going to find like 30% at max that can claim some form of a Hebrew descent, not just Israelite. 30, maybe 40% maximum. But I really stress maybe 30%, right? That's just me. And of that, a smaller percentage, I'm saying, has an East African connection. In terms of directly coming from a slave port. And we have evidence for this potentiality being walked out. Very plausibly. Very plausibly. Very plausibly. And what's interesting is whether the people who have connection from East Africa or West Africa, it seems that, like Uncle Billy Simons, there's a connection to both Arabic and Hebrew, which I'm going to touch on in a whole nother video. But either from Madagascar or from West Africa, like in southern Nigeria, like where my DNA comes from, 28% of it, right? Like that source from Dante. That's confirmed by God, that they spoke a mixture of Maghrebi Arabic, Hebrew, and Patois. So whether in East Africa or West Africa, there was this use of Hebrew and Arabic. And we also, again, we see that there was this heavy slave route that went straight to Haiti right off rip. That when the French got in late, you know what I'm saying, in East Africa, whatnot, you know what I'm saying. But when they got in, they went into and sent their people to Haiti, whatnot. And then the Portuguese got in heavy. The Portuguese got in super heavy. But before the Portuguese, there was the French sending people to Haiti, etc. And again, there was also some American ships that came straight to the eastern parts of America, etc. But we see the Comoros Islands, we see Mozambique and Madagascar. 542,000 slaves came from over here. 542,000 slaves, over 500,000 people, fam. This is why there's a large chunk of us that have, or a decent chunk, a noticeable chunk that have a good sizable portion of East African DNA in Southeastern Bantu, and also DNA from the Horn. And so we also see from our own scholars, right? Melissa Cooper, in her book Making Gullah. Again, she was in the PBS documentary. She's from Rutgers and whatnot, right? In her book Making Gullah: A History of Sapelo Islanders' Race and the American Imagination, we see that there were people taken from Haiti after the slave revolt in Haiti and taken to Sapelo Island in Georgia. It says here, from the first group of Africans brought to the island by Patrick McKay in 1762 and those who slaved for John McQueen, to Africans brought to the island in 1791 by the well-seeking partners of the French Sapelo Company, from the hundreds of blacks enslaved by famed cotton planter Thomas Spalding to the Africans who came to the island as property of ship captain and slaver Edward Swarbeck, and those brought from Saint Domingo, i.e. Haiti, by their master John Montalet in the wake of the Haitian Revolution in 1805. All right, and so again, Sapelo is not the only place they were taken. Right, they were taken to Mississippi, Louisiana, all the kind of things as well. Right, again, where you're going to find French people. Right, where are you going to find French people? So Dante having 3% French DNA, right? But also not having EM34, but having the E-L29, it really looks like, wow, he could potentially be connected to somebody from that maybe potentially Haitian connection, etc. It's very possible. Very possible. If Dante looks into his history, whatnot, you know what I'm saying, and finds out where his people come from in North America, whatnot, I promise you, they're either gonna be somewhere around again, the slave ports of Charleston. So you're gonna either in the Carolinas or Georgia, or like Louisiana, Mississippi area. You know what I'm saying? Promise you, bet money. And if that's the case, we really got to look at this, fam, because Dante could really be like a modern day paternal descendant of an East African caught up in the slave trade. Now, sincere question for Ngozi. If 542,000 slaves were taken from the slave ports of Mozambique and Madagascar, on what basis do you exclude Semitic-speaking Africans from the Horn of Africa, etc., from being on slave ships that come to America, or that came to America? On what basis? I understand that's your opinion, but based upon what? I would love to have that clarified. Again, I'm not beefing with you. I like to understand people's opinions and whatnot, right? And this is also, I would like to have the conversation on Debate Talk for you. So A, so there's no beef, but B, it's I'm obligated as a host over there to be able to hash out the convo, let you speak your piece. You know what I'm saying? Make sure your side is understood, right? I'm all about that. Getting people's understandings understood. You know what I'm saying? Next sincere question. If there is historical evidence for slaves being taken from Mozambique / Madagascar, or that route, taken from that route, who were scholars of Hebrew and Arabic, i.e. Semitic languages, on what basis do you rule out Semitic speaking slaves from the East African slave route? If we have proof that we have people that came from Madagascar speaking Hebrew and Arabic, how do you now, at that juncture, how do you not open it up and oh, okay, we really got to look at this now? Now we got a lot of proof of we got the 542,000 slaves that came from over there. We got at least one that's documented claiming being Israelites dealing with Arabic and Hebrew and whatnot. And now we got modern people who potentially got DNA that comes from over there. And we even know that the Lemba, right, are like, they got 13 haplogroups, right? One of them's EM35. And I'll you know, let me wait on that one. Because I'm gonna do it right now. This is a point of agreement that Garfield and I had, right? That I spoke about earlier. That if people are claiming descent from the Lemba, etc., then it should prove out in their Y DNA and mtDNA, right? Their maternal DNA, right? If you're claiming specific descent, paternal or maternal descent, right? Not just genetic connection, but descent from, right? The Lemba carries 3 different E markers: EM2, EM40, and EM35. Now, these were all tested using a 6 STR, or short tandem repeat process and method, right? Now, with the 6 short tandem repeats, we don't know if the Lemba are specifically EM35 or if they're a subclade of EM35. They would specifically need to be tested at a higher STR count for and their E markers looked at. They were tested at higher counts, but no one was looking at the E marker. They were just looking at the J. So the E markers weren't even reported as to what they came out as. So it's 100% possible that, like Abu was showing in his breakdown of of the E1B1B, it's 100% possible that that Dante could descend from somebody who has the same kind of E marker that someone in the Lemba had. It's very possible. And again, Dante may be legit proof, modern proof of the East African transatlantic slave trade. Again, he might be legit modern proof of the East African transatlantic slave trade. That's a big deal for him. And again, that's something I agree with Garfield on. This needs to be proven out with DNA, not just the autosomal stuff, though, right? When you're talking about descent and whatnot, autosomal is cool for certain things, but we're talking about descent. Even with migrations, it helps with this stuff, right? We got to use the Y-DNA and mtDNA for this to get really specific with things. Autosomal is good for certain things, but it's not helpful in the conversations like this, right? This is where we really do need the haplogroup DNA to hash out certain things. Let me see. Do I got more on this joint? No, that's it. That is it for the moment, fam. Oh boy. Oh, it's all kind of stuff popping off in the chat. I'm going to play one more video, fam. And this is going to illustrate a reason why we should slow down. Now, Ngozi, this is not me taking a shot. Understand this. This is not me taking a shot. This is an instance to where good people, good, smart, honest people got it wrong, right? So there was a video of my good brother Anonymous Hebrew going on the Dagger Squad to talk to Ngozi and to talk to Garfield about DNA, right? Because it was sounding like we were Garfield was trying to talk about us being pigeonholed into West Africa, right? That there was no east to west migrations, et cetera, whatnot. And eventually, Ngozi was agreeing that we were a mixed people in West Africa, right? But a part of the conversation that came up was the fact that Anonymous Hebrew is EM180. He has a different specific form of E than some people in West Africa. Like, so again, I'm not saying that it's not like related to the EM2, etc., or the E1B1A. I'm saying that it's a little bit different, right? And so you'll see it's where Garfield and Ngozi were both trying to tell him that he couldn't be EM180, and that he needed to go look more clearly as to what was going on. And so it really came out that, like, when you looked at it, he was EM180. And so, like, Ngozi had to humble. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what it is. Garfield had to humble. Okay, that's what it is. And they were both emphatically saying that he could not be. It was not possible, right? So we've already had this situation happen before, to where like emphatic claims are being made about someone's DNA, but it's just an opinion. It's not empirical. It's not being proven by anything, right? And when asked to prove the situation, they had to admit that they were incorrect on it, right? Now, again, I'm not taking a shot. Please understand, it goes. I'm not taking a shot. This is to show why we need to slow the conversation down. But with that, let me share my screen one more again. Yeah, man. Let me move my joint out right quick.
All right, Anonymous Hebrew, what's popping, bro?
Yo, peace, man, peace.
Sonny, you could drop off because me and brother gonna build, man. We're gonna be like two brothers right now. All right,
we're just gonna build, like, you know.
All right, cool. All right, let me ask you this. Are you introduce yourself, by the way?
Yo, peace. You know what I'm saying? Everybody call me the Anonymous Hebrew. I guess
why they call you that? Or you made yourself that? Self-proclaimed anonymous.
Pretty much everybody gave me that because I kind of keep to myself. You know,
okay.
I kind of try to stay out of all the nonsense, but you know, I can't front. I've been in some before, but I try my best to stay out of it and I keep to myself. But I do proclaim to be an Israelite. We can get into that if you want. But
all right, do you claim to be Israelite by nationality or by faith?
Now, both. Now, my genetics are a little different from some of the other brothers. You know, I actually do have DNA that goes back to and connects to these. Like, you know, I've done the actual genetic research.
Who you did the test with?
I've done multiple. So I've done Ancestry. I've done 23andMe.
Okay.
I lined everything.
All right. So now, what does your 23andMe say?
So my 23andMe looks a lot like a lot of us in the slave trade, with the exception of I do have connection to the Levant.
Okay. How do you have connection to the Levant?
So my oldest form, so you get your trace DNA, and then you get, so with 23andMe especially, you get the you get a pattern, right? So how many? So I see your 23andMe up there. So like yours, mine's start in West Africa, and then it works its way back. And so unfortunately, with 23andMe, a lot of times what we see happening, we get the broad spectrum, but then when I get to like a JED match situation and we're trying to narrow down the tribes, I have a high amount of what we would call Yemenite Jew and Ethiopian Jew, and the same thing we see in my 23andMe. My trace DNA goes directly to the Levant. It doesn't go anywhere else.
All right. So let me ask you this. This is my 23andMe. Let me show the audience, right? This is my ancestral composition, right? Now it says paternal here. This is my paternal, right? Now, what does your paternal say? Right here. What does it say right here?
Mine would be EM180, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's not gonna say EM180. Well, go ahead, take your time and find it. We need to talk about it.
You say mine does not say EM180.
No, it's not gonna say EM180. Yeah, it's not gonna say that.
What would it say?
Because EM180 is right here. It wouldn't say that.
Gotcha. Okay, you talking about
you understand? Okay. So it wouldn't. See me now. I'm EM182, but it's EM263.2, which is I'm closer to. So this is something from 10,000 years ago, showing that I'm connected to someone from 10,000 years ago with this E marker. So yours, you're gonna say EM180, but it wouldn't say EM180 right here at the beginning. So my paternal haplogroup is EM263.2. As our ancestors ventured out of East Africa, they branched off in different groups. They crossed and recrossed the globe over tens of thousands of years ago. All right. Yeah. So now, if you are EM180, just to let you know, just based on that alone, you're not connected to the Levant.
Never. You say never.
All right. No, I'm just saying you're not connected to the Levant if you're EM180. You're not.
So you're saying I never...
because I'm gonna tell you why. Because before EM180 is EM96. So you see the time? 73,000 years ago. So even if you are connected to DE, right? DE goes all the way back to A, which is the oldest one. Now,
so
I'm saying to you is...
Before you go any further, you see EM96, and that has a migration pattern into the Levant based on the map.
Right, but listen to what I'm saying though.
Whoa, hold on. I'm gonna listen, but
okay. Go ahead.
I just want to be educated. You know what I'm saying? Like, treat me like I'm a babe at this point.
No, we both learners. We both students of this.
Right.
Go ahead. Make your point.
So with EM96, and we see that clear cut trace to the Levant region.
EM96 right here.
Right.
I like that. See right there. Like I pressed on it so that people could see it. EM96 goes into the Levant. But listen to this though. Remember, we deal with the out of Africa theory, right? So the out of Africa theory, of course, people got to go into the Levant because that's one of the ways out of Africa. So it's automatic. And at that time, it's not called the Levant. There's no such thing as the Levant. So now, people can go.
We changing though.
No.
What we call it.
No. This is what I'm saying. 73,000 years ago, there's no thoughts of a Hebrew or anything.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Bill. I want to hear you.
No, so here's my only point. Like, so as it pertains to really narrowing down genetics to this nature,
it's some good news.
The conversation that we need to have is population groups and things like this. Like, where are we getting our samples from? Where are we getting the sample sizes from? Like, how are we?
Can I get the good news?
I'm gonna let the brother finish his combo because I don't want to have to repeat it.
All right, hold on a second, family. Hold on a second.
And so that's always my only conversation is how do we determine migration patterns in terms of today, right? So if my DNA shows an influx of, okay, I ended up in West Africa, but I clearly see migration patterns from East Africa and from what we would consider Moorish territory. And, you know, I have all of these traces and connections to a Yemenite Jew or an Ethiopian Jew or all of these various sects of Jews. Why am I now to throw that away, right? Like, why do I see a genetic connection to the people who we would consider to be, quote unquote, like we said, Ethiopian Jew? Why is that null and void? I think that's what some of us are asking. I can't speak for everybody's DNA. I don't know what they look like. I'm speaking for mine at this point. Mine has connections even to what we would call Ashkenazi Jew. I even see connections to them.
Let me say this. I see what you're saying. What the brother is saying is something that Tamika brought up the other day, that we shouldn't avoid being who we are. Now, the issue here is this for me. EM96 is not a concern of mine.
Gotcha.
Because that's a haplotype or haplogroup by itself.
Gotcha.
EM180 is not even a concern of mine. My concern is, for the last 400 generations, what has been my paternal haplogroup?
Gotcha.
1,000 years, which is something that we could talk about, which we can't even fathom because a human being can't even live to be 100. So on a regular basis. So thinking about 10,000 years is even crazy. But the same haplogroup that I carry on my paternal side is the same haplogroup that was around 10,000 years ago in West Africa. And the problem is this EM2 right here is its own separate haplogroup, which most African Americans and people in the Caribbean carry. So this is who I am. All right. My paternal line is E, totally E. Now, E traces back to DE, which goes back to 76,000 years ago. I'm not interested in that. Because, hold on. You see,
no, I hear you. I just want to have a quick conversation, though.
Yeah, look at this on the screen. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit so people at home could see this. And what we got to look at with the EM96, we got to look at this right here. This EM96, you're talking about 73,000 years ago.
Gotcha.
We don't need to consider that. What happened is this branch of E went westward. When it went westward, it had a branch off that went to further down the south, and some went down to the central part of Africa. This part here in West Africa now, it mutated at this point. So it's a whole different human being right here. And by the way, too, and let me say this: if you don't believe in evolution, technically we shouldn't be talking about DNA, because DNA. I know that's what I'm saying. DNA is proof of evolution.
Got you.
All right.
Watch the form of mutation, right? Especially when you're dealing with a Y haplotype. That's how you get a form of mutation, right?
My brother. EM96 mutated in West Africa. So these people have been here the whole time. They've been in West Africa. So this marker here has nothing to do with the people who eventually ended up in the Levant. These people now, there's a whole different marker that comes after. You have the E, F, G, H, I, J markers. Those J markers entered around 30,000 years ago. And those people mutated, because remember, when you mutate to a different and become, it has to do with the environment you're in and where you're located. These people adapted to that region and they developed that marker. We are not that anymore. We have nothing to do with that. We come out of the E branch. If you want to say everybody comes from A and we all one human family, fine. But remember, the people who have the J marker is not us. Is not us at all. Now you, on your female side, and I'm just assuming, by the way, and you could correct me. I don't want to step over my boundary. I want you to look at this. Look at this right here. Look at the maternal root right now. Look at Garfield. This is my maternal. I'm L3AE3B1, right? Look at Garfield and where he went. Look at everywhere I went. I went to further down to where I was in Ethiopia. I was right here. I went up to where Egypt is, to where the Levant. I went to Yemen, exactly where you said a while ago, Garfield, I'm connected. But this is the maternal side. Nobody's disputing that. But look at this though. L3 went to the west. But we
I just want to point out that you're dominating the conversation. So I'm letting
you. Oh, okay. No. I wanted to point out something that you said earlier. Well, go ahead. If you want to talk, go ahead.
Okay, so let's just have a brief conversation. So, and if you could please, briefly, is it your contention then that everybody that is currently in West Africa, all these tribes that we see, that they've been there for let's just say 10,000 years? There hasn't been any migration or any type of influx of other people from the Levant in that area for the last 10,000 years. Is that your assertion?
My assertion.
That's a yes or no.
No. You can't. Don't box me that yes or no. What I will say is, let me give you a 30-second answer. If you look at my L3 marker, right, parts of L3 went to the west, right? The females on the female side. If you look at this right here, L3E is the marker that I come from, right? Now, if you look at this, it says African Americans, about 1/3 of Brazilians whose maternal lineage is traced back to Africa in the slave trading era, an indication that their ancestors may have originated in Angola rather than the more common slave trading centers of the African West Coast. But look at this though, Garfield. 2,500 years ago, you became a part of a whole different maternal group that traces back 2,500 years ago. This goes back to generations showing that if the people from the Levant came from there or within my system, traveled wherever, it could tell you exactly where you came from and the time period, because there's something called the molecular clock. So this marker here, L3, of course is connected to a lot of people because everybody's L in the world. Every female is L, but which part of the L am I and what time period? It shows exactly where I came from.
Right. So I just want to point out.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on.
Come on, bro. Like, I mean, if you want to teach, I can fall off and let you teach or dialogue.
Beloved, hold on.
But you're monologuing, fam. God, thank you. Appreciate it. So here's my concern.
Okay, let me see. Can I say one last thing, bro? On my own show. Can I say one last thing?
It is your show. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you got it.
The one last thing is, if there's migration of the people from the Levant, you would see it in the African DNA today. And it's not.
Okay, so I just want to come back to my original assertion, or my original question, and I'm sorry, I don't think you answered it. Like, my question was, are we saying that everybody that is in West Africa has been there for 10,000 years? And according to their oral traditions of many different tribes, that's not the case, right? Even according to when we break down our genetic breakdown, meaning why am I connected to Yemen? Why am I connected to Spain? Why would I be connected to all of these other areas, to East Africa, if my DNA has only been there for the last 10,000 years? Because if that's the case, I wouldn't see any genetic markers to other people who are spread out throughout the different parts of Africa, right? So that's the first conversation, right? Then the second conversation becomes, why would somebody like me, who has connection to different parts of Africa, look different from somebody who does have DNA that is specifically slated and been in West Africa the entire time, right? These become the concerns. I'm not saying right, wrong, and different, but I do find it kind of funny that when we're having the conversation, I can't get an answer as to if my DNA is only in West Africa, meaning according to your knowledge or what you're saying, because this DNA does not track back 10,000 years. I mean, we agree with that, right? Because they're getting the DNA from sourcing of population groups that they're collecting in all of these various regions. Okay. We do understand that, correct? So if they're getting, hold on one second. This is my hold on one second. This is my DNA, right? So am I not allowed to finish? Hold on, brother. I'm taking long. You taking forever too. Bro, I talk for less than a minute. You talk for. Go ahead, bro. Continue, bro. Continue. Appreciate you. Right. So, and I'm be honest. Like, I came on to talk to you about the Exodus. That's what I said. We're gonna talk about that now. But we could play with the DNA because I dealt with it. So once again, my concern is this: like how you're scrolling through your DNA. If your assertion, once again, is that everybody only lives in West Africa and that's the only place where our DNA comes from, because that's what it sounds like you're saying, then we can't have connection to anywhere else. The reason we have connection to other places is because there's a migratory pattern that we all have to follow with our DNA, with our genetics. As it pertains to migration, we see some of us coming and stemming from East Africa. Like, my DNA shows a strong, heavy influence, the further back we go, to East Africa. And thus then these people migrate into West Africa. These are even the oral traditions, which I hope you wouldn't be brazen enough to throw away, the oral traditions of various tribes in all of these areas that are saying, we migrated here from the Levant, or we migrated here from East Africa after migrating from the Levant. Right? And I've heard you have these conversations with people. There is a migration pattern of how various tribes end up in West Africa. That's all I'm saying. Right? And if we want to pretend as though that doesn't happen, then that's fine. Of course, I'm going to be 80 to 85% West African. That's my most recent genetic DNA makeup. What we're talking about is, as we trace further back in the migration pattern, all of us are going to have various genetic makeups. And when that happens, we need to address the connections of those various tribes. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree with everything that you just said. I'm going to tell you. First of all, I never said every part of you come from West Africa. That is impossible. What it does tell you, your marker, the haplogroup you're from, in recent history, can trace your genetics. So for the last 10,000 years, you said they can't do it, right? You said they can't do that, right? You just said it. You said that they can't go over 10,000 years. So
I'm saying, what I said was, hold on, if you're going to quote me correctly. When they're taking genetics, hold on, bro. This is why people do shows on you. Hold on, I come in peace. I'm not coming here to fight. I'm telling you that when they're pulling this, all right, bro, you got it. Go ahead and shake my statement for me, because that's what you want to do. So go ahead, got it, bro.
You're chipping out. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're chipping out. Go ahead, continue.
I'm not even tripping. So what I'm saying is, as we deal with genetic makeup,
your voice is chipping out.
Oh, bad, got you. I'm sorry. Am I clearer now? Am I clear?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, bad. All I'm saying is, as we deal with genetics, they are pulling sample sizes from a current group of people that reside in these areas. You do understand that. So as we're pulling sample sizes from current DNA from people that reside in this area, then we have to address, number one, what those people are saying of how they got there. But number two, we can't say, oh, this is a 10,000-year-old genetic marker or whatever the case may be, when these people don't have a 10,000-year understanding of where they come from. What they do have is traditions and oral traditions of where they come from. So if you're telling me that genetics from people who are snatching sample sizes from people who have ended up in an area, if you're telling me that that is the end-all be-all, then I do have a pushback, right? Because the concept of genetic migration or migration pattern has to be addressed and established, and I don't hear that as it pertains to us reframing the African migration. I don't hear that from us as a people a lot of times. We're not addressing migration patterns. We're just saying, oh, well, you're here, so you're West African. None of us are denying that. But
I think I don't know if you're being disingenuous on purposely, but watch this. If you're saying that you are West African, I'm Sub-Saharan African, 87.1%, according to 23andMe, right? West African, 80.6. I did over 8 DNA tests. I did National Geographic. I did 23andMe. I did Ancestry.com. I did African Ancestry. I did, what's the other one? The L1, whatever. Pretty much all of them are saying I'm West African, between 80% to 92%. Now watch this though. You said that, I'm not saying that everybody's West African. You see, the issue is, the word that we need to figure out in our minds is molecular clock. Now, if you look at my DNA, it's 87.1% Sub-Saharan African, right? But I'm 12.5% European. How is my Y lineage 12.5 European? How do we know this?
Explain that to me. That's what I'm asking you.
Explain this. Okay, because of what's called the transatlantic slave trade. Because remember, this DNA right here that we're seeing is actually an admixture. This is the autosomal DNA. If I want to know what's on my Y lineage, all I need to do is look at my paternal haplogroup. If I want to know what's on my mtDNA, the woman's side, all I got to do is look at my maternal group. It's LE3B1 or whatever. Right here, I'm EM2. Now, if anyone is watching, if you have EM2, you are in the last 10,000 years. Now, watch this. Look at the screen now.
Wait, time out. Help me.
No. Hold on.
Bro, hold on. We got to build. I need help.
I know. Hold on.
Explain to me. Just explain real quick what you mean when you say you are the last 10,000 years. Are you saying then that those people
right here?
Hold on, bro. Come on. Let's have a conversation.
I'm showing you.
Let's just have a conversation. Hold on. I'm extremely calm. Let's just conversate. When you say West African DNA, that has been in West Africa for the last 10,000 years. That's a simple question, yes or no?
Yeah, more than likely, yes, because of the EM2. Because guess what? This we gotta understand. I think where we get mixed up is this is what I was about to say before you had stopped. This that you see on the screen, whenever you see this and you're reading your DNA to 23andMe, right? You're reading the autosomal DNA. So this is saying the mixture, meaning that your grandparents, the mixture of the middle. I'm gonna give a quick example. Hold on, let me look at something real quick. Family and friends. Let's look at family and friends real quickly. I'm gonna go to family and friends, right? And if you look at my family and friends list, see all relatives. Look at this. I want y'all to see something real quickly. This is the DNA relative. This is my first cousin that I found on 23andMe, right? I actually found him on Ancestry.com also. If you look at this, right, how am I connected with him? If you look, he's considered my first cousin because guess what? My parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, grandparents had sex. Boom, boom, boom. He's very close to me, first cousin. So this guy's DNA is we share 5.7% DNA or whatever, right? And if you look at him, he got more sub-Saharan than me, less European, less more West Asian. He could claim Jew, right? 0.2% West Asian. All right. So now look at this though. The thing that we have in common, only that we see is the L. But on this report, based on the autosomal DNA, we share 5%. All right. Now look at this now. Let me go back to the ancestry overview again.
And I just want you to know that I'm timing you because you're dominating the conversation. And it's your show, so I'm gonna be respectful.
All right, now, when you see the percentages, let me do this real quickly again. When you see the percentages, and everybody needs to look at this carefully. When you see Garfield 100%, you are looking at the autosomal DNA. So this map is telling me everything about me. The Caribbean, West Africa.
Whoa. That's also a fact. So have you done your GED match? Yes or no?
Hold on. No, I haven't done my GED match yet.
Right. So wait, bro. Wait. Come on, Garfield. Come on, bro.
Can I just make this point?
You've been making the same point though. Like, is it your goal to dominate the conversation, or is it your goal to conversate?
Bro, can I break something down real quick?
That's what I figured.
Just kind of relax, man. Just relax.
I'm extremely relaxed. I love how y'all try to do this.
Yeah.
I'm not screaming. I'm trying to wonder on why you ask somebody onto your panel.
Oh, come on, bro.
Don't have a conversation,
bro. Just relax.
Go back and watch your game film. You'll see you didn't let me talk. Go ahead.
All right. Well, you're talking now. All right.
I'm trying to find a way to have a conversation.
You did. All right. Cool. All right.
So I can sit in the chat and let you teach me.
Bro, just let me talk, man. Right. No. This is the
Why are you getting mad?
I'm not getting mad. The autosomal DNA. The autosomal DNA is basically the admixture, right? This is showing me all over the planet Earth, right? This right here is primarily where my DNA comes from in the autosomal mix. It has other parts of the world, like what you call it, Europe and so forth. All right, you see it down here with the European 12.5%, Ashkenazi Jew 3.9%. You don't see me running around claiming that. But this is what I wanted to show you guys real quickly. So we have the autosomal that tells us the admixture. Then we have the maternal group that tells me who I am as far as my female side and the years of where they are. Then you have the other side, which is the paternal. So if I want to know who I am based on the paternal alone, I just go to the report and do what I have to do. And there you have it. It tells me where I'm from, what time period and everything. I'm not interested in EM96, 73,000 years ago. I'm not interested. I'm not interested even in EM180. I'm interested in 10,000 years up until now. That's going to tell me who I am right now, the last 10,000 years, of who I trace. It says your paternal haplogroup traces back to a man who lived approximately 10,000 years ago. That's nearly 400 generations. That's what we need to concentrate on. There's no Israel at the time. There's no Bible at the time. In fact, there's no man in the Bible at the time running around the place. So at this point, we're stepping out of the realm of the biblical text and we're now dealing with science. Go ahead, brother.
Great, thank you. Do me a favor, go to your ancestry composition, right? So, like, here's my question. Once again, because I for whatever reason, I'm not getting an answer. So maybe I'm just, I'm special, right? So just help me out. I'm trying to understand once again, if you're saying we've been oh my God. If you're saying we've been in West Africa for the last 10,000 years, and you're saying the only reason we have any mixture is because of the slave trade, why do we see the connection, especially when you do the Jed match, of various African tribes? Like, for instance, why am I so connected to the Limba? Why am I so connected to the Khoisan, even the further back I go? But you're telling me that I've only been in West Africa for the last 10,000 years. Or if you go to your ancestry timeline, so if you go to your composition match, you go to your ancestry timeline, right? So if you go, so let me make sure, because I'm looking at mine. So if you can do me a favor, right? You can share your screen again. Go to your ancestry timeline. Can you do me a favor and bring it back for me? You there, Garfield? Right. The brother dipped on me. Okay, that's cool. So everybody, there we go. So yeah, so scroll down to the ancestry timeline, right? Keep going down, 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 keep going, keep going. It should be down at the bottom. There we go. Ancestry timeline. Keep going down, keep going down, keep going down. All right, so now we get to this Senegambian, then we get to Spanish, Portuguese, we get to British. You spend a lot of time in Europe. I'm just gonna point that out. Mine don't look like yours. I just want to point that out. Mine don't look like that, right? The further down I go, the more African I am, right? It's not West Africa, right? So if I look at my ancestry composition in my timeline, I have Ghanaian, Liberian, Sierra Leone, Nigerian, Senegambian. I have British, Irish, and then now I go Ngozi, Southeast African, Indonesian, Native American, Scandinavian, and Sudanese, right? So my question then is, if you're telling me I've been in West Africa for 10,000 years, why does my migratory pattern show that I have not been in West Africa for 10,000 years?
All right, now I'm gonna ask you one last time.
It's a simple question. Can you answer?
Hold on.
So you're not here to answer any of my questions. I'm here to answer all of them.
Down, bro, because you're talking like you're right, and I don't need to say nothing. So
that's not what I'm saying. No,
I'm having a simple question. Your marker says EM2. You agreed with me, says EM2, and then now you're gonna come and lie and say Garfield. Listen to me. Don't interrupt. Garfield. How it doesn't say Angola. How could you not have West African if you have EM2? You see what you're doing is stop. You talk. It's my turn to talk now. Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
I don't understand why you're trying to reframe what I'm saying and why you're yelling.
Garfield, Congolese and Southern East African. My brother, again, this is the admixture. This is the autosomal. If you want to know who's your father and your father's father, you go again to paternal. Obviously, you're not listening. I showed it just a while ago.
Listening very well.
No, because if you were listening,
okay, then my oldest father, then by that concept, hold on, hear me out. By that concept, then by that concept, my oldest father would be Sudanese.
My brother,
by that reckoning.
Listen,
hold on, I'm going off what you said.
My brother.
I don't understand why we can't. I don't understand why we can't converse.
Hold on. What's the difference?
I don't understand why we can't converse, man.
What is the difference? Paternal.
Did I come on hostile to you? Did I come on like
this is how I talk? I'm asking.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
This is what I'm saying to you. Do you?
I'm not about to talk.
I'm asking a simple question. I'm asking.
I asked you a question.
The question doesn't make sense if you were listening.
Hold on, but according to your reason,
bro, you don't understand DNA. You can't understand DNA. Ask that question.
I guess.
I just told you your paternal group, your autosomal group, and maternal group is on 23andMe. Your autosomal group is going to show admixture from Greenland to Australia to wherever. That's not you. That's the admixture in between. What are you talking about? Your paternal lineage show you your father, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, your great-great-grandfather. That's the most important. That's why I asked you what you were. You said EM26. The conversation was over. Once you said
EM180.
No, you're not EM180. You are EM26 or something less, because EM180 is all the way up here. This is 17,000 years ago. there's something after that. So you can't be EM180. What? As a matter of fact, why don't you pull it out for us?
I ain't gonna show y'all my DNA.
Oh, look at that. You see? So now if you're EM180 though, look at what it says for EM180. EM180 is most common today among speakers of Bantu languages and those related to them. It reaches levels of 90% among the Mandinka and Yoruba of Western Africa, where the migrations began. Farther from their origin, EM180 reaches frequencies of 50% or higher in the Hutu, Sukumu, Hiru, and Xhosa. And by the way, you're claiming Lemba because you want to say you're a Jew. Do you know why they say the Lemba are?
I'm not saying any of that.
No. You brought it up for a reason.
No, I also brought. Hold up. I also brought up.
I'm asking a simple question. Why would you claim the Lemba? Why are you claiming Lemba?
I didn't just claim. I didn't claim Lemba. I claimed several different tribes of African origin in my DNA. I said Yemenite Jew. I said Ethiopian Jew. I brought out the Khoisan.
But in the audience, has a question for you, right?
Okay, so just so I'm clear, hold
on, no. The person is asking you right now. Can you tell us what your paternal haplogroup is?
Well, my paternal or maternal?
Paternal.
Paternal right now is EM180. That's my paternal haplogroup.
Your paternal can be EM180, bro.
What do you mean?
What does it say? What does it say to your DNA, bro?
Let me bring it up.
Hey, what's up, Ngozi?
What's up, bro? What's going on?
I'm trying to understand why I'm not allowed to speak, but you can laugh.
Nobody's saying anything, man.
Okay.
The question is,
I got you.
Tell us what you are and what it says on the report.
I'm telling you, my paternal haplogroup, it says, Sadekwa, your paternal haplogroup is EM180. And you're telling me that can't be.
All right.
No. You just said it can't be.
No, bro. You got to go all the way down. Everybody that take this test and say EM180 is to go all the way down. Go all the way down, bro. Go past where it says origins of your migration. Go all the way down to who you are. Your subclade now, not the base root of EM2. That's the base root of EM2 when it first mutates into EM180 in the Green Sahara. Go down to your subclade. Further down.
So I got EM180, I got EM96, I got DE145.
No, you're going backwards. Go down, King.
My most recent haplogroup is EM180.
Okay, so where could you?
Whoa. First off, let's acknowledge that y'all told me that that's not my most recent, and I'm telling.
No, I'm not asking you that, King. I'm asking you. Could you pull it up? Could you pull it up? Is this your test or Garfield test?
That's Garfield's test.
Could you pull one up, King?
I'm trying to not talk. Like,
no, you can talk, King. I'm just trying to figure something out.
No, let's be honest. You got to be honest, so you won't allow me to talk. Let's be honest. Are you gonna be honest, or are you all gonna play games? I didn't come on with no static. I came on trying to talk, and the brother don't want me to talk. I find it weird. I find it extremely weird.
But it's still hostile energy. It's still you look at the people who are opposed to your belief is hostile towards y'all.
I'm still hostile. No, y'all hostile. I'm extremely.
No, you hostile too, bro. Don't act. We not friends. Ain't none of us friends. We disagree with you, and you disagree with us.
Be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I'm friends with all Africans. I can't.
Okay. But let me, bro, pull up your DNA, King.
Right now, you still don't want to.
Hey, you can talk, King. I don't want me to talk. Hey, I'm gonna let you talk, but I mean, just go ahead, King. I'm listening.
No, you're not.
Go ahead.
Let me bring it up. Y'all don't want me to talk. It's good. I wouldn't want me to talk. I guess I did something wrong.
Shit, go ahead and talk, bro. You got the flow.
I find it weird that y'all won't let me talk. So
yeah, you got the opportunity to build now, King. You got the flow.
Let's go.
But while you looking for your results, I want to let you know.
You can see my joint, right?
I can't see it, King.
You can't see it right now?
No, sir.
I'm sharing screen with you.
Hey, Garfield, could you take yours down and let the brother pull his up? There you go, King. Pull it up.
Bet. So my paternal haplogroup, the paternal haplogroup is E1B1B. See that?
Okay. Go down.
So the brother told me that first off, I want you to acknowledge that he told me that wasn't my haplogroup. I want to point that out. Can we acknowledge that?
I didn't hear what he said, bro. I want you to go there.
Bet. So let's see. So now let's get into what I was asking him. And then since you're the expert, because I've heard you talk about this several times, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's do this. Let's get into this. Can you explain this part for me? Because this is what I was asking him about, was the timeline, right? How do we get
hold on a second, Mayu. Go back to the page you was before, the M180 page. Let's go back to that real quick. Go back to that page.
Can you acknowledge that you said that wasn't my haplogroup?
Hold on a second. We're going to look
back.
Hold on a second.
You're not going to acknowledge it? I wouldn't acknowledge it.
Go ahead. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Before you scroll down, scroll back up a little bit. Stop right there. Scroll up a little bit. All right. So you're 85% sub-Saharan, 72% West African. You have Southeast African here. And all of this stuff here is autosomal, though.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Autosomal. Now, do me a favor now, my brother. Go to where it shows your haplogroup or your what you call it, your E1B1B that you said you were.
What do we go to? Overview? Is that what we go to?
Paternal marker. Where you was just at.
Yeah. Composition, yeah, right.
Composition, right?
Yeah. Hold on a second.
Its composition is autosomal. All you gotta do is go down to his paternal, where it says paternal and maternal.
Right. I don't think it's on this page.
No, he was just there. He just showed it.
Yeah, go back to go to all ancestry reports. The next one, the second one.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, man.
Why would it say E1B1B though? That's kind of confusing.
Now, you know, a lot of Bantu speakers in Cameroon, a lot of them have it as well, and some Mandinka. You know, E1B1B could be a paternal marker that some have, because it's not just to the early green. Bantu speakers have it too.
In a minute. All right. So what we looking at now?
Your paternal marker, King.
All right.
Right there where it says paternal, yeah.
So, like I told you, so my joint is E1B1B. And like
Scroll down a little bit. Scroll down a little bit.
Told me that it would be impossible.
Right there.
Brother told me that it would be impossible for me to have no.
Right, cool. I take that back. All right.
So I want you to retract that part first, right? So here's the only point that I was asking, because like I said, I didn't come on with no DNA smoke. You want the DNA smoke. So my point is this, and since Ngozi on here, I want to understand, because I even heard you say there is no real Jewish haplogroup. I heard you say this several times, and I agree with you, right? Mm-hmm. So my issue is this, and I could point out my scholastic resume if I really wanted to. I find it funny that the brother Garfield is saying the things that he's saying and acting as if migration pattern does not play a role in where we are. And that's my only concern at this point. Talk to me about why we, especially when some of us do our JED match. And I ain't even got to talk about no limba and all of this, right? Just period, as it pertains to migration patterns. Why don't we see only West African, right? Many of us, and I'm sure some of y'all, if you did your JED match, and I would hope that at least Ngozi has done his JED match, because from what I've heard, the only person that's qualified to even have these conversations will be him. Garfield is all over the place, if I'm being honest, right? So as it pertains to migration patterns, we clearly see a lot of us come from West or from East Africa, right? As you start to roll back and go backwards in your DNA.
Repeat that, King. My internet slowed down. Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry. So yeah, my concern is that why do most of us that are having these right? We don't see a West African only. We see migration from East Africa to West Africa.
Okay. Can I answer your question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you, because Garfield's being disingenuous.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. This is the problem. 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 This
Your ultimate.
Why can't I have the conversation?
Hold on, my brother. Let me talk because you mentioned my name. You see, the problem is when you are an Israelite claimant, your ultimate goal is to be Israel. I basically just showed this dude on the screen. This is why I know you're not listening and you're just here to say, I know everything. I just showed. Stop, bro. Why are you talking?
Because you're lying on me.
Relax, bro. And if I'm lying, you're going to get the chance to respond. Now, look at it, family. I said earlier, you have paternal, maternal, and autosomal. Autosomal is going to have everybody and their mama. You're not going to have straight. Just didn't white folks sleep with us when during slavery? This is just ridiculous. Why would we only have West African DNA? That makes absolutely no sense. It's crazy. So for you to come on here and say, "Oh, I want to learn," you think you already learned. The point is, EM180. Let me finish. You already killed yourself because we know what your paternal lineage is. You can't run to the Lemba. We know who you are, so you can't run. So you are not the last 10,000 years or 17,000 according to your DNA. You've been part of the West African milieu. Whether you migrated from one part to another, you've been in that area. You can't run around now. Now somebody who has connected to somebody else and connected to somebody else in your autosomal is mixed, but you are West African. So that's who you are. Now,
okay. Can I build with Ngozi real quick? I appreciate your statement. Can I build with Ngozi real quick?
Here's the thing, King. So EV38, which is the first branch of E1B1A.
Exactly. Let's go to roots.
Yeah, okay, so EV38, which splits from EP2 or E1B1, that developed in East Africa. But as you migrated somewhere down around the wet Sahara, Green Sahara, around 30 bands ago, or possibly 19 bands ago, which is 19,000, you developed the M2 clade. Now here's the thing. It's another branch of E1B1A that's still in East Africa, but it's absent of M2. It's called E1B1C. Look it up. So here's the branch, or E1B1A2. You're E1B1A1. So your subclade or your marker mutated in early Green Sahara when it was green before the third phase of the Holocene glacier period. So it was in the northern part for a long time. Now, if you migrated south in the when the other phase of the Holocene glacier period, there was no Bantus and no Mandinka and no Yoruba. That's why when they went back in time recently and went back to Cameroon 8,000 to 9,000 years ago, they said the markers that the Bantu speakers have today was absent over there. No E was there. What was your E? Your E was in the early Green Sahara, where you find that early Tassili cave art in southern Algeria, southern Tunisia. It was around those areas. But your EM2, based off recent findings of sickle cell, a large chunk of your ancestry goes back to Western Central Africa. So here's the thing. West Africans are hybrids too. There's a lot of mixing, a lot of adaptation.
Hey, hold on. Explain that. Say that. West Africans are what?
West Africans are hybrids too.
What does that mean? Now, exactly, brother. That's my point. Explain that.
They're mixed. They're not. It's not a straight line. They're mixed with early hunter-gatherer populations.
Thank you. So here was my only point. While everybody is trying to red herring and do all this extra, my only point is because Garfield said that I've been in West Africa for the last 10,000 years, according to him, right? My question, and even to you, if you want to answer it, why do I see so much East African genetic composition when I do my JED match? That's a fair answer. Is that or is that not? First off, is that or is that not a fair question? Yes or no?
It's a fair question, but I want to answer why. What's going on? So here's the thing, King. When you take your raw data and put it inside a JED match, you got Ethiohelix. You got the European thing that shows you what portions of you come from the Caucasus. The thing about JED match is that it goes back further in time. So here's the thing. When you take a test of 23andMe or Ancestry DNA, that's based off national population or regional populations that live in those zones today. Now, it's like, for example, when a North African take that DNA test, it'll tell a Berber from North Africa that he's 90% North African. And he run around here attacking people like, yeah, I'm the real North African. But when he put his DNA test in JED match, it goes back further in time and takes his raw data. Then he finds out that no, he's partially Neolithic European from a pre-Anatolian population that settled in North Africa 7,000 years ago, and partially indigenous North African. Partially. But it's been blended for so long in those zones. When you take the DNA test on the surface level from 23andMe, nationalistically, it'll tell him that he's 90% North African. So here's the thing.
So, I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, just hopefully y'all understand I'm trying to be cool, right? So,
yeah, I got you.
So when you say a North African, are you basically saying just because his most recent DNA would show that he's North African, that does not mean that he doesn't have composition from somewhere else? That's correct, yes or no?
His composition to be based off surface populations today, but when he put it in
Stop right there, stop. That was my entire point, family. We are getting genetic information from surface populations that are living in these areas at this current time. Yes or no?
Absolutely. But I want to
back to my point, and then I'm gonna turn it over. So that means that they could have migrated to those areas from other areas. Hence why you have several anthropologic PhD scholars saying that we need to adhere to at least some of these tribes' oral traditions about where they originate from. Is that true? Yes or no?
Partially it is, because it's a blended.
Thank you for being honest.
I never denied that. That's what I, I teach. That's what I teach. But here's the thing, and yes, you are portions of your ancestors. Go ahead.
1 second. If you read Studies of the Bible and its Inception by David M. Goldberg, Black Enslaved, The Origins and the History of the Curse of Ham, that has absolutely changed. Because what it is, Robin Law and others who are the anthropologists that deal with West African oral traditions disagree 100% with what he just said. And I'm going to show it on the screen in a second. You see, what happened is anthropologists, it depends on what time period you're dealing with anthropologists. Old anthropologists said that they'll say that the oral traditions are correct because they're telling us that these people were white people before and they became black. Most of their oral traditions, if you go into these cultures, they are pushing that they were white people first. The Igbo. The Igbos are lying. They lying. My point. You are correct depending on the time period of your scholarship, Anonymous Hebrew. But today's scholarship, hold on. Today's scholarship, which I'm going to show on the screen right now, disagree 100%. Disagree. When I say 100%, 100%. You know why? The Yoruba is a perfect example. The Yoruba has over like 8 different oral traditions of where they come from.
Yeah.
They say they come from the city of Nimrod.
They say they come from Arabia. They say they come from Arabia too.
May I participate in this conversation or not?
None of them.
I didn't think I could participate in that.
Before Islam came in, Islam is actually one of the main reasons for all these traditions, by the way. They even claim, the Yoruba people even claim they come from one of Prophet Muhammad's ancestors.
The Mandinka too. The Mandinka lie and say that too.
Okay, so can I just say this? Can I just ask this question?
Go ahead.
Just real quick. So when you say the Yoruba, we act as though there's only one Yoruban tribe. Like, so this is, and I'm trying to be respectful, please.
Anonymous Hebrew.
Hold on. Just hear me out. As it pertains to all of these tribes, we have several different tribal groups within the Yoruba. We have several different groups within the Limba. We have several different groups within the Hausa, several different groups within the Dagadme. I can just start throwing out tribe after tribe. So my question, so this is why you would have different origin stories. Each tribe is going to have their oral tradition. Now, I'm not saying that that's 100% right. The only point that I'm making is the brother said that the only thing that I can be is 100% West African. But when we start to do something like that's what you said, bro. Come on.
Hey, Anonymous Hebrew, I wanted to answer your question, King, of what you was talking about.
Well, hold on 1 second. We need to straighten out this. When did I say you were 100% West African?
When I asked you, are you telling me that the only place that I can be is West Africa according to the last 10,000 years? You said yes.
On your paternal side, yes.
Okay. The reason
on your paternal side, but this is what you're doing.
I'm having a conversation, bro. I'm literally having a conversation. You're trying to place words in my mouth. That's what you're trying to do. It's amazing how me and Ngozi can have a great conversation, but you don't.
Listen. I'm not going to talk over anybody, right? Now, you asked me for the last 10,000 years on your paternal side, would I say you was in West Africa? Yes. And I still stand on that. Because even if you're M180, it says it in your report. It does say that M180 has been here for 17,000 years. I don't have to say it. Your DNA report says it.
Okay, so is it okay if I speak to Ngozi? I'm not trying to act funny on your show. Like, this is your show.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to be respectful in your house, fam. You know what I'm saying? All right, appreciate you. Peace, King Ngozi. So as we deal with migratory patterns, and this is really the only conversation I want to have. Is it safe to say that we need to explore all of our migratory patterns to figure out were we all just kicking it in West Africa, or we need to figure out how we got to West Africa? Is that a yes or a no?
So yeah, we have to excavate and absorb more based off what West Africans are. And the reason why a large chunk of your ancestors is absent from West Africa, a large portion of you, that's why when you put it in jam match, it goes back further in time. So a large portion of you goes back to Mesolithic West Africans. It'll say Mesolithic West Africans. Right. And then another part you'll go to Paleo-Saharic Northern Africans. Right. So the thing is that because we are a blended situation, regionally and nationalistically, it'll say on the surface West African. But if you take it back further in time, it breaks down the portions of you that come from different zones. You know, even with your European ancestors. If you I agree. Let me just say this. If you put your European ancestry in jam match, it'll say, okay, for example, it'll say you 10% British or 5% British on the surface. But when you put that British DNA on jam match, it takes them back to the Anatolian area, the Mesolithic Europeans, and the population from the Russian steppes that make them up. So even their DNA goes further and further back when you put that portion in.
Gotcha.
Again.
So quick, just one more quick question, and I appreciate you for tolerating my lack of knowledge.
You know some. I'm listening to you.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Exactly. So my next question then would be, as we are tracking migration patterns, right? Not all of us have the same migration patterns. That's all we're saying. And so when you ask any honest quote unquote person that proclaims to be a Hebrew Israelite, if they're intelligent, they are not saying that we were just all Hebrew Israelites. They are saying that my DNA would trace back. The further I go back, it has a connection to the Levant. That's all.
It'll go back to a base population that was partially connected to the early what they call Mesolithic addiction. But here's the thing: in common thread with Natufians, who were partially connected to Iberian Marusians, who were partially going further back connected to the Haplin cultures, who were partially connected to the predecessors of the Capsians, who were partially going all the way back to the Morshabins in East Africa. But here's the thing: Israelites, or I'm just saying, I'm not speaking in the sense of theology. I'm speaking in the sense of understanding the basis of this population. Right. Israelites, not proto-phases of populations that's connected, because you got to go back 10,000, 30,000. Remember, E1B1A and EM215 split from E1B1 or EP2 around 40 bands ago. Right. So here's the thing. Now, when it comes to these Hebrews, the Israelites, this is a Bronze Age populations. And like, for example, when you look at and I'm not saying that they were all, again, they were a mixed multitude as well. But we're talking about, it was a bottleneck with the Natufians. The Natufians kind of like died out, and it was a reduction of their population. Some of them even went back into Africa, primarily the Horn of Africa. This is why you find certain snips that's connected. Now, when these Bronze Age populations is coming, some of these people are pre-Armenian populations and also early Iranian populations. Later on, you find the so-called Israelite faith start to develop. So, but you get what I'm saying? So it's like you
100% understand, right?
You predate that.
Here's my only concern is to say 100% that you know for a fact that a tribe of people or a certain group of people do not descend from that region, you have no way of saying that. So if you want to say on the flip side that you have no way of saying that you have a connection to that, I'm not going to argue with that. I don't get on here and argue with DNA with people, right? Right now, we could definitely do some work and figure out how we are connected and whom we are connected to, and then do anthropological and archaeological evidence to try to reshape where each person comes from. My concern is,
good point,
because like I told Garfield, my point was to come on and deal with the Exodus. But if you want to play DNA, I'm gonna be honest with you, we can play. And like Ngozi said, the point that I'm making is legit. I'm not telling you that you have to call me a Hebrew. What I'm telling you, though, is to infer that the only thing that I am is West Africa, when even the brother who you guys say is your most skilled DNA representative admits that West African DNA is a hybrid. I need for us to start being scholastically honest so we can build as a people. Scholastically, it is not honest to...
Hold on one second. Now, what you're doing is, Ngozi, where you are? Now, let me ask you a question. When was the E140, right?
Mm-hmm.
E140 in West Africa?
That mutated, that his branch, that EM180, which is one of the first branches that peeled off of EM2, developed in West Africa independently around 10,000 years ago in a green Sahara part of West Africa.
Now let me ask you another question. Would it be fair to say 10,000 years ago there was no Hebrew or Israelite in existence?
Oh no, I just told him that. No, right. I mean, the Natufians wasn't even Hebrew. No.
Now watch this now. Now, based on the fact that we have the marker of M180 in West Africa, would it be fair to say that this young man right here on the show right now, Anonymous Hebrew, is West Africa?
On the surface now, yes. On the surface, he is West African. He developed a lot of adaptations to that zone. Yes, he is. He's West African descent, man.
All right, now let me ask you this, Ngozi. If someone mutates, because M180 had to mutate from another haplogroup.
Correct.
If he mutated, doesn't the fact that he mutated to M180 stabilizes him specifically to that region called West Africa? Because the mutation took place.
Yeah, it adapted in those zones, yes.
All right.
All
right, so now let's look at this now.
Hold on, can I rebut?
Hold on, let me finish the question and then go.
I mean, can we stay right here? I just want to ask the brother a quick question.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Sit back and wait and listen. Now, let me ask you this now. Would I claim the haplogroup B if I'm M180?
No.
Because why shouldn't I claim the haplogroup B?
Well, first of all, YAP B is YAP negative. Haplogroup Y chromosome B is YAP negative, and it's not your marker. That's an old hunter-gatherer marker. It predates your marker.
But Ngozi, what he's doing is he's spinning you around the world to say, hey, I'm connected over here because these people I found in my DNA, these Europeans and all these different people, I could be these people, but because we can't. What he's using your information because you're so honest with this. He's trying to mix up your information to say, hey, you know what? If you're M180, you're a West African, period. And he can't say that because he has to say that, these people migrated. Of course, people migrated.
Right. And that goes back to what you were saying, Garfield, about autosomal DNA. And this autosomal, it comes from everywhere. So here's the thing. So most haplogroup B carriers are old hunter-gathering populations. Now, paternally, he is not connected. Most people with BM60 or the B clade is the Hadza, Hadza, the Hadza. Those are hunter-gatherers, right? Now, here's the thing. He's not connected to them paternally, but in autosomal DNA, he probably has some, Southeast African hunter-gatherer. Autosomal. You get what I'm saying?
I think what I want to say about DNA, and I'm gonna let the brother say what he has to say when I'm done, is that people are trying to make themselves Israelites.
No, they can't. No. The thing about Israelites is it doesn't really. There is no primary marker for it. It doesn't really exist. But when it comes to what you were saying, you're absolutely correct. You can't make a B or E. But what I'm saying is autosomally, he might have portions of his DNA that's cousins to hazard groups. Like, for example, you might have 3.2% Southeastern African hunter-gatherer. Then to turn around and say, you know, you get what I'm trying to say? On the surface, autosomally. Or for example, autosomally, you have 3% Ashkenazi Jew. Even though your paternal marker isn't Ashkenazi Jewish, like most of their markers, which is either J, a branch of E3B, or some R1B. But what I'm saying is that you have 3% of your DNA autosomally is part of or connected to Ashkenazi Jews, which is a blend between Levantine and Central Eastern Europeans that combine together and develop their own cluster. So overall, your paternal marker is overall primarily, you know, West African, developed there independently. But when it comes to your autosomal DNA, people are having sex, they leave the babies behind, they turn around and have sex with another person. Like, for example, I like to bring them up again. I keep bringing them up. People are not getting it. Puerto Ricans, they can be autosomally 80% Mediterranean European. But the dude might got a Y chromosome that's common with Bantu speakers in Cameroon. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, Rick Kittles is a perfect example.
Yes, Rick Kittles is a perfect example of that. And also the Hausa man, not Hausa, but Hausa. The Hausa are primarily paternally R1BVA8. The oldest basal branch of R1BVA8 is found in Southern Europe with Sardinian and early hunter-gatherers with Vibrana man. So that shows you that somewhere down the line around 8,000 years ago, a few hunter-gathering Southern Europeans close to the zones of Iberian Peninsula through Gibraltar, went through the Atlas Mountains, went south of the Sahara, and met up with Chadic speakers. And now today you find these men with R1BVA8, but autosomally, they're mainly, you know, African. The same thing with like the Limba, the Buba clan. The reason why when we put our DNA in J match, it says that we're partially connected to the Limba, because we got to remember autosomally, the Limba are still primarily Bantu. Autosomally, these people are still ranging between 88 to 90% sub-Saharan African. But paternally, the Buba clan with that J marker, then they turned around and found out that they had the T1A marker. That's the portion of them that comes from the Middle East. So it's not sure. It's not.
Hold on. What do you just say, brother? You said the portion of the J marker is what goes to. So how are these black folks running around saying that because the E1B1B they are part of the mark of the Middle East?
No. Here's the trick. Here's the trick, Garfield. When GenMatch match up your data with Limba, it's not basing it off haplogroup. It's basing off your autosomal. Even with the Yemenese Jews, autosomally, they have a large chunk of them that comes from East Africa. And the East African population, like Ethiopian philosophy Jews, have a common gap with Bantu speakers. That autosomally is not based off a haplogroup. That's the thing that's going on with
Can I join in the conversation?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, man.
Appreciate you.
So before you go, hold on 1 second. Before you go, I'm gonna give you time. Elder Yara, we're gonna talk about the Exodus after this. If you want to join the panel, we could talk about the Exodus together. All right? Because everybody wants to be an Israelite. Come on. Go ahead, my brother. Finish your point. Go ahead.
All right, so let me point this out. I'm gonna say this respectfully. I ain't come on here to claim no Israelite heritage. Like, I don't need to. I can just claim the Bible and say I'm a spiritual Israelite, right?
That's powerful. That's powerful.
Right? I don't need that. I want you to know exactly who you're dealing with. You're not dealing with the cat who's running around doing this. I'm talking about my DNA and what I have. The reason that I like Ngozi is because at least he's honest. He's just spitting facts. The problem I have is we'll say that there is no quote unquote Israelite DNA. And then we'll go to the J marker and give the J marker as though it is the
only.
Right, like it's the impetus for Israelite DNA. That is inaccurate.
I agree.
There is no Israelite DNA, number one, right? And the only reason we have a J marker for Israelite DNA is because that's where the largest, can I finish? That's where the largest sample size of those who claim to be Jewish or have Jewish heritage, that's their largest sample size of DNA. That's where it comes from, right? So to play the game as though, there is no dark skin or no African people who can have connections to the Levant,
Who said that? Who said that? No. I gotta stop you. Who said that?
Not you. If you're saying you didn't say that,
why are you bringing it up?
The same reason you bring up other things that I didn't.
Why are you bringing it up?
The same.
Anonymous Hebrew brother. I wanted to say this, man. I'm a rotate, man, and
hold on, stay on it, Ngozi, because I want to point out, y'all can talk for 5-10 minutes. I talk for a minute.
Go ahead, bro. Talk.
I'm just trying to have a conversation, right? It makes it look kind of bad, Garfield. I'm just gonna point that out. So the only point that I'm making is this: some of us do have a connection to that area, and we need to explore how people got to where they are today, because that's how we get our sample size of genetic material right now. It's based upon where people are today. Do you agree with that, Ngozi, at least?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the truth.
Thank you. And so that's
I want to add on something. I want to tell you something too, brother. When you put your raw data in GEDmatch, a lot of your ancestry that linked you to the Middle East is your European ancestry. Because Europeans are not a straight line. They're a combined population as well. They're not homogenous when it comes to pure. There is no pure race when it comes to genetics.
That is my
so when you go put your raw data up for your British ancestry, there are fragmented portions of them that come from pre-Anatolian farmers, which is also part of the ancestors who were responsible for settling in northern Israel that brought the blue-eyed gene in those 6,000 years ago.
So then basically, it's impossible to say whether or not somebody who has current West African DNA, it's impossible to really say that they wouldn't have any ties to the
European,
to the Levant or to Europe genetically. That's true. Right?
I'm telling you right now.
I'm talking to Ngozi, bro, because he being honest.
I'm telling you, you are EM180.
Yeah, okay. So back to what I was saying.
No. And your DNA says you go back 17,000 years to West Africa. You can't go around that.
Y'all notice the brother don't want me to talk though, right?
You mutated in West Africa, bro. Why is it you're so obsessed with being a Hebrew? You can't.
I'm obsessed with anything. I'm obsessed with
truth, bro.
Here's what I'm obsessed with. Here's what I'm obsessed with. Here's what I'm obsessed with.
God, you don't like God.
Here's what I'm obsessed with. I'm obsessed with finding out my migration path.
No, you're not. You want to be a Jew. That's all it is. Listen, bro. All right, show me your EM180 migrating to the Levant. Can you show me that? Show it to me.
So if it's your goal to be rude and disrespectful,
you show me your EM180.
If it's your goal to be rude and disrespectful to another African, you've accomplished that.
I'm not being rude and disrespectful.
Yeah, you are. You've been extremely rude and disrespectful.
I'm asking.
I haven't come on here and proclaimed Israelite.
All right.
All I did was come on and have a conversation.
Be defensive now. For what reason, I don't know.
I'm not defensive, bro.
180.
Once again, just like all these other brothers on their channel,
that's all it is, bro.
I just find it weird that you don't want to have a conversation. You want to dominate and over.
I don't want to dominate, bro.
Even right now, bro. We're in the middle of a conversation.
And I ask you,
just like many other people that I deal with on YouTube, and everybody will tell you, fam. When it comes to dealing with me, I try to have the most.
That's fine. Conversation about you. I don't
look, even still right now, I try to have the most respectful conversations.
Hold on.
I try to conversate, not have a monologue. I try to have a dialogue.
Can I ask you one
How about this? I appreciate you for having that conversation, Ngozi. If I could, I would love to reach out to you, you know what I'm saying, so we could build later. Is that cool, fam?
I'm saying, brother, yes, sir, we can build.
Yeah, appreciate that. Let's move on to the Exodus. You got what you wanted, bro.
Before we go, though, can you tell us your EM180 when it went to the Levant? I'm curious.
Can I tell you what?
Can you tell me when your EM180 went into the Levant? Can you show me?
I don't know all that, bro. I don't know nothing about DNA.
Yeah, all right. No problem.
Yeah, that was a very interesting conversation, people. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, the whole point of that was
what's up, everybody?
My fault, autoplay. But yeah, interesting conversation, fam. As we can see, people are not infallible when it comes to DNA, even in Ngozi, right? But what I liked about that conversation is Ngozi ended up talking about in a minute the mixture of population and migrations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. and admitting that we in West Africa are mixed people and whatnot. So, for instance, like we both come, we have connection to the Fulani tribe and whatnot, right? And when you go to the Fulani tribe, there's a vast variety in haplogroups. We talked about the Lemba. There's 13 different haplogroups amongst the Lemba fam. 13. He talked about the Hausa. The Hausa aren't just R1B. They got a multitude of haplogroups as well. And what Anonymous was talking about was the fact that the sample sizes of these populations are very, very small. Like we're talking about people like the Igbo and the Yoruba, fam. We're talking about like, okay, in America, we're 45 million deep, right? The Igbo and the Yoruba double our population. Double our population here. That's just 2 tribes, fam. You throw in the Fulani and the Hausa, fam, it's craziness, fam. The Fulani and the Hausa, yo, between the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Fulani, and the Hausa, you're talking almost 250 million people. You feel what I'm saying? 250 million people. You're talking about like larger than the population of America. You feel what I'm saying? And we have very small sample sizes for them. Like I was showing in my previous video about how 23andMe is switching up, or how it's giving people some DNA matches for Africa, etc. And they gave me Yoruba and Igbo for my Nigerian DNA. Again, there's only 1,991 reference panels, etc. for what they're doing with that, right? But Europe has over 6,300 with them. The European reference panels are 3 times the size of Africa's. That's what Anonymous was talking about. And shout out to Ngozi, he agreed with that. Here we go right here. Assalamu alaikum, Aki. What's good, man? We got Ngozi, brother Amir joining the panel.
Wa alaikum salam. So, I wanted to know what's the conversation about? What's the topic?
I was fleshing out your position, Abu's position, and my position on Dante's DNA, and then also like the East African concept of slave trade.
Okay, so can I explain it for now or no?
Yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, well, my biological mother's Fulani, a recent Fulani person. So I know a lot about the Fulani and the clan. That's not an issue. Fulani genetics differ based off region. Fulani are not like Somali or people that's homogenous and have a consistent language even in their vernacular of speech. Their language can even differ in variation based off the region they in. So Fulani people are not homogenous genetically. Let's get that out the way. Some of them got your marker. Your marker isn't only exclusively to Fulani. Dogon people have your marker. Some Mandinka people got your marker. Some Bantu people in Cameroon got it. A lot of the Fulani in Cameroon got it. It's not a Fulani marker. Just like a lot of Fulani at a larger percent have E1B1B in Senegal and Guinea and different parts. It's not a Fulani marker like the like the Somali that has a consistent at 70 to 80% EM78 in the form of EB32. And we know that the Deer clan has haplogroup T at a large percent amongst that Kabyle. So let's get that out the way. A lot of the Bantu people that was taken from Southeast Africa, they got absorbed, like the people that was coming from like specific places that were taken to America and the slave trade or whatever, or through the Portuguese. Some of those people had Cushitic ancestry. Now, the thing about this Cushitic or this Ethio-Somali component that people try to talk about, it doesn't just belong to the Somali overall. That's just a base population group that's used as an example, a sample that's used when they say Somali. So, for example, each Cushitic speaker, whether they're Somali, Oromo, Ramindi, different groups, if you look at their genetic signatures, it's consistent. It's consistent. So Cushitic people, a lot of the Bantu people, especially Bantu speakers that went to like Tanzania, Uganda, and people that stayed close towards these Cushitic people, exchange genes. Another example is looking at our beautiful Watusi brothers and sisters. They speak a Bantu language. The Tutsi of Rwanda speak a Bantu language. They're high E1B1B, but if you look at their genetics autosomally and in some layers, they have E3B. They have one of the subclades of E3B from the earliest pastoralist groups in the form of EB1515. And they have the EB32 or EM78, but they're overall mainly E1B1B, and they speak a Bantu language. They don't speak a Cushitic language. So some of these genetics that you find in African Americans or Africans in the diaspora, when they have like little Somali features, it's not directly coming from Horners. It's not. We have to understand that the Cushitic people were much larger in portions of Southeast Africa and in East Africa and in North Africa than they are today. The remnants of them in North Africa are the Bija. The Bija people are Cushitic people. People forget about them. The Afar are Cushitic people. But the ones that's consistent that we can see to this day, like the Somali and the Horn, they have nothing to do with what happened when people were being taken. Somali's not going for that. Another thing, I hate to brag. I mean, I don't know how many people know me. I'm very well known in the Somali community. My wife is a Somali. My mother's a Fulani. So when I hear people talk about this stuff, it gets sometimes it can get like look, irritating. You know, I know that you know a little bit because you study research and other people. But people like to play games with information as if these people aren't alive. No Somali got caught up in the situation in the West in the transatlantic slave trade. That's a fact. Now, when it comes to Dante marker that you brought up, and like I said on your video, it's a lot of Europeans with that marker. E1B anything does not just belong to black people or black Africans. That EM34, Napoleon had that same Y chromosome. That brother Dante is a product of the transatlantic slave trade. He has some European ancestry. You have African Americans that's like Rick Kittles that own AfricanAncestry.com. That brother's 90-something% sub-Saharan African, but his Y chromosome is R1B M269. It's not the Hausa R1B V88. It's the Northwestern European subclade of it, which is R1B M269. So you have black men running around here with European paternal markers, if you want to, whatever you want to call it. So what I'm saying is that looking at the situation with Dante, his marker don't come directly from the people that his overall autosomal DNA represent. He got that from some type of European. It's obvious. It's common sense. And it's a lot of Europeans with clades of E1B1B. But people act like it doesn't exist amongst these people. Haplogroups isn't a color thing. It's not a racial thing either. You know what I'm saying? It's funny, man.
So just to clarify, is it like, so I think you definitely agree that there were slaves that came over from East Africa, right? Like with the 542,000 that came over from like Mozambique.
I think people from Mozambique, from Southeast Africa, portions of that, yes, but not the Horn of Africa, not Somali, but people from Southeast Africa. Some of those people that were taken like from Mozambique did have Cushitic ancestry. We got to remember, our Bantu brothers and sisters, as they dispersed from Central Africa, spent a lot of time in Southeast Africa amongst Nilotic people and Cushitic people. So a lot of genes was exchanged even before the slave trade. So some of our Bantu brothers and sisters who were taken had some Cushitic ancestry, and that Cushitic ancestry could be looked at as being Somali, even though they wasn't Somali directly, but they were Cushitic. And we know the Cushitic people have a consistent pattern of doing it. They were pastoralists. They all used to worship Wak at one time, from the Oromo to the Somali and different groups of people. So yes, I do agree that some of our ancestors who were stripped from Mozambique and some portions of, from East Africa did have Cushitic ancestry. And this is why a lot of our African Americans or our Afro-Latino brothers and sisters from the diaspora, in some cases, you find this Somali component or this Horn of Africa component in them autosomally. It comes from those Bantus that was in the southeastern portion of Africa.
So, first of all, shout out to all the Somali family. You know what I'm saying? So being that I'm hearing you said, like, if I hear you correctly, like there's some gene flow going back and forth between like the Bantu and Somali, correct?
Not Somali directly, but the people that the Somali genetics is older than the term Somali. Somali people are old. The genetics that they have is old. And if we take it back to the early Cushitic speakers, they didn't call themselves Somali. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of how many Kabils or clan exist today amongst the Somali people, the Cushitic people are very large. The northern Cushitic people are the Bija people that you find in Upper Egypt, Northern Sudan, and in some portions of Northeast Africa. You have a whole lot of different Cushitic speakers. The Oromo people are Cushitic when it comes to let's think about this. So the Afro-Asiatic language family, right? According to, Joseph Greenberg and Roger Blanch and Christopher Ehret, if we study the language family, you have the Hamitic branches, the Cushitic branches, the Semitic branches, or whatever. Then the Cushitic branch within Afro-Asiatic, these people have a genetic signature that's consistent with their Y chromosomes and within their language family. So a Somali, even though they call themselves that today, and they are unique, beautiful people, they have the same similarity to other Cushitic people genetically. You know, the similarity, affinity is similar. So a lot of the Oromo people, even though some of the Oromo people, because of area and location they've been in, some of them kind of mixed with a few Bantu speakers. That's why some of their genetic signatures can go exchange or differ. But when you look at them, if you ever go on 23andMe tests, or you look at the Somali people that took DNA tests, you look at the Oromo people that took DNA tests, it tells the same similar story. So, but when it comes to the direct transatlantic slave trade, Somali wasn't going for that, bro. Somali people wasn't, and I got to give credit to them, they wasn't selling each other. They don't do that. Even if they got different issues in different Kabils, they don't do shit like that. You know, they might go against a Somali Bantu that's not overall ethnically Somali. But when it comes to the Somali, regardless of their Kabil, that's a whole nother type of monster that people disregard. But some of our brothers and sisters from Mozambique did have Somali-like ancestry from Cushitic people. So basically what I'm trying to say is before you have terms like Somali, their genetics is older than those terms. Even Yoruba, there's no such thing as a Yoruba past 2,700 years, but the genetic signature of the Yoruba is old. You find the genetic signature of the Yoruba in the old Ibero-Mauritian group in North Africa before they were even called Yoruba. So the signatures that they have is much older than these titles and names. So you do have some genetics that's Yoruba-like and also Hadza, Hadza, like that was in the early Ibero-Mauritian in North Africa a long time ago before these names exist. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I think that's real important for people to understand for what you're talking about. You're talking about ancient populations whose genetics are still being existent in modern population, correct?
Yes, my brother. So when it comes to my brothers and sisters, I'm not saying that West African Americans or whatever you want to call us, Moors or whatever, don't have Somali-like ancestry or a component that's similar to Somali. But what I'm saying is it doesn't come directly from the Somali that's in the Horn. We have signatures that Somali had that was already lingering in Northeast Africa and in Southeast Africa from early pastoralist group from that stratum or layer of Afro-Asiatic branch within Cushitic. That's what I'm saying. Because if I take you back, go ahead, King.
No, go ahead.
If I take you back in time 5,000 years ago, 8,000 years ago, there's no such thing as the Yoruba. Before you have the Yoruba, you have a group of people called the Nook. You know what I'm saying? And before the Nook, we know where the Nook come from based off discoveries recently, the millet that they had, which shows that the Nook people and the millet that they was having was coming from the Sahel, which shows that these people were in and out before they even reached Nigeria. And some of the Yoruba components, especially the E1B1A marker that they have, most sub-Saharan Africans, E1B1A is late downstream mutations. The earlier phase of E1B1A exists in North Africa. Way before you have the later downstreams that people in Southwest and Central Africa has, they go below that Sahara or south of the Sahara, which shows that men from early North Africa went south and intermingled with ghost population and ancient Mesolithic West African hunter-gatherers before they started cultivating the land and dealing with iron and dealing with agriculture. The method of agriculture, you even find the old remnants of it, the predecessor of it, linking from early Libya to the early Levant to early North Africa. This is why North Africa and the so-called southwestern part of the Middle East is so important. Like with me now, I do believe that E developed somewhere in between North Africa or early Arabia, but I call it a MENA marker, meaning Middle East North Africa. MENA, Middle East North African marker, before it even goes south of the Sahara. And we know they're based off Shamlanka. But we're educated people. We can't base our analysis off a few specimens that they found, because somewhere down the line, science, you can't put it in a headlock. Things can change. Somewhere down the line, 3 years from now, they might find a whole grave of something different. It could be a turnover in what we believe now. But for now,
right?
Yeah. But for now, you know, I can just rabble with the information that's put out there.
Facts.
And if some people don't like the genetic aging when it comes to the estimation of age, which is only based off of mutation, that could be looked at problematically. You have to deal with that with caution, because age estimation is one thing, because they're basing those race off the estimation of the mutation. That's a fact. So sometimes things don't go back as far back in time, and sometimes it can go even further back. But one thing that we could rely on is carbon dating and measuring isotope of tools. So if you don't like the signatures of the Ibero-Mauritians or the signatures of the Natufians, let's look at the tools they use. And if we understand carbon-14 and we measure it, we know that some layers of it can go back up to almost 50,000 years. And if we look at the tools and similar to the rock or certain things that were used to create it. If you don't want to deal with DNA, we can deal with tools that has a more better answer to the ideal model of age estimation than the age of genetic signature. That's what I'm saying. Like, we are educated. This stuff is not, complicated. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, being that you are educated and a very intelligent brother, I know you're very, very particular, and I don't think people catch your nuance in a lot of ways, right? So, I'm going to ask a couple of specific questions, and I'm going to let my brother Yashar, who just jumped on, ask a couple of questions too.
Yes, sir, my brother.
So just to clarify, like, we're talking about ghost populations of that have like similar genetics to some other people amongst the Bantu speaking people in Southeast Africa, right? Is in your mind, is it possible that there's a potential ghost population that carries E-L29 that's amongst the Southeast Bantu speaking people that potentially could have been on a slave ship?
I don't think so for now. For now, I can say no. I could be wrong, but somewhere down the line things can change. But no, I don't think so. I do know that in the southeastern part of Africa, that the Berber marker, which is called EM81 of E1B1B, that's a late subclade of E. That literally just developed probably no later than 2,000 to 4,000 years ago, and that dominated in that area over the early EM78, which is EV12, that was found amongst the Ibero-Maurusians in North Africa. But here's the thing. Within EM34, we know about the Natufian EM123 of that, right? EM123. And we know that EM123 splits from EZ827 or Z830 or whatever, EZ827 in North Africa, right? But here's the thing. There's a clade that's related to that marker you speak of. That's African. And that's that EV15B15. EV15B15, which is the pastoralist marker that was found in Tanzania, that was found amongst those early pastoralists, is related to that Berber late EM81, and it's also related to that Natufian EM123, which is also related to the split of the EZ827, wherever it came from in that northern tip corridor between the Levant and Northeast Africa before dispersing in multiple directions. So for now, just looking at it and just putting sense together and just dealing with the scientific hypothesis, but what a scientific hypothesis is, you have to have the methodology to prove your premise. And I can use that based on recent populations, and we can also base it off of discoveries that has been found with fossils or specimens. So for now, I don't see it happening amongst West and Central Africans, because the Bantu people usually have a consistent marker. I can say that some Bantu speakers here are, though, because R1BVA8, which came out of Southern Europe around 7,000 years ago and went into the Green Sahara, you're right. And if you want to know when you use that time, if we don't like that time estimation of that mutation of R, we know that the more basal branch of V88 was found in something called Villa Branaman. We're going to use that specimen that was found in Italy, right? He has the predecessor root of V88 and M269, which gives us an idea of what V88 came from before coming into the Sahara of Africa, right? In the Ibero-Maurusian period, no R was there, based off what's been discovered now. It wasn't there. These dudes were mainly EM78. So we understand what's going on. So what I'm saying is that I do believe, because R1BVA8 is high amongst the Hausa, and Hausa and Fulani has distinct histories. They become Hausa Fulani later. People don't know that the Hausa Fulani is something that merged together, that groups in. Before that, Hausa Fulani had two separate groups of history. One thing we have to understand, the Fulani didn't always speak a Niger-Congo language. They only start speaking a Niger-Congo language when they go into Senegal, they mix with the Serer. And the Wolof language is a cousin group to Pula, and the intermediate bridge is the Serer, which they intermingle with. So, but we know that the earlier pastoralists, Pula, before they go into that, through the Sahel and reach Senegal, they had to speak an Afro-Asiatic language at one point in time in history, but they lost it. The Hausa language is Afro-Asiatic, but when you get into that autosomal DNA, it tells these different stories. But if you follow the history of the Fulani and the Hausa, even though they are merged together now, they are distinct. So Fulani can differ based off region. So what I'm saying to say is, because we got R1BVA8 in Chad and Northern Cameroon, some of those Bantu speakers in Central Africa also had R, to a lower extent than the E1B1A that they had, or EM2 that they had. You posted it. I like that. You posted it. I like that. You posted it. EZ827. Yeah, you just, yeah.
Hey, Yashar. Hey, real quick, Yashar, I got two more questions, and the floor is all yours, fam. Just two quick questions. It's all you, fam. So on specific. Ooh, Amir jumped out. Oh, Yashar jumped out. What happened? I didn't touch nothing. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Press a 1 if you can hear me. Make sure my internet just didn't kick off. Oh, there's Ngozi right there. Okay.
Well, my phone died. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, you straight. You straight. So specifically, so Dante's E-L29, which is a subclade of EM34, right? Or so you have EM34, EM84, the E-L29, right? So I know that, like, for instance, like the Greeks carry like E-L29, right?
Yes. Yes.
What other populations in Europe do you know that carry EL29? Because if you're saying Dante has it from a European person, I can understand the council. I'm just trying to trace like what population he would get it from, right?
So it'll be in some Mediterranean Greek brothers. It'll be in some people in Spain and Portugal. It will also be in Eastern Europe, and it can also be found in France. Napoleon had that marker. He had EM34. If you look into it.
But yeah, I'm talking about specifically the EL29 market, right? So early in the show, I was showing where Somalian people and Ethiopian people were showing that they had EL29, and we're even doing like tests amongst their family with over like there was a beautiful test amongst the Somali did amongst themselves with their own 23andMe ancestors or family members or whatnot. Where they had one had 117 people in the study, the other one had like 142, right, of their own family members, right? And so EL29 came up in they had the EV32, right? But they also had other E1B1Bs that came up like EL29, right? Specifically EL29. So we can find it in East Africa, right? And I hear the argument. I hear the argument of like you can have an East African marker, like for instance, like Thomas Jefferson had T, right?
Yeah.
I hear that the argument, right? Like my paternal grandfather, who North African through Spain, Mexico, he has EM34 specifically, right? That's on my mother's side, right? I get what you're saying on that, right? But specifically EL29, right? I'm trying to figure out where Dante would pick that up.
Oh if it can't, we do know that EM123 did leak back in with those farmers that came back in through the Levant, and someone like not just a small, because that EL29 will be small in Somalis compared to the overall EM78. So let's get that out the way. You know that. But you do have Habesha people with clades of EM123. You have a lot of the people in you'll find EM123 in the Horn because they back migrated in. Let's not get it twisted. So the only close population, if I can give an idea to it, with him having that marker, would be some of those people in southeastern part of Africa that was probably in Mozambique that those Bantu speakers mixed with because they spent time amongst a few of those populations. You get what I'm trying to say? That's the only population that I can say that had a portion of of EM34, because we do know that it did back migrate, but we have to also recognize that when it back migrated, it was already clades of E's that were there. My argument is that, but you can find it more highly, right? More highly. Could you hear me? Could you hear me? Could you hear me, bro?
I can hear you now. I don't know if you're cutting out if that's me, because my signal's kind of low right now too. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. So you can hear me good?
Yeah, you got it.
Could you hear me good? Okay, yes, so sir. What I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is, even though you find some EM34, because we do know that EM123 came back in through the Levant with farmers, but when they got there, it was already clades of E that was there, multiple types of E's. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that, but you can find it higher. This is why I base my studies and based off me understanding, you find it higher in a lot of Mediterranean Europeans, higher than you would do in the average Somali, because the average Somali is running around here with EM78, and second under EM78 in the form, which is EB32, second to be the T marker. You do find clades of EM123 from those early farmers that back migrated. You found it among some of those pastoralists that was in Mozambique because it leaked back in. But when you go into that Mediterranean, even though EM123 is the highest marker there, because there's other markers that we notice in the Mediterranean higher, but you do find it in a higher percentage than you would, in the overall interior portions of sub-Saharan Africa. You get what I'm trying to say?
No, I agree. Here's something I do want to understand too. Like, so for instance, and just to be clear, I've never come out and said that my haplogroup is specifically like specific to or singular to Fulani, but like, yeah, all the groups you mentioned, like the Fulani, the Hausa, the Dogon, the Mandinka, the Wolof have it, the Fonte have it, the guy have it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah, all powerful people.
A lot of people.
All powerful people.
But like, so I talk a lot about like, so we with that 542,000 that was taken from East Africa, we can see where they went. They went in large portion to Haiti, and then like the Portuguese took them to Brazil and whatnot, right? And so for the people who are in Haiti, we can see there's a portion of they have, like, when they take DNA tests, they do come up with like the Southeastern Bantu, East African kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So do you think it would be wrong for people who have large portions of DNA that connect to East Africa, Southeast Africa, to primarily identify as those people over somebody who's over like maybe West Africa, if that East African DNA dominates the West African DNA?
If the East African dominates the West African, of course. If they have, because for example, you look at the Somali Bantu people, even though they may not be as East African or Northeast African as the average Somali, the average Somali Bantu has a higher portion of Northeast African ancestry than his Cameroon ancestors that stayed back. So the thing, and it's a beautiful thing. I think it's all good. So the people that do have ancestry from that southeastern portion of Africa that were stripped, if they got that, they should embrace it, because it does show that a Cushitic merge that happened. We got to remember, these Bantus expanded. They mixed with a whole lot of people on their way into southeastern Africa. They mixed with Nilotes, they mixed with Cushitic people, and they became distinct. So a southeastern Bantu is more distinct from a Bantu that stay in Cameroon and staying in Angola. You get what I'm trying to say? So some of the people, if you got a higher component of that, embrace it. Embrace your Cushitic ancestor, because it's part of your story. You may not be a Somali directly, but you share ancestry or the same type of component as Somalis have from those early Cushitic populations. You get what I'm saying?
So here's one other thing I do want to clarify. Like, so me in particular, right? Me being like EM33, right, or specifically EL94, right? That's not very common, right?
No. So it's not common amongst. Because go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you with.
No, go ahead. You can clarify.
No, it's not common. You know, most of the average, based off recent studies of what we have now, the average African American is E1B1A. Second to E1B1A, 40 to 30% is R1B M269. And in some cases, at 5%, you might find E3B, or you might find at a lower percentage of I, and you may find other clades. But that EM33 is not more common amongst African Americans. You have a very old marker. You got that shit is close to EM96. EM33 is old.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they're going out for a beer every now and again. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Yeah, like you predate the late downstream mutations of the Natufians. You predate E1B anything. You know, that any offshoot of EP177, which forms into EP2 or E1B1, which forms into E1B1A and E1B1B, you predate that. You're a great uncle. So, yeah, man.
Facts. But I bring that up. I bring that up to say this though, like, so, because when we're talking about the like potential ghost populations in Southeast Africa, whatnot. For instance, when we're talking just about the Lemba by themselves, right? They have 13 different haplogroups, and we can see like so. And you're familiar with like the Islamic trade in East Africa, where like there was a large amount of trade that was going on in East Africa, where like there's a lot of genetic flow that happened, just period or whatnot, right?
Yes.
So understanding that it wouldn't be unheard of for a rare haplogroup to make it over here in that slave trade, based upon the fact, like, so again, like me being an example, like I'm not a common haplogroup, right? So it wouldn't be unheard of for an uncommon haplogroup to also come over from the East African slave trade. Would you agree with that or no?
Well, I'll say this. You gotta, even though you're not as common as E1B1A, I know a lot of brothers as EM33 compared to that market that brother got is very rare to a lesser extent than yours. That's very rare. But
right,
we won't disregard, because we do know some clades of EM123 did leak back into the continent. We won't disregard that. But what I'm saying is, my best friend, my brother Malik Kamara, that's on Facebook. He is EM33. You know, it's a few people I know that's EM33 at a higher percentage than this branch that this brother have. You know what I'm saying?
I definitely agree with that, but I'm just saying I'm using my DNA as a concept.
Yeah. But I could say that, you know, it's a possibility. I'm gonna rival what we have now, but it's a possibility. I wouldn't throw it out the window because again, you can't pigeonhole genetics or DNA, and I'm saying that as a person that's aware of it. So I have sequenced DNA. You know, I hold a degree in biology. So any person that deals with science or understands science won't try to pigeonhole it because you can't do that. So what I'm saying is, you and your model of what you're saying may be right. Like a few people probably did get the marker later, but for now, I don't see that for now. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up. So, in understanding there is east to west migrations, like for instance, like I was talking earlier about like how even the Islamic texts talk about like migrations from Yemen, Ethiopia to Timbuktu, etc., whatnot, right? In your mind, is it like so with Dante's specific DNA? As a matter of fact, I can do it like this because it's actually on here. Hold up. So there's his paternal marker. There's his 23andMe. Let me get to his. There we go. There's his Doke African knot, right? And so we can see to where like he has a link to like the Maasai and like the Yemenis towards the lower end of his distances and whatnot, right?
Correct.
Do you see any so Anonymous was talking to you when in a previous conversation with Garfield about the sample sizes of the populations and whatnot, and understanding like we have like huge, like I was just talking about like just between the Hausa, Fulani, the Igbo, and the Yoruba, like we're talking like 250 million people, right? And the sample sizes are extremely small in comparison to the people. Like they don't even go by clan, etc., right? Like so you could have clans that are specifically one haplogroup and they get skipped over in the genetic testing and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? So given that we don't have like a full understanding of what West African haplogroups look like, do you think it's possible that we could see East African haplogroups like the E-L29 show up in West Africa, being like that Dante is like Mandinka, Yoruba, etc., like things we can see like in southern Nigeria or things in Mali, etc., we know these migrations kind of went to and whatnot?
I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, because we know historic. This is why we can't just base our understanding of just hoping and dealing with genetics, because genetics just tell you the marker. It's stories to how these signatures got there. So if we understand oral tradition and history, we can't disregard all oral tradition and history. You know what I'm saying? First of all, a lot of these DNA companies like Ancient Tribe DNA and Jed Match or whatever, they sequence different patterns of the DNA that you put in. When you get your raw data, you give it in, and they look at different things. Another company may look at something else that the other company may not have. That's what the thing that we have to understand when they sequence the DNA. We have to also understand the PCAs that's used, the sequence DNA, the principal component analysis, what's being used when they deal with it, and what's being different companies see different things. For example, you take your test with 23andMe, it may be a little different with Ancestry DNA. We got to look at the sample size these companies have as well. What are they using? What group population are they having? This is why I had an issue with Rick Kittle's African Ancestry DNA. His DNA company only tells you haplogroups only make up less than 1% of your DNA. That's not your overall DNA composition. So to say a marker came from anywhere, that's problematic to me. The Yoruba are not all E1B1A 7A. Some Yoruba have different clades of E1B1A. The same thing with the Mandinka. The same thing with the Fulani. You know what I'm saying? So with us, we're dealing with dealing with the scientific methodology right now. So with these differences occurring, I wouldn't say it's far-fetched for your model to possibly be true until we find it. I'm one of those guys that Terry's found. That's when I'm gonna be like, okay, there you go. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point I was rooting for a North African origin of EM96, but based off something that was found from 2021, I haven't brought it up yet. I lean more towards Green Arabia now. Because at first I was going backwards and forth. So now I just say stuff like Middle East, North Africa. That's my model.
That's what's up.
But I also want to look at Dante European components, because I know he's overall African. Because you have these brothers and sisters out here that's overall sub-Saharan African, 90% or 95%, but they still may have a British Y chromosome. Okay. As we can see, look.
He is 8.7%.
Now, look at something though, King. Not to disregard you. British. He's 8.4, and that's a blessing. He's low, not disregarding European people, because I don't promote racism, but he's highly African. That's a beautiful thing to be highly African. But here's the thing. He's 8.6% Northwestern European, British, and Irish, which is 4.4%. But look at what he got in the middle. 3.1% French and German. So this is with this right here, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but with that little 3%, there's no telling where he got that Y chromosome from, because we know that Y chromosome is found in these countries right here, from Germany to France. Even Hitler. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Look at that.
No, 100%. And I was saying earlier in the video, with the EM34 concept, right? We were talking about Napoleon being EM34, right? If somebody's pulling up EM34, and they're pulling up French, that makes sense, right? But that's why I was also asking about the specific concept of EL29, because it's a subclade of a subclade, right?
Yes.
So I know the Greeks have EL29. I don't see any of that here, right? But I'm not familiar with what other Europeans have EL29. Hence I was asking you if you knew.
A few people in France. It was found in a few people in France, a few people in Bosnia, but I know it's higher in the Greek Mediterranean men, and those Mediterranean Europeans in Greece, and a few people in Spain. I will send you
something that I would greatly appreciate that.
I got you. I'm gonna give you my phone number too. If I can give you my phone number right now, because I don't know if I can write it in the chat, because when I be writing it, it's a business number, so it don't matter if I say it publicly. I wouldn't matter. But you can write down this number if you could, King.
No worries.
773-219-5888.
You got it.
This is a business number. So when you call me, I'm going to send you a lot of stuff on L29, this specific clade of it, in places that it's found. Yes. But I am not disregarding, because I don't shoot my brothers down. I'm not disregarding your probability and the idea of what you're saying, because again, there are things to Africa that has not been discovered. There are things like the Natufians. They only sequenced 5 Natufians, bro. They didn't sequence all of the Natufians.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
Shit may change next year.
And that's what we mean about sample sizes, right? You can't have 4 people representing the Natufians. That's an entire population. Come on, now that's ridiculous.
Yeah, my boy is a student in Israel. Yeah. My boy is a student in Israel. He's a bioanthropologist. So he sent me a lot of stuff on the tube and different things that sequence. His name is Easy. I'm gonna send you a video. Me and him going backwards and forward. It's a lot of stuff that's gonna come out, man. It's gonna it's gonna really be a shocker. But I can tell you this, that those, even with the Ibero-Maurutians, they did not sequence all of the population. And the same thing with people that's alive today. They haven't sequenced all of the country of Somalia to say what you know what I'm saying? They didn't do that. People ain't giving up their samples. So
exactly.
Shit may change. At first they said sub-Saharan Africans had no Neanderthal ancestors. Then when they start testing the Yoruba and the Mindi, they finding traces percentages at 0.3%. What's going on? There's an explanation behind that.
And a whole different archaic human that they haven't even found yet. They're like, oh, there's got to be something else here. Exactly. Exactly.
So we have to acknowledge that there are limitations to science. Genetics is one thing, and Soikiata said it best. You can't just depend on genetics to tell a story. You have to deal with archaeology. You have to deal with anthropology. You have to deal with a whole lot of things to tell. And even the oral traditions that help, because the oral traditions in some cases do tell. Even though the Limba are a Niger, Congo, Bantu speaking people, based off their genetic signatures, you do see a Yemenis or people from the Levant and people from the Middle East coming back in. You can see it, but they also have a large E1B1A. They also have a clade of T, which is T1A, and they got that fake ass, what they call the fake Cohen gene, which is J1C3. And that is nothing. Different people got different Cohens. The Samaritans is EB12. You know what I'm saying? Or E1B, a clade of, EB12, that's the same marker that's coming
Yeah,
in E.
they're EM34. They're EM123. Yeah.
EM78. Well, yeah, but they got the EM78 too amongst them. The EM78 in the form of EB12. We know
I'm
EM78.
thinking about just the Levites. Where the Levites just have the EM34. My fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, they got EM34 over there as well. They got EM78. We know EM78 moves in the form of EB32, like a lot of Cushitic brothers. EV12, that's common in modern Egypt, and they got the EV22 branch up there. So it's like different people got these different, you know what I'm saying? These different. And then when you go into and this is what's tricky about the Kohen gene. You get into the Arab thing, it ain't that special no more because you see the Eastern Arabs, not the other Arabs West that has a high level of E3B. In some layers, they got E1B1A, but they have a higher level of E3B and E. But when you go into the eastern part of Arabia and Syria, you got the Kohen loses its uniqueness because J1C3 ain't shit amongst them because it starts to overpower up in the eastern part. So this is how you know it's all made up, bro, to a degree when it's with these people that's trying to feel special and not telling the overall story of what's going on, you know?
Facts. Real quick, I want to touch on what you were saying about the 3.1% of the French and German being significant enough to give somebody a haplogroup, right? So in that same vein, let's say I'm pulling up 3.1% like Somalia or DNA from the Horn, and I pull up like EM329, right? You wouldn't deny that would be like an Ethiopian specific type clade, right?
I wouldn't I wouldn't deny. But see, EM33 is so old, and it came in so long ago. It's been in West Africa.
No. EM329 because we're talking about like a split from EM2.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah,
the one that's real specific to Ethiopia. Like it's only amongst them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, my fault. But yeah, if you're talking, I definitely wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Just like one of my guys, my boy Quentin, he's 98% African. And I'm saying his name, he don't mind. But his Y chromosome is Q. He was 2% Native American. No, he's 95% African. No, 94 to 95, I forgot. And he was like a small percentage of European, and he was like 2 to 3% Native. And his Y chromosome was Q. So autosomally, he was 3 to 2% Native. He was still highly African, but he had the paternal marker that was found in his autosomal DNA. He was paternal marker Q. Now, this is a so-called black man running around here with a Y chromosome that's common with Native Americans that had, they had P and Q paternal markers over here. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So people with, if they have, traits of Somali or Ethio-Somali, I can say that, and they got that marker, no, I wouldn't deny that. It happens sometimes, just like with the European on the flip side.
So we would agree that if I had like 3.5%, like the southeastern Bantu connection or whatever, and there was some ghost population DNA, whatever, like if I got a marker from over there, I shouldn't be surprised because 3+% whatever would be enough. Like that's enough genetic material to contribute a haplogroup.
I mean, of course, again, I just gave you my African American brother, and I gave you African Americans that's highly African and 4 to 5% European, and they got that return. Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Yes, sir.
So what's
real quick? No, go ahead. No, go ahead. My fault.
I'm sorry, brother. I cut your wisdom. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, because I got one last question. So go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
So so when it comes to with these markers, man, they get real tricky. And again, with EM329, that clade that's found in Ethiopia, which is E1BC or E1B1, that's a form of E1B1A. And they found it amongst who?
Right.
Or they found it amongst Malta boy. You know what I'm saying? That's a form. That's absent of the M2 mutation. So they call it what? E1B1A2. We're E1B1A1. That's E1B1A2. EM339. So yeah, that's not far-fetched at all, my brother. Because we know that clade of E1B1A only exists amongst those Omatic speakers in Ethiopia.
So I want to make something clear because like I said earlier, as an intelligent person, I know you're really specific and really particular, and I think some people might hear what you're saying sometimes and feel like you're going back and forth and saying two different things or whatnot, right? I mean, I want to give an example to where people being really particular. And I want to give you a chance to clear something up right quick, right? Like so, because I've heard you really get it in on a thorough level on Clubhouse before, right? And I got to hear your nuance. But I don't think a lot of people catch you on that, right? Like, so I've heard you say, for instance, like on Clubhouse, how E is related, right? But at the same point in time, I'll hear you say something like how like people like EV13 aren't us, right? Talking about people who are West African, etc., right? Being specific about the thing, right? Like we're related, but they're not us. You can't say that they're us. You know what I'm saying? And I think some people might hear that and hear like, oh, he's saying two different things and not catch your nuance. Will you break down what you mean by all that?
I mean, we as Homo sapiens, we are all 99.9% the same. You know, it's only at a small percentage where you find differences, right? So when it comes to the E, we're all E mutation, regardless to us being E1B1A, EM33, we're all part of the E mutation family, but it can become distinct. So EV13, which is a branch of EM70, is slightly distinct from EV12, but that's at point percentile range at distance. You get what I'm saying? You have other things that take, but remember, haplogroups only make up less than 1% of your DNA. It's not your overall DNA composition. You have a whole lot of other stuff autosomally. Like, for example, you can get a man, right? Let's say I get a Boricua brother who's 80% Mediterranean, 5% Sub-Saharan African, the rest Native American, but he got the same Y chromosome as me. You know, distinctively, we develop in different regions. You have shit like that. Like you find Puerto Rican brothers that's 90-something% Mediterranean. Don't even got that much but he got the same Y chromosome as me. I'm E1B1A7A, aka EP252. And you got brothers that's, you know what I'm saying? So we have the same paternal marker, but in other areas we ain't. But overall, as a species, we're 99.9% the same. Homo sapiens functions the same. Differences only happen at the clinal level. If we understand Klein, race is a social construct, so I'm not getting into that. But there's a distinction in mutation, even if it's at small percentiles, but still enough to be distinct to have its own uniqueness, even though we're all still part of the super E family, because I don't disregard any E, but I also recognize the uniqueness of these E's. So it might sound contradictory, but I'm just being realistic about it. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I definitely
appreciate you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate you too. I want you to know this, brother. Sometimes when I'm speaking in the things may come off aggressive. I'm not aggressive. I'm passionate about this. I love science. I love to hear people talk about science. And for us, bro, I don't want any of us, because we got people that's watching us. We got Oscar. We got people that's not directly us, that's watching us. I get into it with North Africans. I get into it with a whole lot of other people. So when we speak, I want all of us to speak in a manner so they won't say we're trying to coach a vote, because we don't have to do that at all. We want to know what we're talking about, because they're trying to know what they're talking about. And it's a lot of people that's going backwards and forward, and I get into it with these people a lot of times, bro. A lot of people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm witness. I'll bear witness. I've watched you do it. I've watched it go. I've watched it goes to get it in with Ashkenazi Jews over the Kohen mark. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
get into it with them. I love my Somali family. I'm related to them, but sometimes they can be xenophobic. they can be on some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But this is not to hate my brothers. They're my brothers. But you find sometimes where they can get territorial over their clade of E and separate themselves from you. You know what I'm saying? So you also have you also have some Yoruba. You also have some Yoruba. You go on club, they can get it's the wars between the so-called Africans of the diaspora, or African Americans, or whatever you want to call these people, or us, or whatever, and the people back home on the continent. They have a lot of backwards and forwardness going on. You know what I'm saying? According to Islam teaches us you are what your father is. So they contradict the hell out themselves. You know, oh, you're not African no more. You're this and that. Well, if we are what our father is, and you're a Muslim, my Y chromosome links to the same people that your Y chromosome links. So what are you talking about? So you have these, you know, we got to get into it with all these people, because we're being watched, bro. Believe it or not, they're watching us. So I just want us to be sharp when we shoot. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. And that's
I believe that the Hebrews, he was there, but we're talking about a people with literature was written in 800 BC, the oldest, right? We're talking about past the Natufian phase, past the Chalcolithic phase, which is, you know, the copper phase or copper iron phase before the idea of Bronze Age. the Chalcolithic, past the middle of the Bronze Age, and then around 800 BC when you start finding literature. Yes, E played a major role in writing the literature in the Middle East. That goes for every text. But also you have other people that were there. So we don't want to be biased and ignore the other portions of group people that were there, because like Dr. Anti-Joke teaches us, the Middle East is a zone of confluence. So we know the first predecessors that was there. We know about you find the E's there first with the Natufians, and the Natufians represent two waves of people: the Cambrians, the Levantine Argagatian population, the Cambrians, and the Helfen groups that all merge together to form this Natufian population, right? Then you find pre-Proto-Neolithic A, B, and C group. Then you find the Harifians, and we know the Harifian population, who was related to the Natufians and the pre-pottery, created Proto-Semitic. And Proto-Semitic, according to Christopher Arrett and Roger Blinch, comes out of Africa, Northeast Africa, in between the eastern desert of Egypt, before dispersing over there and forming into Proto-Semitic in the Levant, before it diversifies in the Levant, and some of it leaks back in. So we got the E's there. We understand our T brothers was there, because people try to disregard T. T was there as well. It comes in. Then we have later on in the Chalcolithic phase, you find these people coming in with these J's in the Bronze Age. We got all these people coming in, and J don't, even though we found the oldest people with J near the Caucasus, and the oldest fossils of this dude near the Caucasus was found with the SLT2485 mutation. That's been sequenced, right? But all J's aren't going to be so-called fair skinned. They mingle with people of color, especially the women that they took on when they took on the Semitic languages. So we know that the original J did not speak a Semitic language. They had a language isolate, and that language isolate was a bridge in between Proto-Indo-European and something else that was distinct. Most of the Proto-Indo-European speakers are related to the Yemeniya groups, and those Yemeniyas were highly R1B. And a few of them had other little shit that was going on. If you go to certain sites, even though they were overall R1B, few of them had like clades of G and J that got absorbed in. But we know the agriculturalist farmers in northern Turkey was G markers based on what's been sequenced. So what I'm saying is that when it comes to the Middle East, when it comes to the Hebrew, or the people that we call the Hebrew, even though E is a major runner, and we should never denounce that. And I'm glad that we have people that's fighting for E, because E played a major role in the Middle East. But we also can't disregard the other portions of people that got absorbed, blended in, mixed, and created these other groups of people into what we see today. It's been a lot of mingling. It's been a lot of merging. It's been a whole lot of stuff going on. Then we got to follow the storylines. A lot of the stories that you find in biblical texts, and we got to understand Israel, and I'm just running my mouth now. I don't know if you want me to stop. I'm just talking.
You said Israel. I went on mute, bro. Go ahead.
I was going to say, but Israel sits on two plate tectonics. It sits in between Northeast Africa, the African-Syrian Rift, and it sits in between Southwest Asia. Israel is a transcontinental country. So it gets tricky, bro.
Yes, sir. 100%. Yeah, DNA. So one thing I think that's interesting with the language and whatnot is I think you can use language to really back up genetic migration and whatnot. Use language like a fingerprint and whatnot, in a sense, like a cultural fingerprint in a sense, right? I think people, like, when people listen to you, like, they really got to pay attention, like when you're talking about DNA and when you're talking about language and how you use the two, because someone can get easily lost in that sauce right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I try not to do that. I try to make it simple, but the history of what we're fighting for is not simple, because we know that culture shifts, bottlenecks occur, all types of things can occur. Genetic drifts, founder effects. Like I said, the early Fulani did not speak a Niger-Congo language. If you go back to the early phases of the Sahara, they speak a Niger-Congo language now because if they went into Senegal, they intermingled with the Proto-Syria groups or Siri groups. So later on, they developed Niger-Congo. But when you get into their genetics, it tells a different story. Not to mention something that they had that comes out of Northeast Africa. And what is that? Pastoralism. And in this old pheasant cave art, in this old Tassili cave art, you see the cows and the cattle of the Proto-Fulani groups, right? All through southern Algeria, all through the southern portions of North Africa. You see it all through the old cave art. What do we find is at first? The Dekla Oasis, near Egypt and in between the Levant and in between Egypt. That Egypt and Levant area is very special. Not to mention Yemen as well. People disregard Yemen. And the Horn of Africa near that Red Sea. That's a very special place in those portions. So as they go, and the Sahara was important too. because in the Sahara, they're meeting up with all types of groups. You know, it's a lot of things going on, a lot of culture exchange, a lot of different things going on. So that's why I like to talk about the language family and the genetics all together to give people a clear understanding, because life isn't simple. It may appear to be complex. Some people may say, damn, Ngozi sound like he's contradicting himself. No, life is complex. It's not simple. I can't just say all Egyptians was E, even though they were highly that. And it's a postulation that they were highly that. But when you start studying these dynastic periods and you look at King Tut, who was R1B, and one time he was R1BA2, which is EV88, but they tried to say he was something else, European, but that's different. We know that market came through Southern Europe a long time ago, and it played a role in the Green Sahara. You know, the Kiphians and the Tenarians. The Kiphians was related to the Ibero-Maurutians, and that's estimated for them to be highly E. But when it comes to the Tenarians, that's a different story. They already had cultural exchange with cattle coming from the Mediterranean, where you find E up there and you find R going backwards and forward. That's a whole nother story. So the Egypt, even before a dynastic period, it had ties from the Africans from the Green Sahara, people that was crossing over through the Near East, and all merging together. And this is why with me, I no longer say that modern Egyptians aren't descendants of ancient Egyptians. Their skin tone range. They go from being dark as my brother Dante, intermediate brown, and in the Mediterranean, they get light. And this is the same thing you see on the pictures. This is a transcontinental country. So I just don't say that for Israel, that Hebrews wasn't just exclusively E. Egyptians wasn't exclusively E either. They had all types of, in that portion of the world, this is the world of trade, marketing. They had a whole lot of stuff going on. They were swapping women. A lot of the mitochondria DNA is highly distinct from people that's in their portions of interior Africa and other layers. So it's been a lot of backwards and forwards going on in Africa for a long time, man. For a long time. Then you got layers to Eurasian. Paleo-Eurasians were very close to North Africans from the Tyrian population. Then you have Neolithic Eurasians. You have Paleo-Eurasians. You have the Proto-Eurasian. Then you get into the Neolithic Eurasians. Then you get into the Bronze Age Eurasians. And then in the Bronze Age Eurasians, this is when you start to find the SLC 2.5 mutation start to occur, and they start to disperse and give that light skin variant to a lot of the earlier phases. But the Paleo-Eurasians were very close to those North Africans. And those North Africans were the same people that were responsible for the Nubian complexes, those tools that you find in between Sudan, Upper Egypt, and the early Levant and Arabia. Okay. And I believe those people that brought us E back in, EM96.
That's what's up. This is going to be my last question. I'm going to shut it down after you answer.
Hey, I'm going to go ahead, King.
As someone who deals with an Abrahamic tradition yourself, what, and understanding we don't have a physical specimen to find out what his DNA haplogroup was, what is your best educated guess as to what possible haplogroups Abraham would have, Sarah would have, and maybe even Hagar?
Looking at the timeline, I don't know. I wouldn't say, because I couldn't really say. Like I have a model, but that model is, again, it's pseudo because I can't prove it, you know, but I have an idea. So I said, you know, with the Ham Shem, I had a model for that, but I can't prove that. But based off the timeline, you know, 4,000 years ago or 1800 BC, it wouldn't be far-fetched that he was J. It wouldn't be a clade of J. It wouldn't be far-fetched that he was a clade of E. It wouldn't be far-fetched that he was a clade of G. It don't matter, but I do know that he wasn't a white boy. He was in between an intermediate brown color, like people you find over there, or darker brown. He wasn't a British Anglo-Saxon or the people that you see. And I don't have a problem with his haplogroup here. I wouldn't, but I can't say, because this is only 4,000, 3,000 years ago, according to what's being taught and presented. That's not that long ago. And at that time, it was all types of stuff going on in between that Near Eastern portion of the world.
Okay, we got one question from the chat from Anonymous Hebrew. He says, the Orthodox Moor, can you ask if he believes the things he is saying? Why does he say definitively that some of us cannot be of Israelite stock?
Because we're not. Everybody isn't. And to be an Israelite means one who struggles with God. So anybody can be whatever belief system they want. Like, I'm a Muslim. So, I mean, if you take your covenant with the Most High and you believe it and you're sincere about it, you can be whatever you feel. But every African-American ain't running around here is an Israelite. E1B1A don't make you an Israelite. You know, that doesn't, that's like me saying E1B1B make you Somali. When we know that Amazigh got E1B1B, Somali got E1B1B, Oromo got E1B1B, or I give you a better model. I give you a better model. Somalis and Habesha go to war with each other. But guess what? They got the same haplogroups. That EV32 is in the Habesha people, just like it's highly in the Somali people. But you can't tell no Somali that he's Habesha because of his haplogroup. That don't even make sense. Or let's look at the Mandinka. The Mandinka is highly E1B1A. The Wolof is highly E1B1A. The Yoruba is highly E1B1A. But there's distinction amongst them. They're not the same. So what I'm saying is that I'm not going to say because you E1B1A, you're a Hebrew, bro. That don't even make sense. So what I'm saying is I'm being realistic about it because I'm not biased. But you can be whatever you want to be. You can believe in whatever you want to believe in because ultimately these are Homo sapiens sapiens that created these faiths. And you are Homo sapiens sapiens. And as a species, we're 99.9% the same. And it shouldn't even be about that. It should be about the message. When I study Quran, I'm not trying to figure out what paternal marker Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had. I don't care what he had. It's about the message. Because you could be E1B1A and be a rapist and a murderer. I don't want to have shit to do with you. You could be E1B1A and be a child molester. You could be E1B1A like some of them niggas in Tanzania that's eating albinos and shit. Why the fuck do I want to affiliate myself with those weird ass people? So I don't care about your haplogroup.
Yeah, and on that one level, that's why Anonymous, he definitely portrayed our beliefs very well when he was talking to you in Garfield and says like, you know what, I don't even care about the DNA. Like I could just claim the Bible and be a spiritual Israel. I don't need the DNA part. You know what I'm saying? It's about the righteousness. You know what I'm saying? And I 100% concur with that concept and whatnot.
Yeah, and not just that, but if you are it spiritually and mentally, you are it physically because everything starts in the mind. And if you live according to it inside, it starts to manifest outside. So if you live in accordance, like if you're striving to be Christ-like or Muslim, one who submits to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or Christ-like, one to be like Christ, and you're following, you become that. So I'm not against anybody that's following a faith. If you're an Israelite and you follow the Torah and you follow the laws, you're doing what you're supposed to do, who am I to tell you that you're not? First of all, you're a man of God. And I'm not going to say because you haplogroup G or R, you're not special. God don't see things like that. Because you got people that got the same haplogroup as you, they're serial killers. That don't make them special. They savages.
Yeah, y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, peace to you, King. Hey, all due respect, that wasn't the question I asked.
What's the question, King?
And you know what I'm saying? I appreciate what you just said. But I wanted to speak specifically to the point you had just made that when you were saying, you know, the genetics of Abraham could have possibly been some E, it could have possibly been some J. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I know that you have your own model about this. My concern is there are times, you know, and I don't want to quote you verbatim.
Yeah, you could, bro. That's what you're saying. You talk about the truth.
The lines of,
yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
None of us are Israelites, right? I'm not talking about all, because I'm not one of these people. Moore is not one of these people that says every black person that was a part of the transatlantic slave trade is Israelite. But are you saying now that there are some of us that have some type of genetic connection to being an Israelite?
Now I'm gonna answer your question. From the information that we have now and what we know, no, I don't. The Natufians, I don't find any E1B1A over there. It could have been because they only found 5 fossils, but I don't find it. And even though they do have information about a sub-Saharan African component being in Israel 3,000 years ago, and some E1B1A is there, that doesn't mean that the E1B1A that you come from leaked over there. You could have been somebody that stayed south, while some of them dudes went east and migrated into the Mediterranean, like Ramesses III.
So you saying none of this? So you saying none of that could have mutated into some of the stuff that we see today in some of our DNA?
I mean, based off what we have now, based off the information, I'm just being physical, right? Physical from the information that we have now. And I'm just being realistic from what I have now. And if things can go different if something else is discovered. African Americans are descendants of West and Central Africa. Those people, based off my studies, the only portion of Abrahamic faith that they have, because a lot of African Americans are partially Fulani and Mandinka, they were Muslims. The other ones were animists. I don't see any no Hebrew ties from that little.
But the Muslims have Hebrew ties. You understand that, right?
I mean, in the sense of an Abrahamic faith, yeah. But a lot of those people like that
in
were
the sense of being an Israelite.
I mean, what do you mean by that, my brother?
I mean that we see Muslims that have forced conversion We see Israelites that have forced conversion to being
Muslim. But what I'm saying is based off information.
No. That's not a but. That's a real point. We see.
Bro, I don't know nothing about that. And you can't make. See, I'm not. Look, I know what you're trying to do. No. I know what you're trying to do, and you're getting mad, and I'm not gonna let you get me mad because I'm in your head. No. Listen to me, man. Listen to me, man. Listen to me, my brother. That's what I'm trying. Yeah, I'm not gonna play this game, bro. Listen, based off what I don't know nothing. No, listen to me. I'm just being real because I don't play those type of games. I know what you're trying to do.
Games, y'all. Okay,
but I'm trying to ask. No. I want people, the audience, to hear me because you can't confuse me either. I don't go for none of that. So listen to me. You're not gonna go for none of that because you're a man. So let's speak as men. I don't know nothing about that. I don't play that type of stuff that I don't know. I don't play guessing games. I base things off what is on the surface until something is found. So what I'm trying to say is, what you're doing, I don't know if you know for sure that, but what I'm saying is based off what we know, the people that were taken, I don't care about, the Muslim converts or the Africans that had Israel, that's whatever. But I'm talking about the people, the Mandinka that was Muslims, some of the Yoruba people that practiced Islam. The Fulani definitely was brought over here. Those people already had a genetic signature that was hovering in the Sahara and in Africa way before Israelite. I'm saying like when it comes to Africans, these people are old. When it comes to these markers that these Hebrews have in this middle Bronze Age, their DNA predates those names. So what I'm saying is again, my brother, those, even if they come from the Middle East in the early phase, it's old. It's older than the idea of Israelites. So what I'm trying to say is, bro, is that, they might have ties. I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying is those people that practice the Abrahamic faith had genetic signatures in those portions of Africa even before those.
Now you just said you didn't know for sure what those genetic signatures was. So right now,
no, you're not understanding.
Ngozi, let him take off land right quick.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Let me get it. So you just specifically said that you didn't know what those specific genetic signatures were.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're trying. No, I didn't say that. Listen to what I said. I didn't say that.
What's the genetic signature of an ancient Israelite, of a Bronze Age Israelite?
The fucking Bronze Age Israelites in the Middle East, the people that were there in the Middle East, based off what they have, it was all types of shit. It wasn't people.
Genetic signature. What's they happen?
It would have been clades of E3B, not E3A that you have, not your marker. It would have been clades of J. It would have been clades of J. It would have been some G and some T.
Okay,
I didn't see no E1B1A over there yet.
So now
pause real quick, just for the family. Like, so Dante would be the D3B, correct? Just so people.
Yeah. Now Dante E3B. Dante E3B.
No, you got it.
Hey, no, he said what I wanted him to say. That's all I wanted.
Dante ain't got shit to do with you, bro. No, I didn't. No, I didn't because Dante could have got that from a white man. He could have got that from a white man. No. He could have got that from a white man. No, I didn't say that you want to. No, I didn't know. You don't love me because I don't love you. Let's not make up that. No, you're cool. I don't love people. No, listen to me. No. Listen to me. No. No. I don't love you because I don't love you. I don't know you. I like you. I like your character, but no. But what I'm saying is this. No, I'm not saying what you want me to say because I made it clear because I know what y'all like to do. Y'all like to go back and listen to recordings. I'm not stupid. Anyway, listen.
Bro, I ain't never listened to recordings.
No. Dante could have got that from a white man. That ain't got shit to do with you.
All right.
His mark ain't got nothing to do with you. Yeah, I already said that. So go ahead. Thank you.
So, hey, can I speak now without you stopping me?
Yeah, go ahead. But when you say something about me, make sure it's in order because I'm gonna catch you up every time you try.
You ain't never caught me up.
Yeah, Ngozi, real quick.
You ain't never caught me up.
Hold on, real quick. And Ngozi, I'm gonna need you to correct him when he's done taking off and landing real quick.
Go ahead.
You can speak. Like, we're gonna go one at a time. You can speak your piece and correct whatever you need to correct. Whatever.
I ain't come up for no static. I really just wanted one clear.
You did come from static, bro. Stop it. Just what you want. I'm giving it to you, but I'm calm about it. So no, let's go answer your next question. Go ahead. Ask your next question. I'm sorry.
Now, if you cut me off again, I will give you the static you want.
Okay, go get. Hey, give it to me. I love this shit, bro. You know I do. I can take shit to 0 to 10. Let's go. I'm gonna give you one more chance. No, I don't want no chance. No, I don't want no chance. Go. I don't want no more chances. I don't want no chance. I'm gonna cut you off again. I don't want no chances. I'm gonna go again. Fuck a chance.
Get control of your panel before I eat him up.
Hey, eat me up. Let's go. No, let's go, because I knew what type of nigga you was. I'm from the streets, nigga. I ain't stupid. Let's go.
Yeah, see, I'm not doing all
with
of
your
that.
pseudo ass, with your West African ass, with your West African ass. Let's go. Let's go, Mandinka. Let's go, Mandinka, nigga. You ain't no fucking Israelite. You West African. Let's go, nigga. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right. So if we're gonna go, my man gotta get the floor for 30 seconds to make his point, and then we can go from there. Go ahead.
Go ahead. So as everybody can see, that's what happens. I didn't call him out his name. I didn't
call you out yours. I didn't call you out yours.
Yeah, look, you still can't even let me speak.
Go ahead, because you're a liar. That's what you are. Not a man of the book. You're a liar. But go ahead.
You can't even let me speak.
Now I just called you out your name. I called you a liar. But go ahead.
I know. You called me a Mandinka. You called me with your West African and all of that. That's your goal. Your goal is to see if you can get me out my character. And guess who's still remaining in character? The one who really does claim to be a follower of the book. So now let's get to it. Now, the problem is this. Like I told you, I didn't come up here for static. I wanted a specific answer to the question that I asked. You went from some to all. My specific question was, are there some that can be? And you would agree, based on everything that you said, regardless of what you want to say afterwards, that some can be. Strictly due to migratory patterns, strictly due to different things that we can go here and just argue back and forth ad nauseum. We could go ad nauseum. The only problem that I have with you is, with all your brilliance, there are times where you won't be consistent and genuine as it pertains to people who claim to be Israelites. And that's what makes me think that there's an agenda. So regardless of whether you hate me or not, I don't hate you. I just want to build with you in a space where we can have real dialogue about what's really out there. You even agree that there is a model that you have. I don't know what it is, but there is a model that you have that tries to distinct and put together who are those people, or who are genetically connected to those people today. To say something as though, oh, I don't even know what you're talking about forced conversion as it becomes to Muslims. And guess what? I'm not even attacking Muslims. That's not my goal at all. Moore is my brother. That's one of my closest, probably my closest brother on the internet. He's a Muslim? What do you mean? So this is not going to be any of that either. This is, we just know for a fact, based upon primary sources that people have written, that there was some forced conversion of Israelites. We know for a fact that we see Israelites setting up shop in East Africa. We know for a fact that there is a connection to us, with different people of that area. That's all I'm saying. Even when I look at my strictly paternal haplogroup, which Garfield tried to say was autosomal or autosomal, that still had East African origins to it, or East African connections to it. That's not autosomal, that's paternal. That's my male line. So like I said, if I go off this, then if we want to go time periods, then we could possibly say that my oldest paternal haplogroup connection would be somewhere in East Africa. There's nothing wrong with saying that. And that doesn't negate the fact of, oh, we ended up and we would have been more basal, subclavian, however you trying to put it, basal West African. That doesn't change the fact that we migrated into West Africa. And that doesn't mean every single person. Notice you only keep speaking about the Mandinka and the Fulani and then a certain other groups. But many of us have all those other things. And it goes way beyond just autosomal. That's the only thing I'm saying. The reason that you're upset is because you're used to people doing that to you. You got some static about what happened with our conversation, not me. I can't help that. And I was cool and straight up with you on that conversation, just like I am now, brother. I have no issue with you. I just want you to be consistent and don't 1 second speak and come right up to brink of saying, yes, some of us are Israelites, and then just all of a sudden waffling back, because that makes it look like you have an agenda. That's it. I'm going to land the plane right there.
Bro, you EM180.
Yo.
And let me just say this.
Shalom.
Peace. Salam. Assalamu alaikum. Let me answer this question right quick, though, because this is a mind game. I don't love him. I don't hate him. I like the brother. I don't know him to say I love him. As a brother, as a fellow African, yes, love to you, but I'm not going to play that game. I see. Hold on. Let me just say this. I sense Jedi mind tricks. I want to say something. He's EM180. I never denounced that E1B1A or his marker, which is E1B1A, that EM180 marker that he have. When I called you a Mandinka, it's high amongst Mandinka people. It's also high amongst Bantu speakers. I can send you a whole article on your Y chromosome. So I'm not going to go there, my brother. And yes, all of E1B1A, which comes from EV38, comes from East Africa. So I'm not even talking about that. It's nothing special or unique and makes you no different than any other so-called person of West African descent or whatever. We're all special in our own way. Let's go there. What I'm trying to say is that I didn't say some. Now, when it comes to East Africa, we see the Hebrew presence there. I'm going to say what I said again. When it comes to West Africa, based off what we have now, things can change. I don't see evidence of it there, but things can change. But when it comes to East Africa, like the Falasha Jews in Ethiopia, like the Limba, primarily the Buba clan, you can see the Hebrew phase went through there. We do know in Northwestern Africa, a lot of the early Amazigh people or Moroccan Jews were Jews. Matter of fact, the queen that was fighting against the Arabs when they came in, Arabs came in 641 AD, and they forced their way into North Africa near Morocco and Tunisia in 690 AD. So the queen who was fighting practiced Judaism. So we do know that Judaism was lingering in the portions of North Africa. When it comes to West Africa, based off what we have now, I don't see any traces of that. But I'm not saying that there wasn't. Hold on.
Can you see my screen?
Hold on, bro. No, I'm trying to finish. You cut me off.
You see my screen?
Hey, let him land real quick, Yashar. Let him land real quick, and then if I can get one more.
I just want to know if this West Africa.
So what I'm trying to say is, Nigeria and all that. That's West Africa,
right?
Yeah. But let me just finish.
You don't see no practice.
You got to win that.
You gotta let me land, bro. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, so we do know in North Africa, like as far as like going west in the northwestern part, a lot of the Amazigh people did practice Judaism. But when it comes to the population that was taken from those areas where we were taken from, I don't see any. And he asked me a question. I'm not saying something might not come up in the future where you find it, but Israel could have been so old in those parts of history because it is in Northwest Africa. You know, we know that the Amazigh queen and a lot of Berbers had it. So not to say that some people didn't go south. We know about the Portuguese, they had ties, the Ladino Jews or whatever that went into Senegal. We know about that portion. So some things can change through time. But what I'm saying is it's a problem when people try to make everybody with this E1B1A marker a damn Hebrew.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a problem to me. No, hold on, bro. But listen, but you not trying to hit a portion of there's a possibility that there could have been traces of it there because it was the north and western part, the Amazigh. But I'm saying, but based off now what I know, the only Abrahamic faith that I know, and I'm a Muslim and I embrace Islam, is that they were Muslim. And I'm going to stick with that.
That's all I'm saying. I just got one more quick question. And I'm done, right? So is your attestation then anything that I have genetically connected to any of those people, right? Let's say somebody's connected to that Buba clan, or somebody's connected to the Moroccan Jew, or somebody's connected to the Yemenis Jew, whatever you attest to really being a Berber or anything like that. You're saying any connection that we have to that is strictly autosomal and is going to be strictly primarily mitochondrial and not paternal.
No, I wouldn't just say mitochondrial. I'll say it's autosomal. Like for example, like with the Buba clan, right? When people put their DNA in Jed match, people forget that the Buba clan or the Limba are they're Bantu speakers linguistically, and autosomally speaking, they're highly Bantu. So some of these signatures is not based off haplogroups of sex chromosomes. And not to mention the Buba clan within the Limba, because most of the Limba are E1B1A, but the Buba clan are they have that J1C3 and that T1A branch. So when they're looking at certain snips of the DNA, you got to look at what layer of the DNA they're looking at when they say you're affiliated or connected to the Limba clan, or even with the Falasha Jews that are Ethiopians, right? The Falasha Jews, you got to remember, Eastern and Central Africans have ancient mitochondrial DNA ties that have been going backwards and forth for a long time. Not to mention the Falasha Jews don't really have a lot of paternal markers that really ties to those late Semitic.
I'm sorry, this is where I get confused, King. And I'm not trying to cut you. We just smart enough to where I don't need you. If you want to do it again, you can. But I've heard you break it down. I've studied it, so I already know what you're gonna say for the most part.
Right.
So where my confusion comes in with what you're saying. Okay. If you're saying that it's autosomal, right, and it's not just we're not just saying okay, because you're smart enough to know that it can't just only be mitochondrial, which is what another brother was saying. I ain't gonna say his name. He tries to insinuate, I should say that, he tries to insinuate that any connection would come from a mitochondrial connection. So if we agree then that it would be some ancient connection, and then that it could be paternal as well, right? It could be paternal as well. Then that means some of us could have today, modern in our modern DNA, we could have an ancient connection to some that stem from those people.
I'm gonna answer your question again. I'm gonna answer your question right now when it comes to paternal, because I'm not gonna tell people what they want to hear.
No, most of the Jews,
most of the Jews or these Semitic speakers, whether they're the European Jews, Ashkenazis, Sephardims, Moroccan Jews, even the Limba, when they was looking at the DNA, they wasn't looking at that. When they was talking about the paternal marker, they was not specializing in E1B1A. They were embracing that fake ass J1C3 shit. But what I'm trying to say is that, and then T1A later. But what I'm saying is, based off, we got to deal with the scientific hypothesis. We have to have a scientific methodology or structure. So if I base this off living populations, I don't agree with no paternal ties, because most of the Jews have a consistent paternal marker signature, whether they're Ashkenazi, Sephardim, Moroccan, Mizrahi, they have the same time. Look, the E that they have is mainly E1B1B. The J that they have J1 and they have J1C3. They have T's, they have G's. It's the same consistent paternal marker all across Sephardics. The only thing that the Ashkenazis have is a unique stratum, and they try to play like it's unique as that R1 shit they have. But overall, when you do look at the parts that come from the Middle East, it's a clade of J and a clade of E3B. The same thing with the Sephardims, the same thing with the Sephardims, the same thing with, you get what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is, that's why I don't say it's a paternal thing, because I follow the ties.
Right. So that means then, so then if we see some autosomal, autosomal residue, we just call it residue just to be nice, because we can get real technical with this. We see some autosomal leftover in my DNA of a Lebanese Jew, of a Libyan Jew, of a Moroccan Jew, of a Yemenese Jew, of an Ethiopian Jew, right? That would mean I have some connection to this autosomally somehow, some way. You would at least agree with that?
Yeah, but here's the thing though, King. We got to know what layer of the autosomal.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree.
Because even when
that doesn't mean that I wake up my hand tomorrow and say, I'm a Libyan Jew. I'm a Yemenese Jew. That's not what that means.
Here's the thing, King. Let me just add on to what you're saying. I'm not disregarding what you're saying. But even when those Jews went into different places, they mixed with people and they collected different genes autosomally. See, get what I'm saying? So things slightly changed, because even though the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic is both from Southern Europe and Ashkenazi is in Central Eastern Europe, there's still some distinction amongst them, and there are also some traces that they have that's similar. So when it comes to these, you gotta remember.
Ngozi, how does the Y chromosome change?
It changed through time. It depends.
No. I need something more specific than it changed through time, because now you basically telling me evolution, and I don't believe.
I'm an advocate of evolution. I don't
believe in evolution. So can you give me something a little bit more solid than just because it just changed over time? Like that's a broad opinion, right? Nothing intellectual about that thought process at all.
How is it not? Evolution means change.
Because you're talking about change. I can just say change. Like it's a process to change, brother. So how does the Y change, bro?
It changes through time.
How?
What do you mean?
How?
What do you mean? How? It's time. Time.
How?
Ask yourself how.
Retarded, bro. You're answering the question, right? You're answering the question, right?
No.
According to your studies, according to your understanding, you're the one. I'm telling you. You're that person, right? So me asking a simple question like I just asked you, it just blew your top.
No, it didn't. It didn't blow my top.
Answer the question, then, brother.
I said through time and evolution. That's it. I don't know what else to tell you. What do you want to hear? You want to hear about? You want to hear about
educated individual that's supposed to understand DNA.
I mean, what do you want?
What?
Oh yeah. I'm saying, what do you want to hear? What do you want to hear though?
I want to hear a logical, intellectual answer. That's what I want to hear, right?
You want me to say God?
You know all of this. You know that Abraham might have had this. He might have had that. He might have.
Hey, I appreciate you for letting me on the panel more. I got a dip.
But you can't answer a simple question.
Hey, why is this man mad? Bro, you're West African. You're West African, my nigga.
Now you're deflecting.
I'm not deflecting. You're mad. I answered it.
So real quick. So I'm going to slow the conversation down so everyone can be heard. Because when people are both yelling at the same time, the family cannot be heard via the chat, etc. And that's not good content for the people to hear. Both people got points to be made right quick. So I'm hearing Yashar say he doesn't believe in evolution, and he wants to understand, based upon the fact that he doesn't believe in evolution, how does the Y chromosome change, right? What are the factors in making it change? Is what I'm hearing him say. And so I'm hearing Ngozi say he does believe in evolution, and maybe Ngozi, maybe you can come at it from like the Al-Jahiz concept, to where as I understand it, as a Muslim, he has like the first writings of like microevolution, because I think like, so Yashar doesn't deal with evolution, but I think what you're talking about, Ngozi, might even deal with the microevolutionary concept. So maybe start there, because maybe the crowd could also follow the conversation there as well.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna dip off more. I appreciate you for letting me on.
Yeah.
Appreciate the brother Ngozi for entertaining these questions.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you for coming through and breaking it down. Hey, while we're at it, hey, peace and blessings to brother Sean Harris. Shout out to the Yap gang. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What's good?
Shout out to Sean Harris, bro.
He must be busy, so we're gonna bring the brothers back on right quick. So, brother,
shalom. Yeah,
shalom, man.
Shalom, Anan. How you doing, bro?
You know, bro.
Oh man, it's getting crazy on the panel right now. What happened, man? We can't do this cordially. What's going on, man? Why
fam,
feelings you carrying on?
You know, I'm gonna jump off. I seem to be an antagonist. So I'm
simple questions make people, you know what I'm saying, have a.
Hey, can I get on? Can I get on? Can I get on? I didn't have a break. Now you came off angry, nigga. You were acting like a nigga at that moment. I came through it. But listen, though.
Asking a simple question.
No.
Asking a simple question. I'm acting like a nigga.
Yashar, let him go answer the question. Yashar, let him go answer the question.
Anonymous Moor, you're a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. You know the deen. This shit dude on some bullshit. Let's not go there. For real.
You on some bullshit, nigga.
Hey, dude, you're not tough. Don't make me curse you out. Anyway, like I was saying, I get you.
Hey, bro, look.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna chat with Sean Harris for a quick second, then we're gonna shut the show down because I'm gonna eat some dinner. I appreciate the family for coming through. Sean, what you got to say on the whole conversation, man?
I mean, basically the same thing. You know, I mean, I respect Amir, and you know, he has his model. And you know, there's times when I hear him say, you know, he doesn't deny E, but then there's time he does, you know, and you know, he has his model. It comes off as you know, inconsistent, but you know, I don't know if it's because people get, you know, once people start asking him certain questions, you know, maybe it's the way they're coming off, or maybe he gets defensive, maybe, you know, it's a number of things because I'm listening. And even when I heard his presentation that he did, it originally aired on Garfield's channel, and then when it got over to Sinettas, you know, some weeks later after Garfield said he needed to edit it or whatever, it gets over there, and pretty much, you know, the title had nothing to do with what Ngozi was saying. So, you know, with that regard, I'm sure he wasn't the one who made the title. From what I understand, you know, I know he spoke to Brother Avery on Clubhouse, and he made it clear that, you know, he didn't make the title, you know, and you know, some of the articles that he pulled up gave a good strong argument for E, you know. It didn't really do what you know, the live didn't actually debunk anything. And I'm sure Ngozi's intention wasn't to debunk anything, but I'm a little curious to why he wouldn't question, you know, those who put him on a platform to speak and want to title it, you know, make it the title that they made it, you know, why he doesn't question them about it, you know, because it's making people look at him, you know, other than what he probably wants people to see him as. So I don't know if he's still there. Maybe he can answer that. And I'm not coming at the brother sideways. I'm just asking a question, you know?
I do believe the brother is still in the back, so.
So, brother, peace and love to you. Assalamu alaikum, brother Sean. See, I like how my brother Sean came at me. He wasn't trying to be under like, dude, your guy that was just on here, he was on some goofy shit. He was trying to be disrespectful. I can't talk to a nigga that don't accept basic science, whether it's micro or macro. I know a lot of people don't accept macro evolution, but micro, come on, bro. We know about algaes. I'm not even going to go there, but that dude just seemed like a dumbass. And I'm just being honest with you. He's disrespectful. He was coming off very condescending in the whole go. Now, when it comes to my brother Sean, Sean, I never denounced E. I don't know what you mean by it when you say I never deny E. I embrace E. I believe E was the head hunter of a lot of great civilizations. I never denounced E. I just like, I don't like to be biased. Now, when people title these things when I come on their show, I ain't got nothing to do with that. My whole thing was, if you heard the show, I was talking about the origin of E possibly developing in Southwest Asia. I talked about that. I gave reasons. I gave the sources. I explained it. I never denied that. So I don't know why these people come off with, you know, with the title that they come off with. I'm just trying to be unbiased and not look at things from a religious view. Even though I practice Abrahamic faith and I'm a Muslim, I'm not trying to promote Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, being haplogroup E. I really don't care what his mark is. I try to deal with it from a realistic human perspective or angle, so people won't say I'm biased and I'm only promoting something for a religion, because I don't do that. You get what I'm saying? But I never denied E. I never said E didn't play a role in anything. I never said that E didn't play a role in the Hebrew faith, because you know it did. So I never said that. People are taking things the way they want to take it. But I don't agree with some people try to denounce their African ancestors, because the biblical text doesn't say anything about the continent called Africa. It doesn't. But people have an animosity towards this place. They have an animosity towards their mothers. They have an animosity towards the people that had these markers even before people in the so-called Middle East had it, and before some of the people in the Middle East came back. People got an animosity towards these people as if it's something wrong with being an African. To be African is to be human. But when my man said he don't accept evolution, which only means change, and asked me how does it change, that was a dumbass question, bro. And then he tried to get tough, and he looks like he's starving and struggling and mad and depressed, all sweated up and shit, because I'm in his mind. I'm in his skin. I'm not saying that perfectly.
The question's a legitimate question. The question's a legitimate question. Like, so let's
and
say I don't believe in evolution.
And I answered it. I answered it. It's simple. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Orthodox Moor, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys both a question. How do you think Y chromosomes change? You think it just how do you think it changed? You don't think it changed through time? You think it just popped up?
Again, I would have started.
Go ahead,
at
King.
this juncture, we're talking about mutations and whatnot, right?
Correct.
So I'm saying at that juncture, we're having a conversation. We're having a conversation about mutations with it, right?
Mutations over time sounds more
exactly.
Probably
I mean, but mutations over time isn't an issue. That's part of change. That's part of we know about microevolution and things change at the micro level. And think about this: if things is moving at a faster rate at a micro level, accumulatively through a whole bunch of abundance of time, you're going to start to see changes on the surface. That's just common sense at the larger level. So what I'm saying is that through those mutations and through time, you have change. How do those mutations occur? That's the question. So the way he asked me the question is the way I answered it. It was simple. How else do he want me to fucking answer the question? That's stupid. And this is not a disregard or disrespect to my Hebrew, because I know my brother Sean is here. He's a Hebrew. But your boy came off on some, he was trying to be disrespectful, my brother Sean.
Yeah, my question to you wasn't that, you know, I was more, you know, my question was just towards, I just feel like with, you know, the whole, I understand you already made it clear, you know, what people name things is what they name it. But, you know, I just feel like, you know, you have to question certain people when you know, this is just my view. I'm not saying you have to do what I do, but, you know, you have to question, you know, people's motives when they do that and they put you in the front and then they turn around and say on Berean, you know, oh, he destroyed the Hebrew Israelites, and Ngozi was on Sinai and he destroyed them. Like, you know, they're putting you in the front to take these shots. And, you know, they're not making these arguments at all. And they're not even truly understanding your argument. So maybe they're taking the fact that a lot of people don't know this science and think that it sounds like jibber jabber to them, so they could say whatever. They could gloss over a title for them, or you know, a title for them, and they won't even understand what's going on. But you, as being in the know, you know, at some point, I would think, if it was me, I'd be like, yo, bro, why did you make it seem as if I'm coming for people and I'm not? I'm just giving my facts. I'm giving you my model. Why are you doing this? That's just my personal feeling. You know, I'm not telling you how you're supposed to operate. It just makes it look like you're being disingenuous. And I know from listening to the live that you're not being disingenuous, that, you know, this is your model. You didn't deny E. You know, you spoke about the article with Green Arabia and E. You know, so to me, it wasn't anything near what they tried to say that you said, or claim what they was claiming that you said.
And this is the thing. And this is the thing, though, King. I get that from both angles. I have people who are Hebrews that try to use me and say I said this. I have people who are, and to be honest with you, bro, I'm not on neither side. I'm for truth. So, for example, when Yashu put out good information from his scientific point, I acknowledge it because the brother do read. He does have an understanding of science. When people put out truth, I agree with it. So you got people it don't matter who it is. If you bring in scientific data and you're using the proper terms, nomenclature that you're supposed to use, I'm going to support it. So so this just don't go for the Kemetic community or the atheist community. It also goes for Hebrews that's on. I didn't heard people that use me and say I did this and I did that because I agree with them here, but I don't agree with nobody fully. Like what I'm trying to say is this, and I'm saying this right now live. I don't believe that all Hebrews was E. I know that at this time period, these people were a bunch of markers, and that's not my reason for why I practice my faith. I'm not into this stuff from genetics. You get what I'm trying to say? That's just me. And I'm also here to say,
I get it, and I can attest also that when you was on Genesis 49ers, because you know I run with the brothers over there. You know, we Yap Gang, so we running over there, and I can attest that, you know, when y'all had your conversation, you know, pretty much there was agreement on a lot of things. Now y'all have different models, and just like I can attest to, even with Orthodox Moor, with Brother Moore, you know, not everything that we say he, you know, or he totally believes he totally believes when we're dealing with genetics or DNA. You know, he has his model, but the overview is pretty much the same because we know the science, you know, but each of us have a different view because of, it might be faith, it might be, you know, or just a scientific understanding, but we, you know, the models, everybody's model is going to be a little different, but the overview basically is the same. And this is when you know somebody's not bullshit when it comes to this science.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Like tonight, few people asked questions, and it did get a little irritating because I didn't think, like with you, Sean, you're genuine. So some of the people start off cool, but they have agendas. Like they want to catch me up, and you can't because I'm not stupid enough to do that. But if I hear a person trying to be condescending and trying to be slick, you don't got good intentions. Sean, you always had good intentions. When I hear you, when you was on 49ers, you had good intentions. So we don't have to agree with everything. But my man's came off saying, I don't agree with evolution. I don't agree with, what do you want me to say specifically? You want me to talk about the mutations, how the mutations occur? I mean, only thing I can say is time. What else do you want? That was a simple question. So I gave him a simple answer. He got on 10. He was already starting off like he was on 30. But I'm not anti-Hebrew. I want you to know that, bro. I'm not anti-Kemetic. But I'm not biased towards none of them. Because again, some of the Hebrews, one of my good brothers is a Hebrew. A few of my brothers is Hebrews. I practice an idea of Abrahamic faith, which is related to the Hebrew faith. Prophet Abraham made way for him. So if I'm dealing with Islam, what's the problem with that? You know what I'm saying? It's all part and partial. So I'm not biased towards anything. So I'm not in nobody fight. I understand that, you know, the Kemetic community got beefs with the Hebrews. A few of the Hebrews are shooting at the Kemetic people. I ain't at neither one of them. I actually like Kemet. I think Kemet was a beautiful place. It's part of classical civilization. And I think it should be embraced. But I'm not running around here saying I'm an Egyptian. I don't do that.
I get it.
Because we know that they markers was all, because I'm not just saying that it was diversity in Israel, it was diversity in Egypt. Them people wasn't homogenous in Kemet. That's a problem. and they wasn't homogenous overall, even in portions of Western Central Africa, where a lot of our ancestors, just like with the Fulani genetics differ based off region. You can't say exclusively all Fulani is E1B1A because they're not. All Mandinka, even though they are highly E1B1A, but you have a few, some of them got the same marker that my brother had, that's been in those portions of Africa for a long time. So that's why I don't base people off haplogroups. I think that becomes, that's like me saying all African Americans is E1B1A. So listen, if we got African American as R or J or even I, and he want to practice the Hebrew Israelite faith, we gonna make him feel less than because he don't got E? Don't you think that's kind of bogus?
Well, not at all. That's not what you're supposed to do, because we know that, you know, there's a mixed multitude and they were embraced. So that's something, you know, you can't just base it off of that. You know, you have to understand that if you came off the ship, if your ancestors came off of one of the slave ships and they had A or B, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, let's say, this is my take on it. If you know, when Moses sprinkled that blood on everybody, the mixed multitude and Israel themselves, everybody went under the contract. So if you are, you're going to end up going through the same, because you broke that same contract under a blood oath. You understand?
Correct.
Even if you're mixed multitude. So yeah, they would be national Israel, but you know, we have to also take into consideration that there was a paternal bloodline Israel as well. You know, we can't just throw that to the side. So, you know, I just say that, you know, not just Israel, but just Shem, period. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying? And from underneath the Abrahamic faith, whether it's Islam, Israel, you know, in a broad statement, there has to be a bloodline. There's a paternal haplogroup that line came down. So, but outside of that, going back to like you said, if you are, or if you A, and you your ancestors came off them same ships that E came off of, or you know what I'm saying, and that blood touched you, you know, way back generations ago, you won them slave ships because you broke the contract just as well as bloodline Israel did.
Correct. And let me just say this: the closest population to me, that's close to the original Hebrews to me, are the Jews in Yemen. And when you look at the Jews in Yemen, I'm not saying they're the only ones. I'm just saying I think they're a good model. I don't like to really deal with Ashkenazis because even though they do have some Semitic ties, it's not highly compared to people in Yemen. Yemenese Jews actually speak Hebrew. They don't speak Yiddish. Yiddish is Indo-European that mimics the Semitic language linguistically, right? So when you talk about the Yemenese Jews, you look at their paternal markers, it ain't homogenous. Some of them dudes got A, some of them got E, some of them got J. So when I think about the priests that were responsible for those texts, it wasn't one group of people. And I believe that Shem is so old, it's even older than when they tried to write it down. And it goes back further and see, by the time it gets in your language, you're calling it Shem. The actual group of people that represent this people's name could have been Dugugu or Bababa. But by the time you start writing about it, you're calling it Shem. Names change through time. So they're trying to write down something of history that was already spoken in oral tradition through time before they start writing it down in literature. A lot of these stories is much older in oral tradition than it is before it's written down. And you can even see that with Near Eastern texts. That, you know, before the epics of Gilgamesh, if you get into the Sumerian king list, they have stories of floods. Similar stories to Noah, Noah, or not Noah, but Job. Similar stories to Job that's being told over there, way before you find it. So a lot of these stories is much older in oral tradition before it's written down, and we know that the literature that's written down only goes back 800 BC. And then I don't like to use the Natufians because the Natufians were not, even though they were the first farmers, they still were in between hunter-gathering and farming. They wasn't a settlement of farming dealing with like what the actual Israelites did. And the Natufians ate, you gotta look at their diet. They ate certain customs that was distinct from their later ancestors. Not saying that the Natufian DNA ancestry didn't play a role down the line in the writing of that literature. So that's how I look at it, man. You know what I'm saying? People is special if you got a connection with the Most High. I don't look at you for being special because you're haplogroup, because you got people that's the same mark as you and me, and they horrible people, bro. And they have no connection to the Most High at all.
I mean, I could agree with that, because you know we have, if Esau should be E as well. If Israel is E, you know, and we know what he did. We know what his we know what they all did, you know, over the years. You know, biblically speaking, it tells us how, you know, the problems we had with our own brothers. So I have no problem with that.
Exactly, my brother. And I got, bro, and when it come to you, bro, like you always been genuine. I'm not here to, the way you asking questions is genuine, but I do know some people have different agendas. Like some of the times when you hear me arguing, they can go back and edit that and say, oh, look, Ngozi got stuck here. No, I didn't. You're trying to irritate me. And this is the stuff that people do. It's slick. There's no need for that. I'm on here to build with y'all. That's all I'm on here to do. If a person want to ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. And I want to say this now. I do not agree with the overall Kemetic community, because I don't agree with that. Like, I'm just here to tell the truth. I don't agree with everything that the Kemites are saying. You know, I'm not even gonna be biased. My video came up. The brother, it went in whatever direction. Now it's in the direction that it's in now. But I only came on that video to tell the truth. I didn't come on the video to try to promote anyone and downplay people. I'm just telling the truth about humanity. That's it.
Well, I mean, it showed in the video itself. If you know, like I said, if you know the science and you understood what you was, you know, people understood what you were saying, it showed. I just, you know, I think that maybe you should have a discussion. And that's just me personally. You don't have to. I'm just saying, because they putting you in the front to take these shots. You understand? And they're not making the arguments you're making. You know, for him to make this title and then turn right around and go to Berean and say, oh, he totally destroyed the Hebrew Israelites, and Ngozi was on Sinetta, but then he's the one who the live was originally on. You know, his channel was originally over there, and then he turns around and says, you know, well, I took it down because I have to edit it. That don't even sound right there. Like, you know what I mean? And then to turn around and give it to pass it to Sinetta and not even re-air it, and then turn around and say, look, Sinetta got it. To say he over on Sinetta just destroying Hebrew Israelites. You know, he's putting you out in the front to take these shots, bro. And I just feel like maybe you should have a discussion with him about it, or anybody who will put you out in front, you know, and move out the way to take any shots from anybody. That's just my personal feeling.
And you know what, brother? That's why, you know, people do what they feel. That's why the only thing I could do, my bro, is come on everybody's show and be honest. Just like I came on this brother's show, because I kept seeing my name come up on the title, and I wanted to come on the show, you know, and I'm glad he let me come on here. I'm willing to come. I even told Yashub, I wrote to him, because I thought Yashub was calling me out the other day, and I wrote to him, and I told him, bro, like, you know, what are you saying? What are you doing? Because he was saying that people was this. If Yashub want to build, we can build. You know what I'm saying? I'm only coming on everybody's platform to be honest, bro, based off what I know. You know what I'm saying? And y'all, I want y'all to pay attention to what I always say. Views can change. If data changes, if new sequence come out, I always rather you can't landlock or put science in a headlock, bro. You can't. So can't nobody say what's for sure. You get what I'm saying? Life don't work like that at all. I would have never thought that I'd be really promoting the Green Arabian model, because last year I was only promoting, you know, with the North African model, and it still may be North Africa at a, you know, lower percentage for the origin of E. It may be, but overall, highly, I ride with Green Arabia. It's just what it is.
God.
So real quick, because I'm gonna get out of here, I'm gonna ask Abu's question, and then I'm gonna give the floor to Ibri to ask a couple questions, then we can dip out. Abu asked the question. I think someone answered this already, but I'll ask it again. Abu says, the Orthodox Moor, perhaps this question could be asked. If there was a historical Jacob, is it possible his haplogroup was a subclade of Eve?
Of course, if it was any one of those prophets, if we had historical data, and it could have been E, it could have been. It depends on the timeline. Like, let's say Jacob or Jacob's story was told later, because you got to remember the literature of Hebrews was written again, oral tradition. A lot of this stuff was talked about thousands of years before it was written down. That's what people don't understand. So it depends on what phase in time in the Middle East. And I always talk about phases, you know. So my whole thing is that it depends. He could have been E3B. He could have been T. He could have been J. He could have been any one of those markers. But E would not be denounced, because that's the markers that you still see amongst most Jews today, whether they're in the Middle East or most of the people in the Middle East. You still see high amounts of E and J. Not to mention the original Arabs, before they was even called Arab. They have clades of E. E was already over there. for a long time. And matter of fact, they find out now that the Bedouin type Arabs, like the Yemenis Jews, Yemenis Arabs, the Sokotra Arabs, the Arab, the Mahiri, the different groups are more connected to them, the Tufians. You know what I'm saying? So that tells a story of what was going on in the Levant. So it depends on what phase. Was Jacob, or was Jacob or Jacob his actual name before it turns into that in the Hebrew text? Ask that question. Because they was telling stories about groups of people that was much older than even them before they wrote it down in the literature. And the thing about them is, the Hebrews, what makes them unique and beautiful is they were the best storytellers. They had a consistent storyline compared to other people that mythology, the story was always all through the wall and everywhere. So we follow literature. They had a better model when it comes to literature and writing about history better than other groups of people. And they have a consistent storyline when it comes to human struggle and human situations better than everybody else's storyline that was in the near East. You know?
Yeah, let me get a Snickers on your way out. You know what I'm saying?
What you say, boy?
I hear somebody in line at the store. Get Snickers on the way out. You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, man. So I'm just here to be truthful, bro. That's all, man. And I thank you for allowing me to come on, bro.
No worries, no worries. So E-Bree, you got the floor for a couple minutes before I shut this down and get something to eat.
Shalom, not going to be long. Shalom, everyone on the panel. Orthodox Moor, Sean, Amir.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amir, can you send me that paper? The one that came out this year with E being in Arabia. Can you send it to me through?
It's based off DE. And yeah, I'm gonna make sure you get it, bro. I've been real busy, but I'm gonna make sure you get it. I got some more stuff too from my boy Easy, who's a bioanthropologist in Israel.
Oh, really? Do you have some remains from like Israelites or Canaanites or just Neolithic stuff?
It's Neolithic. They won't release those. They won't release. I'm gonna talk to you, bro. You got my number. I actually said my business number publicly.
Oh, okay. So that was the okay. Well, I'll put it in my phone. I haven't done it yet. All right. But yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. When it comes to the state of Israel not releasing. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they won't release it for a reason.
Right. It's political. It's
yeah,
politics.
we know that.
I got that paper actually that talks about why the scientists. Well, we can probably talk about that another time. I don't know if I should say it.
I'll just say this. I'll just say this. Based off what my boy is saying, it kills the specialness of the people that appears to be there now. The whole specialness of it kills it. It actually kills it, bro. And they don't want to release that because the whole specialness about who they think is who isn't what they think it is at all.
Mm-hmm. Y'all about to start a clubhouse civil war.
Because I have my bad. What you say, Orthodox?
I said y'all about to start a clubhouse civil war with this joint.
I might have an older paper than Amir because Amir's dealing with someone in Israel, but I got a similar paper to what Amir just said, but it might be old. Which year is yours dated?
This is from my boy that's over there. This is stuck in 2021. So I got some on DE. I got some on DE. And then they're getting ready to release something in the end of this year or in 2023. But what we think is them, or what people think, it ain't what it's not. And it's going to kill the idea specialness of these people. It actually denounces even, and I love these people, but it actually denounces even the people that's, okay, here's the thing. Oh man, I'm trying to.
I know what you're trying to.
Damn, I'm trying to say it because I don't want to be. So even the people that was there a little bit before those people that came in 1940 and established that fake place that we know is Israel, even some of them are people that's coming from Crete and Greece and whatever. So
right,
it kind of pushes the people that you see in the southern parts of Arabia and certain portions actually played a major role in the earlier phases of the Levant. So it's kind of like it's you get what I'm trying to say. So that's all I'm gonna say for now in coded language.
Yeah. I can know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, we can talk about it privately, and then maybe we can even make it into a presentation or something. But then again, I don't know if they'll like that.
I mean, we could, but I ain't gonna talk about
nothing. I don't want to get the state out.
Like y'all are having the background conversation right now. Yo, I see y'all right now, fam.
So yeah, and this like I'm just being like, and I'm not biased, bro. So again, people, my whole thing, like, I'm gonna say it again, people can practice whatever faith they want, and I believe that if you live in according to the laws of the Most High, or you follow the scriptures, whether you're worshiping Yahweh or whether you worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you're following the laws that you're supposed to be on your deen. That's the most important thing, you know. Allah judges the pious in the heart. You know, he judges the pious in the heart. It's not about, you know, where you're coming from. And a lot of these people playing games, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not against Hebrew Israelites. I'm only against the ones that say, you know, that they got something against this continent called Africa. And the biblical text don't say nothing about a place called Africa in a continental sense. It doesn't. So why do you have issues with having some autosomal ancestry from the Congo or certain portions? Because that's also beautiful and unique to a degree. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the human story. That's all I'm saying. And I also look at Israel as Africa. Israel sits on two plate tectonics. So I don't understand if we want to deal with it from that angle too. That's a different story. Go ahead, bro.
You know my model though.
You know, talking about they don't like Africa. Real quick, no, real quick. The ones that said that they don't like Africa, like they run from taking a DNA test, man. Every last single cell, like they will not show the DNA for nothing because it kills the conversation. And this is what I like about what you were talking about with certain people on Clubhouse. Like, look, you can't say that like if one person got E1B1B and another person got E1B1B that they're not related. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't play games like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, oh well, you're some African Hamite, but you got the same exact DNA.
It don't make sense. Just like with a Habesha from Ethiopia and a Somali, they both might have EM78, EB32, but they don't like each other. It's just stupid, bro.
You got it, Avery.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, but yeah, you know my motto, you know, when it comes to the ancient Israelites and their, you know, ancestors, I see them as Afro-Sans, you know, they're African. Christopher Ehret even says that early Semites were just a few migrating Africans. So, you know,
they were.
I have different models when it comes to the origins of Proto-Semites. So, you know.
And he was speaking on the Harifians. And if you follow the Harifian language, even Medu Neter, the Semitic language, and Paleo-Hebrew has ties. Actually, you have a Canaanite script written in the pyramid text. In Canaanite script, Proto-Canaanite, which is related to the Paleo-Hebrew language family. So it get real tricky with this language. So, like for example, the Amazigh languages of Afro-Asiatic, what they call Berber languages, come from the late Capsian groups. Then you have the Medu Neter, which is an earlier phase of Afro-Asiatic. But that Medu Neter, before it was in hieroglyphic form writing, it has ties to Proto-Semitic speakers. And this is why when you look at Semitic writings, and you look at the Paleo-Hebrew, and you look at the Medu Neter, you can see the relation because it was a bridge that split. So this is why Christopher Ehret can talk about this exit point of where Proto-Semitic comes from. And overall, it links to the Harifian group. And the Harifians were related to, we know, partially to the Natufians and the pre-Proto-Neolithic A and B group. So you can only have an idea of what their markers was, which showed that E definitely played a role. Or not just played a role, but E was the powerhouse of Proto-Semitic language. Just like it was the powerhouse of Afro-Asiatic language family, which developed in an early phase, proto-phase, over 16,000 years ago, according to Christopher Ehret. You know, we know that. So, and it peeled off from Eastern Nilotic languages around 16 bands ago, or 16,000 years ago, before it even goes through the Red Sea and hit the Levant, and then later on go backwards and forth. Because these dudes from the Levant been going backwards and forth. And I actually talked about the phases of the Levant, from the Levantine Argentian period to the portions that even went into the Maghreb and mixed with those Assyrian groups, which later on formed the Ibero-Maurutians. They've been going backwards and forth from that portion of the world for a long time, man.
Facts. It kind of reminds you, even with Abraham, with him being, in a sense, I wouldn't say a proto-Semite, but just having that genetic memory of going back and forth from Africa to Asia, because we know in the scriptures he went into Egypt when things got tough and bad. So, and then Joseph as well. And so it's kind of interesting when you parallel it to the biblical scriptures, backwards and forth.
Right. If we follow Semitic writings, right, or Hebrew writings, they all go to the same place that their earlier ancestors were going through. They go from North Africa, Near East, West Asia, North Africa, Near East, West Asia. Even when Musa, Prophet Musa or Mushe, went through northern Sudan and went through Mount Sinai, and he met the Shashus, who we know as the Midianites, where Yahweh came from. You know, when the Shashus or the Midianites gave him the idea of Yahweh, when he seen him on a burning bush, Mount Sinai is in Arabia. And we know the people that he seen in Arabia were the Midianites, who scholars call Shashus. And the Shashus were related to who? The Shashus played a major role and they were crossing through Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, the Arabian Peninsula, and that Mount Sinai area. So you can't get past that North African component that played a role in that. And you can't also get past the Near Eastern component that dispersed from Iraq and Iran backwards and forward for a long time.
Right, back and forth migrations. Yep, in the scriptures and in history.
Well, scripture attests to the African component. Sorry, I'm sorry. Hold on for a second.
No, you good.
I'm sorry, I spilled something. Give me a minute. Go ahead and finish conversation. Let me clean up this mess I made.
So here's my thing. I do know from a recent study a few years ago, 2015, 2014, it talked about the sub-Saharan African component of the South of Israel that goes back 3,000 years. What I'm saying is the beautiful thing about being a sub-Saharan or south of the Sahara or equatorial African or south of whatever these little dumbass games they play. Regardless, instead of you trying to be from over there, why don't you accept a portion of your ancestors that went over there and played a role in that? Because a lot of those people's DNA components come from your ancestors that was in the Sahara. And the Green Sahara is very important. You know what I'm saying? Very important.
Yeah, Green Sahara, yep.
So if you're a Western Central African and you got this Yoruba component, which is beautiful, what they call Yoruba, even though Yoruba didn't exist before that, that's important. And if you have that as a Yoruba descent, or Igbo, whatever the hell it is, that DNA played a role in the early Green Sahara. We know it in the early Ibero-Mauritian phase, and we also know after that. And it also played a role in the Bronze Age. You also find these genetic components even in the BMAC culture. It talks about the different ethnic groups in the BMAC culture, which shows, man, like that signature wasn't stuck in one spot. So what you have in that, you got a right to be whatever faith you want to be when it comes to the Abrahamic faith, because it played a role. It just didn't play a role then in a transatlantic slave trade or the Arabian slave trade. It played a role even before that. So what you've been from those areas, that's the question that people should be asking and reversing. Now, if you're talking in that angle, I can ride with you. When you talk about evidence of what they're promoting, it ain't there right now to say. But we do have evidence of you or the people that you come from playing a role in that in the Middle East, because you find the genetic components there that's fake, that's going there through layers. That's what's important.
Yeah, facts. The Yoruba actually have like 12% Ibero-Mauritian DNA in like their raw ancestry or whatever. I know for myself personally, I have like 20%.
12.5%. And if you go back, depending on whether we can't look at 23andMe because ancestry DNA only go back 1,000 years. Put it in GMAT, it don't go back that far. But when you go further, and they're going to use the principal component analysis go further, when they sequence it, West Africans have an early Paleo North African component or Basal North African component that's much higher than what they're saying. And then when you go back, we know that E comes from an early phase of North Africa. And my thing about E is E, even though they're all unique. So my whole thing is, if we want to face it in that mindset, people should be embracing you instead of us embracing other people. That's my whole thing, bro.
That's big facts, though, when you think about it, because, Ramses III had, E1B1B as an example. And his father obviously would have had it because it's a sex-determining chromosome passed down from father to son. And then we know Ramses III had children. We found one of his, kids with it. And he had other kids as well, other sons. So, yeah, that makes sense, it being in North Africa and then splitting into different parts, like the BMAC culture or France or wherever. Yeah.
Everywhere. So my whole thing is people should be embracing us. Like, who gave Israel its flavor was the African component. That's just how I look at it.
Facts.
They should be. So my issue with these Ashkenazis, and I don't have an issue with all of them because I do embrace. They do have some Middle Eastern ancestry. Some of them even have traces of sub-Saharan. It's found in them. But when they try to denounce the idea of an African presence, that's a problem. Or when the Africans try to denounce the other populations that they came across that all got absorbed in this uniqueness, that's a problem. That's why I'm not biased. I tell the truth to the best of my ability. But I think people should
Especially
be
when
embracing.
they, oh my bad.
No, I just say people should be embracing you for your greatness and who you are, playing a role in these great human achievements, and the world know it. To me, you, me, and even the brother that was trying to irritate me, both of them, we're greater than just being a Hebrew. And that's just how I feel. I believe that your DNA or our DNA played a role in a whole lot of shit that supersedes just the Middle East.
Yeah, we're really like the basal stock of the Middle East when you think about it. The basal stock of Hebrews and all that.
Absolutely. We're old.
Hey, I want to say something real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, brother Yo Better, that's down in the chat. Why don't you come up here, man, and have a discussion? You know, because you always in the chat. Me and you've been back and forth a little bit. Come up here and explain your model, bro. And you know, we could chop it up a little bit.
Yeah, consider that a formal invitation. And on that note, family, we're gonna close the show down. Rashun, I see you in the back chat, family. I appreciate you. I would bring you up, but I'm just gonna shut the show down right now. So I would hate to bring you up to kick you off. You know what I'm saying?
Well, before y'all go, I want to tell the brother that got angry. Hey man, it's respect to you, bro. And to the other brother that said, I love you. You was telling me you love me out of sarcasm, but it's love to you, brother. Not that I love you, because we can't play those games, but it's love to you. Because none of you people are my enemies. So, but I know y'all was trying to irritate me. And the other guy got mad, but it ain't that serious, bro.
I can say for a fact that I know Anonymous didn't say he loved you out of sarcasm. He doesn't do
that. It's all love though. It's peace to the brothers.
Hey, and Ngozi, real quick, man. Again, man. Don't let them brothers over there, man. Don't let them brothers over there put you in a line of fire, man. They putting you out front and then going and hiding. You understand? And you know, with their titles and stuff. I think you should have a conversation with them about that. You know, that's just my personal feeling. You handle it how you want, but I just, for them to be putting you out there like that, bro. And like I said, those who know the science and heard your presentation, you really didn't do anything to debunk anything. You know what I'm saying? You gave your spiel, your truth. You understand? And most of us don't have a problem with that, because we know the science. But
yeah, I agree with Sean on that too. I agree.
You got to deal with these people, man. They're gonna keep putting you out there because they have an agenda. And like you said, you're about truth. You don't have an agenda. You're just about truth. And that's what we trying to do, with the Yap Gang and Genesis 49ers. We want to put everything on the table, and we want to chop it up, and we want this to be about truth. We don't want it to be about, our personal dogma alone. You understand? We need truth. So, I'll leave it at that, bro. Shalom to you.
Also, one last thing I'll say, my bad, before you go into that, Amir. The guy that was asking about the changing, how does haplogroup change? You should I hate to do this on somebody else's YouTube channel. Orthodox, you don't mind me shouting out my channel? I want to get permission first.
No. Bro, I've been trying to get you exposure for the longest. What you talking about? Go ahead. You better say
yeah. I just wanted to double check. But to that person who kind of wants to know about haplogroups, check out, for one, Shari's channel. She actually has a whole video series detailing the origins of DNA and how it works. It's really good. And you can also check out my channel, where I have a few videos that deal with the origins and the concepts of DNA and what it is. But I also have two models when it comes to looking at who could be an Israelite. I have an old Earth model and I have a young Earth model. So from the sound of things, you're more of a young Earth person, which I'm cool with, because I'm also young Earth, even though I dabble in old Earth. And so that's Shari's channel right there. All her latest videos have been dealing with DNA concepts and breaking down, what is DNA and, what are chromosomes and stuff like that. So check out her videos, because it's going to really show you the concepts in a very basic way. And then on my channel, like I said, I have a young Earth and old Earth model when it comes to seeing who could be an Israelite from the best that I can do from a non-biased standpoint, for as best as, like I said, I can do. But So for you, you're young Earth from the sound of things. So check out those young Earth specific videos. I deal with people like Kent Ham and Kent Hoven. They're young Earth creationists. You should check out my playlist that deals with young Earth and stuff like that. But hopefully maybe that can kind of steer you into the idea of using haplogroups, looking into them, and possibly, learning about them. Orthodox is actually about to click it right there. There's young Earth. So I have a more young Earth stuff compared to old Earth, because like I said, I like young Earth. So you'll probably like that. And I also have videos dealing with, DNA and the Bible, because DNA is evidence of intelligent design. I don't think we should steer away from DNA. It's evidence of intelligent design, in my opinion, and that it kind of debunks the idea of unintelligent design. So yeah, I just wanted to tell you that, since you kind of wanted to know about haplogroups, just check out those two channels on your own time.
Also
Maybe
get a book. Really get a book called A Human Journey by Spencer Wells. It'll help him out as well. You want to, talk about the mutations and the rates and time period. Spencer Wells will help him out as well. But he don't believe in. He's a young creationist, so he believes in a younger world. But I think he should also check out Spencer Wells' book, and everybody on here should get that book, The Human Journey. It breaks that down as well.
Yeah, I know that book. It's a good one.
Hey, real quick, Ngozi, are you familiar with Al-Jahiz and his writings that basically are like the early forms of
evolution? Yeah, I got the book, the Black Skin. Yeah, that was my boy.
Okay.
Wonderful works of the Black Skin.
We got to build on the microevolutionary level.
Yeah,
because Ibri, correct me if I'm wrong, even the young Earth creationists agree on the microevolutionary concept, correct?
Yes, young Earth. You can find young Earth creationists that agree with it. I wouldn't say all of them, but you can find some, like Kent Hoven.
Yeah, because you can actually see with microevolution, the reason why it's more acceptable as a micro, because you can see it. You can see those changes. With macroevolution, it's a problem. A lot of people can't see it, so they don't like it. You know what I'm saying? They don't agree with it. They can't see the ideal model of speciation going from one species to another. They can't see that. But on the micro level, you can definitely see it. You feel me? You can see it. So it's more accepted. You can see those changes. My whole thing is that what helps me with macro level, I accept both, because I believe that the law of God works through evolution. And the way we look at time is different than how the Most High look at time. His 7 days of creation, to me, when it comes to the universe, it's 13.8 billion years. You know what I'm saying? But we measure time different than how the Most High do it, especially when you're dealing with light. The light from the sun reflects down 7 minutes prior before hitting your eye. The stars that you see at night, some of those stars are dead. The deeper you look at space, the further back in time you look at things. So my whole thing is that dealing with time is tricky. How do you measure it? And we know a photon can't be bound by time because it's not bound by mass when it comes to photons. So my whole thing is the way we look at time is totally different than how the Most High look at time. So this is why I accept the changes at the micro level and the changes at the macro level. And I believe that God works through evolution, through the process of evolution. You know what I'm saying? That's what I feel. Those stages of nature. Some people don't accept that. But when it comes to most creationists, they ultimately do believe in the microevolution because you can obviously see that. So that's a fact. So especially people that believe in
No, go ahead, my fault. Go ahead.
Oh no, I cut your wisdom. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I'll say this real quick. I personally don't back the macroevolutionary concept. However, I do back the microevolutionary concept, but I don't beef with people on the macroevolutionary concept. I would like, I think there's good arguments to be had in terms of like, do we come from apes and all kind of things? But I don't need to beef on the macroevolutionary concept or whatnot. I don't take a position on young or old Earth. To me, when you're talking about God, time doesn't even matter.
I don't care. I'm like you, bro. Like I wouldn't say somebody's stupid if they don't believe in that they come from apes or they accept that they are from apes. Like if you don't accept it, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, but I think there's actually really like, so for instance, I'm not a young Earth creationist by any stretch, but I spent like a good year and a half like going over the arguments. So like I was actually going over some stuff that they were making like testable predictions that were actually coming out with some results. I was like, you know what, I can't scoff at it. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with it, but I definitely can't laugh at it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think there's holes in both arguments, and I think there's good things to look at in both arguments and whatnot. And I think on a scientific basis, people should be able to sit down and have the conversations and just weigh things out based upon the facts of what's tangible, what they can check out or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? When we're speculating, we should just understand we're speculating and not expect people to take us like we're talking about fact. And when we're talking about fact, though, we should be very particular, and we should be respected about the fact that we're talking about fact. You know what I'm saying? Like it shouldn't be something taken lightly and whatnot.
Absolutely. I want to say this. Let me just say this before you go, King, and I'm gonna leave. Micro makes way for the macro. So if you see changes going at the micro level, accumulatively and a whole abundance of it, it's going to show on the surface at the macro level. Micro makes way for the macro, and nobody can denounce the micro for sure. So that's all I'm gonna say, bro.
Yeah, and I understand that argument. Like I've heard arguments for and against what you just said. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely understand the validity of both sides on that.
Yeah, it's like a relative argument. It's like a relative. You know, if you tell me that something happened, you know, let's say if I'm a young Earth, you know, I believe in young Earth, and then you tell me, you know, something happened 15,000 years ago. Well, I'm gonna just relatively. I know if you tell me the Exodus happened or 15,000 or Noah's flood happened 15,000 years ago. Well, you know, from a scientific position, I already relatively. Even though I see things from a younger perspective, I know what we're talking about, and we can have that discussion. I don't have to put a time on it. I don't have to tell you you're wrong. You don't have to tell me what I'm wrong. We could just deal with it in a relative manner.
That's right, bro. That's how I like to deal with it. That's right.
So with that, family, I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Stay tuned this week. Bree, what time is good for you on Friday?
Friday. Let me see. What time is good for me on Friday? What time? Well, first, what time is good for you since it's on your channel?
So Sean was on this too. And Sean was actually Sean suggested the same time we were talking about last week. It worked for him.
Yeah, 8 o'clock is good for me. Whatever time, as long as, because you even know my hours, we speak every day. The whole crew, yacht crew, we speak every day, so we know each other's business. So, you know, that's cool. 8 o'clock is perfect if that's what y'all want to do.
Yeah, we can do 8. Yeah, definitely.
8 Eastern.
Sir. So yeah.
I'm
8 p.m.
Eastern time, by the way. So that would be
9 o'clock your time.
And on Pacific time.
Yeah, that'll be 9 o'clock.
So 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. You know what it is. But yeah, we're gonna have Ibri on, and we're gonna discuss and go over his interview with Rabbi Harry Rosenberg and whatnot, and really hash that out and whatnot. But with that, family, I appreciate you for tuning in. Appreciate your comments and your thoughts and whatnot. And with that, I say peace and love.
Yeah.
I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah. Minister, we gonna speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life. Pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldier drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top, great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. full court pressure when the ambulance roll out their stretch. Why can't you see it's not logical? If you live diabolical. Boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice don't correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. Really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking at the man in the mirror. I can't say it in the clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the circle. In the van coming with a ram with it, with the van coming get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the slide and the hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, but after my license, day one, let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occurred. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.